We are live at East River 9. There are already 5 or 6 foursomes out on the course right now as we speak.
No, there aren't. It's dark. Nobody's out on the course. Okay, they're going to get started soon, though. What a beautiful – look at the downtown view. This might be the best downtown view.
It is the best downtown
I think it is. If you've never been here.
I mean,
how about this?
That's really unbelievable right now. And with the dark background,
yeah.
Hey, take a picture of this.
How about this? JT went on a first date here.
He did?
That's a great way because they got pickleball courts here. They went and hit
ago?
balls out on the range.
How long ago?
It was about 3 weeks ago or so.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
We don't care anymore.
So it was, and it's a great icebreaker.
It would be a good place.
Yeah.
My wife just called. She said, "Isn't this the place that you say we need to come?" I said, "Yes. We could go watch tournament games this week. We could go watch baseball. We could just come have lunch here.
Eat dinner. You can watch games.
The patio is phenomenal.
It's phenomenal. And the biggest TV, that's the clearest TV you'll see. Mm-hmm. But it's outside too, and it's awesome. Me and
Solis went last year. We saw the SEC championship game here.
Yeah, we
came here to watch SEC championship game outside because they got that big screen TV right behind us. It doesn't
even in the sun you can watch it.
Yeah, that's a great TV.
Yeah, I don't know how they do that, but they do it. And no, it's a great.
It's probably
place.
Not an inexpensive television.
Probably not. I'm not going to get one for my house outside.
It can rain on it, no problem.
Nope.
You can have sun blasting on it, you still see it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that technology is not cheap.
No, I would think not. And it's just a great place. If you're a pickleball player, if you're a golfer, and if you enjoy drinks and food and games, this is it. This is a great place. So we're back here, and we're going to be back here every month. I think we come back May. We've got a bunch of once a month scheduled here, so it's going to be fun Thursdays and Fridays. So if you got a chance to come on out and hang out with us, you're more than welcome to do that. We're going to be here all day long. As a matter of fact, all the shows are going to be here. So East River 9, the place to be, and it's just beautiful, beautiful downtown view
today.
So yeah, and it's opening day, Houston Open. We got it's a great day in Houston.
Basketball goes tomorrow.
Yeah,
for the Houston Cougars. Obviously, well, basketball starts today.
Today, right?
It's Thursday, Friday. So I mean, you could watch tournament stuff.
Well, how about that? You got tournament. You got opening day. You got.
Man, they're going to have to figure out their TVs because they got. Well, it'll be between tournament and Astros, but it will primarily be Astros.
Astros is at 3:00.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's an early game, so you can do both.
Yeah, Astros is at 3. The tournament starts about 5. And so you got plenty of, and then the Houston Open will be going on all day on the Golf Channel, and then I don't know who's carrying it this weekend. I don't know if it's NBC, ABC, whatever, or CBS rather, or maybe just I don't know. But we got 2 of the best players in the world here, 1 and 2, right here. So that's a lot of fun, and we'll keep you updated throughout. I think that's one of the reasons that we're here is the Houston Open. I believe we're going to be back for the Masters. All kinds of great. This is just a great time. Great time to be alive in the city of Houston. So here we are, and we got Rockets basketball. We got sound from people who think the Rockets. Carlos Boozer had a really good soundbite that we'll hear a little bit later. Ken Rosenthal had something to say. It's in there, Sean. I put it in the rundown. And maybe he's right. Maybe he's wrong. We shall see. Do you know who's the favorite for Rookie of the Year?
This year?
Cam Smith.
Is he really?
Plus 450.
Wow.
Yeah. Cam Smith is the favorite.
Well, I mean, he's highly regarded around Major League Baseball.
Well, who else had a spring like he did?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. I mean, so
there's no Japanese import that I know of that's 27 years old that hit 50 home runs last year. Usually those are pitchers that come into the to the league.
Well, I can look at it. There was a bunch of names that you just wouldn't know because they haven't played yet. So, but Cam Smith plus 450 is the favorite for Rookie of the Year, and Christian Campbell plus 550. Jason Dominguez is plus 600. He actually played some last year. Roman Anthony, Jackson Jobe, Jacob Wilson, a bunch of guys, a bunch of big toe guys.
Yeah, I don't have it currently in where I look, but I will look for it. I know the Yankees are the favorite in the AL East. In the AL Central, it's the Minnesota Twins. In the AL West, it's the Mariners and Rangers, and then the Astros. But it's 190, 190, 200. So
Yeah, that's right.
basically, it's all three of them all the same.
Well, back to Cam Smith. Here is Ken Rosenthal's thoughts on Cam Smith coming up now, and see if this isn't a real possibility.
Cam Smith making the team. What a really, really cool thing they did down there for him, bringing the family in. I think that's really exciting. Talk a little bit about that and what you look forward to seeing out of him this year.
This is one of the most fascinating stories of the season for me. This kid was drafted last year, and now they're asking him to play a new position in the major leagues because they feel his bat is that good. The other layer with Cam Smith is, of course, he was the centerpiece of the Kyle Tucker trade. So Cubs fans are already freaking out, saying, why did we trade this guy? He's breaking with the Astros this year. But let's see how this plays out, because I'm a little concerned that this is too much too soon, particularly on the defensive end. And as you guys know, yes, there are some players who are gifted enough basically to walk right into the big leagues. And maybe Cam Smith is one of them. But the sport is so difficult that it almost seems to me this is too quick. Now, we'll see. And I'm really excited to see him play. He had an amazing spring. But while the story is great and what happened yesterday was really cool for people who have not maybe seen that video, I would encourage them to watch it. I just am a little concerned that, again, too much too soon.
Well, it's interesting. Sean, can you pull up on the fly here the comments from Todd Callis was on with the Killer Bees yesterday, and he was asked a question about – just get in my ear and tell me when you have it so I can roll to it. He was asked about Cam Smith and bringing Cam Smith up, and Todd kind of talked about too fast, too soon.
Yeah.
Exactly what Rosenthal was just talking about. Here's how Todd Callis, who calls the broadcast for the Houston Astros, looks at bringing him up so soon.
So Dana Brown always pushes his guys. He's always been known to be an aggressive GM, or before that, even when he was director of player ops, director of the minor leagues, he's always pushed guys beyond their comfort zone. He just wants to challenge what he thinks are the best talents to see what they can do. There's never really, to me, even if, and I don't anticipate this happening, but even if Cam Smith goes out and for 6 weeks hits 150 and has an OPS around 400 and gets sent down, it's still not the end of the world. And I'm not projecting that, believe me. I'm just saying, we saw it with Tucker in 2018, I guess was the first year he came up, and then he wasn't up again. He went down twice in 18, and he wasn't up again until late in 19. And Kyle Tucker's life and his baseball career has turned out pretty well. So to me, there's really no downside.
So he doesn't see it as a downside, and he brought up Kyle Tucker. And we know Kyle Tucker failed pretty miserably early on to the point that we were like, wait, why is this guy untouchable? Why will they not trade him?
Yeah.
But, I mean, Kyle Tucker certainly became a very, very good player. So Todd Callis doesn't look at it with any concern. I do think there's always a little concern. You don't know a player's mental toughness or mentality this early on, and for some guys it can be a lot for them to handle. But we'll see. I mean, he seems pretty advanced. He seems pretty mature for his age. Maturity versus the mental toughness that you need with adversity are two different things. But, I mean, I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I think listen, this was a very not only blah, but kind of an aggravating offseason, if you want to know the truth. This instills a nice jolt into the fan base for the Houston Astros, a fan base that was, a year after year after year, this organization lets one of the, if not the most popular player on the team go, guy after guy after guy they lose. And for them to have the kind of excitement for a young player like this is exactly what they needed. If Cam Smith has to go back down, that's just fine. But the infusion of excitement for this fan base is a pretty big deal. And I'm rooting for the kid. I hope he's just awesome. He seems like he's got his head on his shoulders. Great. He seems like, it's funny to me. I wouldn't have thought, but it's the third fastest that any player, just 32 minor league games, is third fastest that any draft pick has gotten to the big
in
leagues
MLB history.
in history. That's crazy.
Wow. Was Gleiber Torres? He came up when he was 12. Is it Gleiber?
It's not
Number
what a
one?
Soto came up when he was
11.
11.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know that because they talked about it on the broadcast all the time.
right. I don't know. 32 games is the third fastest.
Not many. It's just one half of a minor league season. Not even that. Not even that. He was drafted, had some minor league ball, hit 2 stops in that short of time, succeeded at both, and then went to spring and succeeded there. So he's hit the ball well everywhere he's been in a very short period of time. It's a meteoric rise, and I mean, I'm looking right now. He's not even listed for Rookie of the Year in this site I'm looking at. It's almost like they had it listed. Jason Dominguez is the favorite, followed by Roman Anthony. They don't even have Cam Smith on this list. It's almost like this is a list they already had and they can't add to it because he's not even. Will Wagner's on here, but he's not on there.
Right. No. Listen.
No Cam Smith on this list for Rookie of the Year.
Listen.
That's crazy.
No, on that list?
None.
None.
It's not on here.
Well,
like I said, they must have already had this list preset, and then they can't add to it.
Why? Yeah, you can add to it every day. It goes up and down every day. What are you, nuts? This is a list that Jimmy Shapiro sent me. So I just, Todd Callis mentioned Kyle Tucker and how he went up and down, and his life is good for him now. I'm just going to remember Kyle Tucker as the guy that got us Cam Smith. That's what Kyle Tucker is going to be most remembered for in his baseball career.
Well, the other thing is, let's remember that, Kyle Tucker also was needed to put on weight, needed to get stronger. He was pretty thin. And from a body type standpoint, he wasn't fully developed. Cam Smith looks pretty close to fully developed.
There wasn't only that about Kyle Tucker when he first came up. He had an attitude that had to change.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He thought that he thought it was going to be easy, and he got slapped down for it. And I think the locker room told him, and it ain't that easy, brother. So go down there. And he came back up. I think he came back up with a different attitude, and he worked a lot harder than he did at the beginning. And it showed, and he became a really good pro. But his first iteration here was not. He was not a worker. He was not a worker. He was the pride of the organization. Like you said, he and Forrest Whitley wouldn't be traded. They were not. There was no way. They were untouchable. And I think he maybe wore that a little bit.
He's always had a little bit of an aloof vibe to him.
Yeah.
I'm not taking a shot at him, but he's always had this kind of. You can see that. That's definitely believable with his. He seems unbothered by a lot of stuff to the point that it almost seems like he's a little aloof. So I could see that.
Yep.
I could see that being the case.
Yep. Quickest to opening day roster as position player after Major League draft by minor league games. Pete Incaviglia, 0. He came straight up. John Olerud, 6. Wyatt Langford was 44 games, so he's third fastest.
Wow.
Yeah.
Inky, Olerud, and now Cam Smith.
So yeah, he's going to make that start and be the third fastest ever with Inky and Olerud. Those guys were pretty good, and Wyatt Langford is pretty good too, by the way. Wyatt Langford is really good and thought to be. He's going to be he's an up and coming star. So let's go. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, East River 9 is where we are. We are going to be here all day long, all the shows here. Hopefully this rain dissipates a little bit. I mean, it was off and on. I don't think it's going to rain hard. So I think, every time we come here, it rains, doesn't it? Doesn't it rain every time we come here? I think,
a high percentage.
I think we are like the rain jinxes here. Yeah. It happens all the time here. So, but then remember the one time it was a huge wash. It was like pouring. And I was like, well, it looks like it's going to be closed all day today. And sure enough, it opened up.
It did?
Yeah. East River 9 drains like Wildcat, okay? It's crowned fairways, okay? Crowned greens where the water runs off and you can play faster out here at East. I don't know if they crown their greens here. I just don't even know. I've played the course and I love it. It's great. And you need to come and play it too. All right. Let's talk a little Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Speaking of rain and water, you know what? You got water is what you need. How are you getting your water? Are all your pipes clear? Is everything going? Is everything flowing through? I mean, you got to keep your pipes open, don't you? I mean, in life and in your house. And I mean, it's serious. Billy Brown is here for you. Billy Brown says, hey, listen, he loves the 97.5 listener. He is going to be there for you. He's not going to charge you to come and look at whatever problem that you have. He is going to give you a great deal every single time.
Yeah, I was just watching Niall over here.
I know.
Like impending doom. He was over my shoulder here
Where?
talking minor league baseball, and I was thinking, you know who else loves minor league baseball? Billy Brown.
Billy Brown loves
Billy
baseball.
Brown's huge with minor league baseball. When he's
Right.
not cleaning out your septic lines, when he's not repiping the beneath your home, when he's not snaking your drain, when he's not making sure to install new toilets for you, if you even need that, if you have something that needs to be done like that, or moving your gas lines. You know, he's taking a look at minor league baseball, honestly, and that's just kind of how Billy Brown does it. He's a man of all seasons, and he is a man who is going to fix whatever plumbing needs you need fixed. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back here live at East River 9, right here in beautiful, just off in east, we're just east of downtown, right? and just awesome. Just awesome. First exit Waco, right off of I-10 and 59. So first exit Waco, come on down just a few blocks past the railroad track. The train wasn't there today. Thank you, train. Thank you, train. Because that train has really put a crimp in this show a few times.
Yeah.
It just stops there. I don't know how these people deal with that. It just stops there for like hours and hours.
Yeah, that train is a real heckler.
It is a heckler.
So you got the Astros kicking off. This is the first year that they haven't been the favorite.
You got them winning the division or no?
No,
I got them. I got them winning the division.
I think there's just too much competition. There's just too many question marks right now, and we go over it every day. Like we go over you're concerned about the starting rotation.
They still got a great lineup, and as a matter of fact,
I think it's good.
This lineup might be better than last year's lineup.
It could be.
Yeah.
Last year's lineup had some trouble hitting though.
I mean, with Christian Walker, with Paredes.
Walker's back, by the way.
Kyle Tucker wasn't there for half
Walker's
the year.
Playing today.
Yeah.
So Walker's back.
Yeah. You're the one that doubted him yesterday.
Yeah. Well, he's been out the whole time with the oblique.
Yeah.
So hopefully, because he had an oblique injury last year also that slowed him. So hopefully this is not.
That's over now.
Paredes, we got to make sure you get the first half of the year Paredes and not the Cubs Paredes. Altuve, I feel good about. Like I won't believe he's sliding off until he slides off, and it hadn't happened so far. I mean, defensively, he may be a nightmare out left. We'll see. But offensively, I don't think it's going to have an impact on him. Jeremy Pena, we'll see. I feel fairly confident that Jeremy Pena is going to have his best year this year. It's just that time. If he doesn't have it this year,
well, he looked better in spring. He was lifting the ball.
And he came into the season last year though, lifting the ball and looking better. And then it kind of he got his home run total up a little bit, but he still didn't reach. I think he had 16 last year. He didn't reach his rookie total of 22. If he can play how he played as a rookie, and I mean offensively and defensively, he wasn't as good defensively last year.
Mm-hmm.
Defensively, he was a liability at times. So, Pena is a big one. Yainer Diaz, I'm just going to assume this is who he is. I think it is who he is as a hitter. So, Yordan, you just want Yordan to be healthy. Yeah, if you have a rookie, but he's a talented rookie. You have a center fielder, it's not going to play great, more than likely, whoever you stick out there. We'll see what happens with how they handle second base. There's some questions. But even if the lineup's good, like you got to have that starting pitching be good. Now, I love Hunter Brown and Fromber. That's a great one, too. Once you get past that 1-2, though, is where the questions start popping up.
So you say Jose Altuve, he fell off last year.
In some regards.
Well, here's his OPSs in non-COVID years: 903, 838, 921, 915. Last year, 790.
Yeah, it's still good. It's still not a bad OPS.
No, it's.
I have to say
it's just around average.
Yeah, I have to see it back-to-back years, but he is of an age where it could. That's why if I see it a second year, I'll be like, okay, this is probably the downturn.
2,232 hits.
Because he's been low before.
2,232 hits. Does he get to 3,000?
Man, this guy's been – that's how hard it is to get to 3,000.
I mean, as good as Jose Altuve has been, he missed some games in 19. He got the COVID season where he only played 48 games. But he had the 2023 where he only played 90 games.
4 healthy seasons where he's hitting well. More than likely, he has to play 5 more years.
Yeah.
More than likely, he has to play 5 years. He'd have to be at about 170 hits.
Last year with the 790 OPS, he still had 185 hits.
Yeah. But, I mean, he'd have to average about 170 hits.
What he needs to do, he had 47 walks. 47 walks.
That's not super high.
No, 119 strikeouts last year. I mean, his highest number by far. He and Bregman
were kind of like – it seemed like Altuve is getting worse with the slider away.
Yeah. This is exactly what Joe Espada was talking about, though. Jose Altuve go up there hacking, and Jose Altuve with not great pitch selection. This is Joe Espada. I'm going to continue. This team is going to watch more pitches. This team is going to work pitchers better than they did last year.
Yeah,
I think they're going to have a better approach at the play. I think they're going to. I think they're going to be as good a team as last year, if not better.
It's what's made them a deadly lineup in the past. Is not just that they were clutch, but they made it hard on pitchers. And you lost one of the guys who's made it the most difficult on pitchers. Actually, two guys. Kyle Tucker could give you a tough at bat too. And we know that Bregman, that's kind of been who Bregman is. Jordan typically has good plate discipline and plate coverage. But Altuve, we all know he's first ball fastball. He's looking to hit you early in the count. He's looking to be aggressive. I don't think that changes. I don't think Altuve's taking a whole lot of pitches. I think if it's a strike, Altuve's looking to beat you. And he's at an age right now where that's probably not going to change for him. But I do hope the rest of the lineup is better at. You have to have a lot of confidence in getting behind an account to do that. But I think it would benefit them to be able to, to try to get to 2-1 counts. And to do that, you're going to have to make sure you lay off high fastballs. You're going to have to
be
lay
selective early.
Yeah. You really should. You should look for look for a certain pitch in a certain spot early on. And if you don't get it, let it go. If you get behind 0-1, then you're just going to have to, that's where if you're a good hitter, you still can survive like that.
Yeah. And Jose Altuve, he took a bit of a dive last year. And hopefully, listen, Christian Walker is going to improve first base by leaps and bounds from what it was. Hopefully, Paredes puts up numbers similar to Bregman. Bregman had 26 homers last year. He had 19, but he's in this park. I think Paredes can hit 25. Paredes can hit 25 in this park. Jordan is going to be Jordan. Hopefully he stays healthy the whole year. Man, I like a Yiner. Yiner wasn't great last year. Pena wasn't good last year at all. Pena if Pena steps up, if Yiner gets back to his rookie, the way he played as a rookie, this team can be. This team actually, I think this lineup could be better than last year's. We'll see. So they start with the Mets. And they start with Clay Holmes, a guy who hasn't started a Major League Baseball game since his rookie year when he had 4 starts. He's been in the bullpen. I think you get to him maybe by the 3rd, 4th inning. He may be really, really good early on, but he might have that closer's mentality, that reliever mentality to throw as hard as you can early on. I mean, you got to pace yourself as a starter. We'll see if he's able to adjust to the starting role. He did okay. He pitched pretty well in spring training. He was pretty good. But we'll see when the lights are on at Minute Maid Park whether or not he's that same guy. So off to a start today against the Mets. Let's go. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here to hang out with us. You're more than welcome to do that. I flew in last night and I didn't land and Sean had texted me, hey, let's do something while you're here. And I'm absolutely. Game Day Men's Health is just different, people. I like to say it's just different. And I would like to see them use that as their motto. Game Day Men's Health, there's testosterone replacement all over this city. Game Day Men's Health is just different. I feel like maybe I got into a rut, or maybe these testosterone places that have been around for a while get into a rut where it's go in, get your shot, okay, talk to the doctor, go pay your money and go. That's how it was, week in and week out, month after month, year after year. Well, at Game Day, it's different. How you feeling? Let's do. We got this peptide. We got that peptide. We've got a lab right here where we're going to see your results every time. We've got different ways for you to get your testosterone pills or shots or pellets, whatever it is that's best for you. I mean, it's just different. They care. And I love what they do. Free evaluation, a free consultation when you show up. Game Day Men's Health all over the city. Now, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back live at East River 9. Come on out, hang out with us. Niall is here. He'll tell you all about minor league baseball.
He predicted Frommer's going to start tonight.
He did?
Yep.
Wow. But book it then. If Niall says Frommer's starting tonight,
Lance was trying to test him. Didn't think he would know.
I tested him. I said, who do you think's going to be the starter? Frommer, Hunter Brown, or Wisniewski?
was Nesky. I think.
Yeah,
But
we
that's
got
part
to
of the trick.
know it's Isak Perez, and it's Wisniewski. Those are the names we got to remember.
Yeah.
I'm not calling that.
You're not going to
Isak.
call
No,
him
it is it. I've already seen Wisniewski's. They
Wes-
play football.
Wisniewski. There's no Y in his name.
There's no U in it either.
Yeah.
Wisniewski. There's no.
So what is that? There's no
Wisniewski.
U and Zer line.
What?
Where's the U and Zer line?
What?
That's
What are you
right.
talking
See?
about?
Phonetics.
Zierlein.
Zer line.
Zierlein.
Zier line.
Wisniewski.
It should be Zier line.
Hmm.
The
Go-
second vowel is the long vowel.
Okay.
that.
German.
The Zier line pronunciation is too aggressive. No one in America wants to hear
Zier
that.
line.
No one in America wants to hear
No.
that.
When you say line,
Yeah, don't
it's like, oh.
don't add that extra part.
No.
That's why my family probably changed to Zer line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
back in the-
probably.
whatever. Although they've been over here for quite a while.
Yeah. Well, nobody feels threatened by your name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an aggressive name that suggests there's
Yeah.
underhanded things going on.
Yes. Or out in the
Or,
open.
or maybe not that underhanded, to be honest with you.
Out in the open.
Who was it? What comedian we were watching? We were talking about. Guess what Germany did? Another world war.
Norm McDonald.
Yeah, it was Norm Macdonald. Maybe Germany needs to stop trying to have wars against the world. They're always starting world wars.
Guess who they're trying to fight? The world.
The world. Yeah, not Germany again trying to start another fight with the world.
All right. So this Stephen A thing and LeBron, this LeBron Stephen A thing is getting a little out of hand.
Well, it's out of hand because LeBron knows that he's in Stephen A's head now. And, it all started when LeBron went and confronted Stephen A about something that he was bringing up, Bronny. It was, and then it kind of blew up. And what's happened is Stephen A's gotten embarrassed because he reads comments and because he's a gossiper.
presidential candidate.
Well, he will be,
Yeah.
but because he's a gossiper and his show is gossipy, kind of, barbershop gossip
Right.
is what it is. And so he's hurt by that kind of stuff. People talking about LeBron getting over on him and making him look bad. He's completely like Stephen A is he can't stop thinking about this. Well, LeBron went on Pat McAfee and was on for an hour and a half yesterday. And I got to tell you, McAfee may annoy me at times, and he may be on everything that bothers me. It's pretty hard to find anyone who gets people to loosen up more than him.
Yeah.
Nick Saban laughs around him.
Yeah.
Like Pat McAfee is he's genuinely who he is. He's not, it's not a show. He's genuinely this lunatic. And he and his show had LeBron on, and they got more out of LeBron than I've ever seen in his entire career. It was
Absolutely.
unbelievable.
Yep.
And I want to give him credit. And I give LeBron credit for being
Well-
so open. They were challenging LeBron about reading books. Like, well, you don't read those books. We've seen that thing. You're just always on page one. They're breaking his balls about that. And McAfee passes him a book. Did you see this?
No.
And LeBron opens it up. He goes, see? That's how fast it takes me to read. It was actually funny.
And the thing is that they did it where he could swear. He could be himself. You could be more
He
comfortable.
dropped an F-bomb
Yeah.
on like when he
Windhorst.
took shots at Windhorst.
Well, this guy says
this
he's my
guy
bleeping
says he's
best
my
friend.
effing best friend. I mean, come on.
So here's LeBron. Talking about Stephen A. on McAfee yesterday.
Which leads obviously to you and Stephen A. Hey, legit, that feels like a moment that had been brewing for a long time.
He's like on a Taylor Swift tour run right now.
Oh yeah, we're watching it.
Yeah.
We're all,
Oh yeah.
we're all. You're seeing it as well. It's,
He literally.
is.
It started off with, I didn't want to address it.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't want to address it. I wasn't going to address it, but since the video came out, I feel the need to address it.
Yeah, well, fine. You what to talk about?
Are you kidding me? If there's one person that couldn't wait to the video to drop so you can address it, it's your ass. Like seriously, it's and like another, he completely like missed the whole point. The whole point. Never would I ever not allow people to talk about the sport, criticize players about what they do on the court. That is your job, to criticize or to, be in a position where, okay, if a guy's not performing, that is all part of the game. That's all part of the game. But when you take it and you get personal with it, it's my job to not only protect my damn household, but protect the players, and I think a lot of the media, including him, and I know he's gonna be happy as hell. He's gonna be smiling from ear to ear when he hears me talking about it again. Oh my God, he's gonna get home and grab some ice cream out of the freezer and sit in his chair and his tighty whities on the couch.
I hope at some point you two do get a chance. But you're right.
Dude, like relax, bro. Like relax. Like seriously.
So this is, LeBron is this generation's Jordan, right? He's the biggest name in really, frankly, I mean, he's the biggest name in sports right now. I mean, he's the biggest for this generation, for the millennials. LeBron is their Jordan, bigger than any football star in terms of, he's worldwide appeal. And now he is making fun of Stephen A. Smith. Like, this is crushing Stephen A. Smith right now. Stephen A. Smith cannot – he is so bothered by this. And LeBron was right. Stephen A. ran to YouTube to create a show yesterday, and Mapes pull that up. Here is Stephen A. Smith's response to LeBron James, kind of lightheartedly, just kind of making fun of him a little bit. Stephen A. Smith can't let this go. This is turning into Drake, and this is turning a little bit into Drake versus, and I think Stephen A. Smith is Drake, and Kendrick is LeBron, because there's no way Stephen A. Smith can win this. Way more. Stephen A. Smith thinks that everyone loves him because he goes out and he puts his cowboy hat on and he walks out and you have all these people like, oh my God, Stephen A. Smith's so great. Whenever he goes on remote, on location, dude, you're not even close to LeBron's level of fandom and success and fame. Like, you're not even close to LeBron James. You need a check.
Here's Stephen A. yesterday talking about
afterwards, after hearing all this.
After hearing it.
But don't the truth matter? Because there's one person in this ordeal that's telling the truth, and it's me. I don't lie to y'all. His ass lies a lot. And there's a lot of shady stuff that he does. And one of the things is his passive aggressiveness and the two-facedness and smile in your face and dig you behind the back. I happen to know that about him, which is why I don't like him. And he don't like me. But it doesn't stop me from being fair and calling it like I see it. We ain't exchanging Christmas gifts. We ain't having Thanksgiving dinner together. What you bring your son up in there for? What you bring your family up in there before? You gonna go on Pat McAfee show, talk about you gonna protect your house. What you talking about? Your son ain't at the house. He's at crypto.com arena. We ain't covering him in Brentwood. We covering him in downtown LA at the crypto.com arena. Where you put him.
Is that a long pause, or are we done?
You just never know with Stephen A. I think we're done.
The clip's done.
Yeah. The clip's done. So, but what about where he said I would have fought him?
Well, we got. I'm sure Sean. That's easy to find.
Yeah.
Sean, do you have the put hands on?
Well, yeah.
quote?
That was the one I thought was.
Well, that's just a short one. This shows how manic Stephen A's getting.
Yeah.
Because he's like, y'all know that I tell the truth. Like, Stephen A. No one.
When did he turn into Tracy Morgan?
He does. Right now, when I tell you LeBron James is never going to see the end of this day for me. Like, okay, Stephen A. No one cares.
I didn't
Honestly,
know you Tracy Morgan.
He is.
Stephen A. Morgan.
He's got some. They're both from New York. I think they're both from the Boogie Down. I
Oh,
believe.
God. Golly. Yeah, he did say he would throw hand. Okay. You hear Stephen A. is delusional if he thinks he's throwing hands with
Like,
LeBron.
people say, I disagree with LZ. Stephen A. Smith has a point. It doesn't matter. Do y'all not get it?
Yeah.
No one cares about his point. He's losing this. He doesn't have people backing him up. Even people who like him, if you go to the comment section, think he's stupid for going after, like, he can't win this battle. LeBron's out there having fun with arguably the guy who right now has a higher profile on his own station, his own network, and Pat McAfee. And this is so, like, it's just a media member going after an athlete who you can clearly see he's got a personal axe to grind. It's not winnable for Stephen.
No,
y'all don't understand. This is not winnable. For him.
It's not a good. It's not. It may end his presidential campaign. It could. Here is Stephen A. talking about if it came to blows.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately.
What's he talking about? Why is he drawing up a hypothetical where LeBron James hits him at the arena
in the
during
middle,
the game?
between the third and fourth quarter?
What hypothetical is he figuring? Well, if he would have hit me, LeBron's not hitting you at Crypto Arena between the third and fourth quarter. It's not happening. It's something you pulled and thought of in your head and go, you know what? If he hit me, I'd have swung back. First of all,
because he's just
never
trying
happening.
to get his.
It's never happening.
This is the problem. He's got to get his street cred up. He feels like he's been obliterated. He has to let people know. Well, he probably read somebody where Stephen A. didn't want that smoke. LeBron would have done
LeBron
this
didn't threaten to hit you.
And so he's read these comments, and now he's got his feet. This is what happens when you get too full of yourself. And Stephen A. Smith is, he's paid what, $20 million a year?
Yeah,
he's paid
$100 million deal.
He's paid like he's paid like an NFL wide receiver, a good one. He's paid like a Stephon Diggs. He's paid.
Thought you said a good
Stephon.
one.
Well, in this economy,
Stephon
Diggs has to make more.
Okay.
Just barely though. Stephen A. is bringing in cash.
Now, Stephen A. brings in a tremendous amount of money. And so does Pat McAfee. That's why their model is just, we'll pay these two guys a ton of stuff. We'll put them on a bunch of shows.
Yep.
And, this is Stephen A.'s really worried right now, like his presidential candidacy. He's worried. Did you see he's gone from being on Fox all the time. This is a new thing. He's going on, I'm the common sense guy. And now he wants to challenge. Did you see this?
The View?
No, Trump and J.D. Vance, he wants an open debate with them now.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, can you just do this?
Oh my God, that would be so embarrassing.
This is what I'm saying. This is like, come on, you've gotten way too full of yourself.
You're in a little over your head with fighting LeBron and debating Trump.
He's got.
Somebody.
Why can't you just talk? Dame Lillard is gone. Right. Okay, you at some point you have to ask yourself, how long is Giannis going to stay with the Bucks? Let's do that.
I think you're.
Emailed, okay. He should have never left the Boston
Celtics. You're
He
underestimating
should have never been gone from the Boston Celtics.
He's about to try to debate the Pope on religious theory. Just wait.
Just give time. I've got some serious questions about the Pope when he gets
better.
If he gets better, and we're praying for his recovery. But at the same time, it's time the Catholic Church has answered for some things that have been on my mind for quite some time. Oh, no, LeBron. Not now. You're going after the Catholic. You're going after the Pope.
All right, we got a break.
Tom Brady's way too full of himself.
Tom Brady is, yeah. Not you, Stephen A. Not you. All right, we got people. Travis, call back. We'll get you in on the other side. You want to talk Astros? Yeah, we told you to call. We'll call back. Julian, we'll get you in here as well, as long as you don't talk about the 49ers, because nobody gives a rat's ass. Time to talk underdog fantasy. People care about that.
People love underdog fantasy. People love underdog fantasy because they're making money. Anything that makes you money, you tend to really like. And with underdog fantasy, it's real simple. Use your sports knowledge and take a look at games. And take a look at how you think a game is going to go. And it could be March Madness. It could be opening day. Right now, baseball, opening day. We're kicking it off today. So you go to Underdog Fantasy and you go start looking at some of those stats, because you've got a chance to download the app. You use promo code Lance. They're going to give you up to $1,000 in bonus cash. And once you get your bonus cash, you can play that bonus cash in terms of the match of what they're going to give you, and you get a chance to win real money. You pick between 2 and a lot of times up to 6 or 7 players, but you can win as much as 1,000 times your original play. You go higher or lower on the statistics, higher or lower on those statistics that you find, and if you hit them right, you're going to win real money. It just continues to multiply and multiply and multiply. You can find the game, right now, Juan Soto, for example, 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs against the Astros. You going higher or lower? It's lefty on lefty. You going higher or lower? Yordan Alvarez to hit a home run. You can have higher than a half home run. You can go higher than 1.5 total bases. One double, and you're a winner. And it pays 1.12 times. So in other words, when you're putting that with another player, you're going to elevate your winnings. It's that easy. Use your knowledge. Use your sports knowledge. Make money. College basketball, pro basketball, Major League Baseball. It's all available right now at Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Travis, call back. We'll talk some Astros with you. Julian wants to get in here. He is on the line. Anybody else? Come on in. 713-780-3776. What's up, Julian?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I want to preface this with saying I'm not a Stephen A. Smith fan at all. but I think Lance has it wrong as far as who's inside whose head. LeBron went out of his way in the middle of a game to quote unquote punk Stephen A. Right?
No,
Let's just be honest,
to
that's
just
what he
talk to
did.
him. To go talk to him.
No.
Stephen A.
didn't
always
go
says.
Well,
there
he
to
go
go
to
there
put him
talk
to
him.
set him
Yeah,
straight. He
Stephen-
absolutely.
Well,
did.
how many times are they face to face?
Well, he could have
They're
seen him
never
after the
face-to-face.
game. He could have seen him after the game.
Everybody. Exactly.
Right.
He could have seen him after the game. He could have called him. He could have did something or whatever.
Yeah, he's
But
got his
he went
number.
out of his way to make it public, right? So
No,
on
he
top
just
of
went
that,
and talked to him.
then-
Stephen A. Smith brought it on his show.
No.
The day
No.
after.
He didn't
LeBron
just
made
go
it
talk
public.
to him, brother.
LeBron did it right in the middle of a game. He could have called him.
Hold on. You don't think it would have happened if he had it happen? Had it been after a game, you don't think cameras would have caught that?
No, he could have called him on the phone.
Well, one of the points.
I mean,
one
you
of
know
the
what?
well, one of the points being made in this thing is that Stephen A. said, "You can talk to me face to face because we don't talk over the phone anymore. So if you want to talk to me, we can talk face to face." And I think that was part of LeBron's approach. Okay, you want me to talk face to face? We can talk face to face. To John's point, it could have been done
So
after the game once you're
But
dressed.
Julian,
Stuff
how's
like
that?
happens.
How's he in his head? Like LeBron's joking and laughing,
the
and Stephen A.
reason why
Smith's
he's in his
almost
head-
about to start
look.
crying.
the reason why he's in his head is because he talked about his son professionally. He got his son in there. His son, he said, "Oh, I'll never stop someone from criticizing someone who's not performing." Your son's not performing, brother. He's not. He's not good enough. And yet last year you put it out there. You tweeted, "Oh, Bronny's better than most of these people in the league right now." It's hilarious. And it's been proven. We all see it that it's not that.
That's right. And now what?
So
That's
how
right.
is he
You mean, wait, are you breaking news that Bronny's not very good? Are you breaking this news?
No.
So
See,
what difference
you're
does it
twisting
make?
this right now? I'm
No,
you're
I'm
twisting
saying
this.
we all know
Right now, what I'm
this.
saying
Stephen A.
is-
Smith. But Julian, the point, you're missing the point. No one's saying that Stephen A. Smith didn't have it right about all that. That's irrelevant. He can't win this. He's got to stop trying to fight this fight left and right. That's the point. Like for him to go on
But the thing is,
and do a
LeBron
1.5 hour.
took it to heart and got soft. LeBron went out there. "Oh, you're talking about my son, my household."
He's
No,
always
not.
been soft like that.
Well,
that's not new. LeBron's not.
do we
hard.
know that it
But
wasn't?
what-
It
but what
do we
I'm
know that
saying
it
is
never became
he's in
personal?
LeBron's head.
I don't know. LeBron seems
yeah,
fine. He just made a game win. I don't think he's bogged that much by
I don't
Stephen A.
know.
Smith.
Like
He's in LeBron's head.
how he
LeBron
just
went
hit a
out of
game
his way
winner.
to
I don't
make
think-
them talk about
I
it.
Can't play.
I
feel like he's in your head right now, Julian.
LeBron seems fine. I don't know who's in whose head, but LeBron seems fine. We just know that Stephen A. devoted a lot of time on his show to LeBron James, and LeBron went on a show, said some things, and Stephen A. immediately responded. LeBron's main thing is to play basketball. I don't think whatever Stephen A. Smith is saying is affecting LeBron on the
can
court.
respond, but Stephen A. can't, right?
He
Is that
can-
what y'all
he can-
saying?
He
No, he
can,
can
but it's
respond.
going on and on and on and on and
I
on.
think the point is how
He's
long
not going to win this.
how long does Stephen A. Smith
LeBron
want to
went
fight
out of his
LeBron
way to go to
James?
Pat McAfee
Okay,
show to
let's.
talk about
I
it.
tell you what. You're right, Julian. Let's let Stephen A. keep saying his stuff and LeBron keep saying his stuff, and let's see what happens. Because I can tell you, Stephen A. Smith is like breaking down right now. This is a
But
bad
you're-
look
you're
for him.
thinking that I'm saying that. I'm not saying Stephen A. Smith is going to
I
win.
don't care what
but
you're saying.
talking
You think
about-
he's in his head. I don't care. I don't think he is. We have a difference of opinion, Julian. I don't think he. I just telling you. The only thing I care
Okay,
about. I
how
don't care
about
who's in whose
when
head.
has LeBron ever defended a teammate?
I'm not.
When did
I'm
he ever
not.
defend-
This
did
is
he
not
defend
about,
Russell
dude.
Westbrook?
Julian, you're making this about stuff it's not. I'm not defending LeBron.
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
he said- no, he
Stephen A.
said.
Smith, bro,
I'm
you got to
protecting
relax.
players.
Okay, Sean, I'm not gonna. Julian, you got to. I don't know why you're so upset about this. It's for real. I really don't know. I could give a crap less about LeBron, but I'm objective enough to tell you that he's a huge star. He's a great basketball player all the time. I think he's a fraud in many regards, but at the same time, I think Stephen A. Smith is too. And he's very popular too. But if you match popularities, it's a bad loss for Stephen A. Smith. As much as you think it, and we can think whatever we want about LeBron, it doesn't change the fact that this is not going to end well for Stephen A. Smith to keep doing this. And you know, one guy's sitting by himself in front of a camera, talking to the camera, and the other guy's having fun with other people. Like it's just, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah.
I thought first of all, LeBron had a great interview in general with Pat McAfee in general. And Stephen A. Smith, all his stuff was about LeBron James going on that show and talking about it. And it's just,
So
what do you think about what Julian just said?
I think that LeBron went about it wrong, but I think
I
think LeBron's a
initially?
phony. I think LeBron, yes.
Yeah, but where do you
LeBron's
think?
a phony.
Well, but see, I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't really have a comment on all of that. I just think where it stands now, Stephen A. Smith would be best just to Drake decided, okay, I'm gonna smooth this out.
Yeah.
This is not going to go well for me.
Yeah, no. Stephen A. is fighting a losing battle. I don't think there's any question about that. LeBron I'll tell you this. LeBron changed my attitude toward him a little bit yesterday.
It was a good look.
It was a good look for him. It was really good. I think he's a phony. I don't like LeBron.
He tries too hard for being a superstar. Dude, you shouldn't have to try that hard.
Giving him crap about the book, it's awesome.
And he played into it.
This is Chris Russo. It's Stephen A. in the box, Molly in the box. They got a 4-box.
And
Mad Dog, and Wendy and Brian Windhorst. They're all in the box. Chris Russo says, that's a great job by McAfee. Getting a guy in there for an hour. Who'd not want to talk to LeBron for an hour? Wendy can. He'd never come on with me. Windhorst says, he wouldn't come on with me. No, I don't think so. Stephen A. He'd probably harm somebody if they approached him about coming on with me.
He probably would
harm somebody. That would be fun. You know what? Stephen A. and LeBron for a half hour doing a back and forth. So who's not here for that?
I don't know. Man.
I'm here for it.
That's a lot of ego there.
That'd be great. The two of them, and then it'd be a love fest.
Look, at the end of the day,
it would turn into a love.
At the end of the day, Stephen A. is one of the biggest media members that there is right now, in the country. With that said, you're still not an athlete. You still, in your pecking order, you're lower than the people you're talking about. You just are. When it comes to stars.
Did you hear?
No, I know
he
doesn't.
Said. He said, when you're retired, no one's going to care about you.
I know.
Yeah, right. No, that's not.
Yeah, because no one cares about Jordan.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Israel wants to talk about LeBron. Hey, Israel.
What's up, fellas? Hey, LeBron, first of all, wasn't in the middle of the game. He got off the bench to see. That's just a lie right there. Now, Stephen A., they put the video out with 58 boxers. He looked like a clown. He was not. And Bronny is doing his thing. He making everybody look like he belonged there with the 55th pick. He is doing his thing. And in the G League, he's doing his thing.
He is good in the G League.
In the G League,
he is a good G Leaguer for sure.
Okay, well, you know what? And what is the number 3 pick? Shepard, what is he? Oh, he's hurt right now.
Oh, here we go.
He doesn't play.
All right, yo.
I forgot.
He's got a hand. He's got an injury.
No, he's averaging 38 a game at the G League.
Oh, yeah.
Reed Shepard, he was a G League Player of the Week, wasn't he?
Yeah, but guess what? Reed Shepard has actually contributed some at the big league in the NBA.
Ronnie did have that 17-point game, but
in a blowout.
17 points. I'm just joking. I don't care about the Bronny conversation all that much anyway.
Right. I don't know. Is Israel still there?
No, he's gone.
Okay. I don't know what Israel's final point was going to be, but unless it was just to try to go to Reed Shepard talk again, which is kind of the funniest thing in the world. This guy's not even in a rotation, and it's the most. We were just having a Bronny versus Reed Shepard battle.
Mm-hmm.
A battle of nothing.
Right. I'm gonna take Reed in that one.
I will, I guess. He doesn't play. Bronny's in the G League. Why is that even a topic?
Yeah, right. Well, he doesn't play because he's had an injury. He's been injured but
he wasn't always playing even when he wasn't.
Injured. No. But Ime said apparently it's calcified and he's going to be back pretty soon. So coming to the rescue, Israel. Watch Reed Shepard save the season for your Houston Rockets.
Do you think when he's back active, Cam Whitmore just pats a chair and goes, welcome back. You can sit right next to me. Do you think he does that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
And I'm averaging like a point a minute, and I can't play.
I can't play. And you sit right next to me.
And Jay Sean says on the end because I'm right here now.
Yeah.
Jay
Sean would get in a game before.
Jay Sean would get in a game before Reed or Cam.
Yeah, he would.
And that's bad. Time to take a break. 713-780-3776. Astros opening day. You want to talk about it? Get in. 713-780-3776. Wow. That's it. An open to our show. That's dumb, Jeremy.
I've
dumb,
already
dumb,
apologized to Jeremy
You
for
did?
that.
Did you?
Yeah, he's smart and he's the best at baseball talk. And he's right. Jose Altuve sucks.
He didn't say Jose Altuve.
He did not say that.
He intimated.
No, he did not. He said he doesn't know.
Oh, he said Cam Smith.
He's
sucks.
a,
That's
no,
what
he didn't say that either.
No, he didn't say
Well,
that.
he intimated that Jose Altuve is too
He's
stupid to know if Cam Smith
no,
is good.
he's a poor evaluator of talent. You
That
can't trust
Jose
him.
Altuve, you can't trust.
You can't trust.
If you can't trust him,
Like-
who was he backing?
Like the Hornets
Cam
fans,
Smith.
Hornets fans can't trust Michael Jordan. You can't trust Altuve to evaluate
That's right.
talent.
I can't trust him. I can't trust Cam Smith now because Jose Altuve put a stamp.
Well, you can just watch Cam Smith. and
I'm going to
see.
watch Cam Smith fail. I'm going to be like, Jeremy wins again.
This doesn't sound like an apology.
I already did.
Okay.
Now Niles got me fired up because Niall is claiming.
No,
that
you don't know that it's
This
true.
is what the streets. The
No,
Niall
you can't
streets are
say
saying.
it. Don't say it because you don't know that it's true.
Why'd Niall say it to us?
Because Niall
He's
could
allowed
say
to.
that. He's
He's not-
allowed
he's
to.
not on the radio.
Irresponsible to say Dollar Dog cuts off at a certain time.
He's now saying
No, it
it's
was
been changed.
Wednesdays,
It was
wasn't it?
Wednesday, wasn't that?
Well,
Dollar
it
Dog
had
night?
been Tuesday, then it moved to Wednesday,
Wednesday?
and then it's back to Tuesday. it sounds
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah.
Does it say anything about for a limited time, Niall? No. So, Niall, you're bringing misinformation to
Now,
the show.
just keep your mouth shut over there. You're saying a lot of stuff that's not.
Okay.
You need to have the filter.
Hey, at some point now, Lance is going to do this to you, okay?
No,
like
I
he
won't.
does to Jeremy.
No, I
Throw
won't.
double rods at you.
No, I just was protecting our guy Altuve. I don't like the if Jeremy's even an Astros fan.
Ooh, look at
I
that.
don't like local
Ooh.
fans telling Altuve that he's a sucker and a loser.
Wow.
That's how I
I
wow.
don't think that was what he was saying.
That's how I read it.
Wow.
Okay.
That's how you read
That's how I,
That's how
it was, if you read in between the lines.
uh-huh.
Hmm.
That's how you read the room?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't
It's
know.
already tough enough they got that little guy in left field.
Uh-huh.
By the way, speaking of little guy in left field, Todd Callis was on the Killer Bees yesterday. And see, Sean Mapes a great producer. I know that he listens to verbal cues.
Yeah.
And the verbal
Unlike,
cues, he
unlike our
scrambles.
other producer.
He scrambles to the
I'm just sitting here.
You know,
I don't
to
know.
the-
I
to
just,
the audio.
I just
And
put
I'm
this entire production together.
Lance
for
is
sure.
Lance is coming up on you and start swinging.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to
Yeah.
show you.
Okay.
Look,
Trust me, if he put his hands on me, I was going to swing immediately.
don't worry. I've got video of you swinging. I'll put up on my Instagram just to prove a point. This man wouldn't touch me. Put it up on
Did you
Instagram.
see this? The Stephen A. punches?
Yes. That's what,
Did you see that with the boxing?
That's what LeBron put up on his Instagram after the game.
Yeah, that's what he's referring to. Stephen A's doing these boxing stuff, and he's. I'll show it to
It's
you.
really bad.
He was posting his own boxing,
Oh,
boxing
I
training.
know.
Anyway, we know Jose Altuve has been in left field, and he's had some different moments and whatnot. And Todd Callis was asked about these different moments for Jose Altuve and how he thinks he's performed in left field. And here's what the announcer for the Houston Astros had to say with Jeremy Branham and Joel Blank.
It's been a mixed bag. I'll be honest. There's been some really good and some not so good. And I think Altuve had a lot of chances to try and test a lot of different areas in left field in spring training. So what I saw, which was really good, was him going back on balls, on fly balls. And it didn't look like he was afraid of the wall, and he was going into the left center field gap with great speed. But think about Altuve. Even though he's 34 years old, he still runs 30-plus feet per second, which is elite in the major league. So his speed is fine, and he's going to be able to track down fly balls. The balls that gave him trouble, it seemed, were the balls that were slicing from left-handed hitters towards the line, kind of towards his backhand. And then we really didn't get to see him test that arm in the outfield. That'll be something that has to play during the course of the season as well.
So another thing was that they're playing a lot of day games there, and I think that affected Altuve dropping
30
balls.
feet per second is
No.
running 10 yards a second. You want to do the math on that?
No, he's running a four flat 40.
Yeah, obviously your start time, you're not going to run the same. We have what's called the flying 20.
Right.
From the 10-yard line to the 30-yard line, or from 10 to 30, 20 yards called the flying 20. But then, so I'm assuming he's going to win the SEC Indoor Championship in the 60. If we lengthen it out at that speed, that little guy's going to win an SEC Indoor
Good for him.
Championship.
Good on him.
Is there a chance that he qualifies for the Olympics in 100 meters?
No. Stop. Listen.
I'm just doing the math on it.
30 feet per second.
I obviously Todd has these numbers because the Astros have all the numbers. Todd has these numbers. It's accurate. It's just crazy to think about. He's running that fast. Although he's fast, I don't doubt that he's fast. The problem is, as he mentioned, slicing balls off the left-hand bat. These are things that you don't learn in a spring training. Like if you've never played in the outfield, there's a lot that you have to learn about tracking a baseball. It's a substantially different job than going to, like, you either have that innately, you have ball tracking, or you don't. And it can be learned. I mean, it can be learned, but it takes a lot of experience.
Yeah, I think the sun played a role in it too.
Probably.
I think so.
But
because he got to balls and just dropped them. And so that's I don't foresee that during the regular season. I don't. Yeah.
Do you see?
Well, the arm is going to be a problem.
And he even said we haven't seen the arm.
No, we haven't seen it.
We haven't seen the arm.
He's going to come running up on a base hit and see whether or not he can throw him out.
There's going to be some moments.
God, I hope he does. I hope he just shuts everybody up.
That he plays well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope so too. Yeah. I mean, for the team's sake.
Yeah.
I think when he makes a mistake, it'll be amplified. But
it's just
he just needs to just make the regular play.
It just doesn't make any sense. Dubon can play left and Altuve can play second.
Yeah, Jose's better. Jose's going to be better at second. Dubon's going to be better in the outfield for the team.
Well, Dubon can play.
For the team. No, Dubon can play both, but does the team figure to be better with Dubon in second and Altuve in left? I just have a hard time believing that defensively that is their best alignment as opposed to the other way around.
Right.
But especially as it pertains to the arm. But we'll see. I mean, the Astros, very rarely is a second baseman going to make a throw that really gives you the data that you need, other than, if it's a deep shot in the right field corner and it's a second base cutoff. If they use a second base cutoff instead, I guess that would show you the throw from the second baseman to third. I guess that would give you an idea of arm, maybe velocity.
Or home.
How many throws
home,
does he?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if he's playing up, if you're playing back, you're not throwing home most times. Oh, well, yeah. And a cutoff, if he has to throw home. You get an idea of velocity. I don't know if you get an idea of total distance.
Yeah.
Does he strike you as somebody who's got big velocity on the arm? Not me.
Man, I'll tell you who did. It was Jordan. It just is a shame that, like we were talking about a little bit yesterday, Jordan can throw people out now. Jordan was he was decent in the out. He was actually okay. People were scared to run on him.
Right.
There ain't going to be anybody scared to run on Tuve or Jake. It's going to be, I don't know. This defensive alignment is, it just doesn't make much sense to me. I don't get it.
I know.
I just don't
it doesn't. But let's hope Joe Espada knows more than us.
Yeah.
I mean, he should know more than
he
us.
should, but I doubt it.
He should. It's just this doesn't make a lot of sense. But maybe, all I've heard about is Altuve's an embarrassment at second base defensively. So the metrics say that. So I guess you got to get him out of there, get him someplace where he won't be as big a factor.
Speaking of an embarrassment defensively, Rafael Devers is DHing. He is the everyday DH in Bregman's.
Wait a minute. I remember a certain statement he made very early.
I played
spring.
third.
I played third.
I played third.
Well, I
played third.
I played third.
I'm going to go with
I played third.
Third.
No, Billy Brown plays third.
I don't know if he would say that either.
I played third.
No, he does. He said it actually at the golf tournament. He said he walked up to the table. He said, "I played third."
So he claims that he plays third, but he's actually playing DH now because the actual guy who plays third is a Gold Glove.
Who would have thought that their big signing this offseason, who was a Gold Glove winner, will be the one they want to play third base?
And the other guy was the worst third baseman over the last 5 years.
Who could have imagined?
Was he really
this
actually the worst?
80 runs allowed.
Yeah,
80.
He sucked against the Astros last year.
Yes. No, he's bad.
I tell you what, the Astros had a lot of luck with bad. Now, we had that one game where we were the error factory when Whitcomb.
Yeah.
Where Whitcomb was like setting records for errors in an inning. But it seemed like the Astros really benefited from some bad defense last year. I remember thinking, man, there's some.
Well, the Marlins, remember that Marlins series? They were the worst.
Marlins were bad. But who was it in the playoffs that are known for being a bad defensive team? Who did we play in the first round of the playoffs?
Oh, the Yankees were dropping balls, remember?
Yankees,
yeah, they were terrible.
No, we didn't play the Yankees last year.
But they remember in the World Series, they were Judge runs in and drops the ball.
Yeah, in the ALCS, yeah. You're
No,
talking
in
about
the World
when we
Series.
played,
no.
when they did.
Yeah.
Well, but when we played them in ALCS, they haven't been great. But who Who did the Astros play in the first round last
Tigers.
year?
The Tigers only one round.
No. Okay.
Never mind.
Obviously, I'm going to the year before.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, the year before.
Never mind. Zadok Jewelers is what you need to talk about now.
Zadok Jewelers is a company with that's it's obviously family owned and operated, the Zadok family, and I learned about their history. I saw. I met all the Zadok children and in-laws, who work there. It is a complete family affair, and it's very important to them that they continue to have the most elite quality of product, the best designers. They have the best selection. They have some of the best pricing for you for this quality of diamond, for this quality of design. It's unbelievable, and they are a boutique location for a lot of designers. So what that means is they have unique pieces that no one else is going to have. And that's something that really stands out for people who love good jewelry. If you are looking for something that's really going to splash and sparkle and really make her happy this year, I promise you Zadok is can't miss. And it's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. But for any occasion, you've got an opportunity to be at your very best with Zadok Jewelers. You walk in there and they walk you through the entire process, and you're good to go. It's Zadok Jewelers, ZADOK, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadok Jewelers.
Now back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 East River 9, 713-780-3776. Sean, tell us if we got anybody on the line. We were more than happy to go to them. Oh, Sean, I put it in there. Will Campbell came after your ass.
Me?
Yesterday.
Uh-oh.
The tackle?
Yeah.
Well, maybe
Guard? Oh, maybe that's why.
He's got a Velociraptor arms.
He's got T-Rex
well, he's
arms.
sub 33. But do you know that he's not working out at all? I talked to somebody in the front office yesterday who said this dummy Will Campbell's not even working out, not once.
Good for
not
him.
even doing field work.
I got tape.
By the way, well, you know where he's fallen now?
Yeah.
Remember when everyone had him 4? No more.
Well, okay.
Yeah, good. I've got tape too. That's why he's a first rounder, but he's not a top 5, top 6 pick.
So
and he's not better than Mimbo either.
Will Campbell yesterday met the media and the left tackle for LSU.
Or guard in the pros.
Well, he had this to say to Lance Zierlein.
You as a prospect? For 2 years, nobody had any measurements on me, and nobody said anything about my play. So now all of a sudden, an arm length decides if I'm a good player or not. I think it's BS. But, any decision makers in the NFL, they don't really care. It's all, people who don't coach, and they don't coach for a reason.
Right there.
Why don't you coach?
Right there.
What's the reason you don't coach,
Yeah.
I
Lance?
watched this tape.
Those who can't don't
but he
coach.
really does struggle. Like on tape, he really does struggle. Landon Jackson beat the piss out of him. When Arkansas played him, Landon beat him badly. He and Emory Jones had so many issues in pass pro, and I think that's one of the reasons he's a really tough guy. He doesn't bend real well, and he plays real upright. Anyone who watched LSU knows he stands almost upright at the snap. Which that's why I question that, how does he bend and play guard? I think he can bend better than that. I just don't know why he plays so tall pad level. Really tough guy. Good run blocker. My dad did coach Will, and he was an offensive line coach in the league for years, won a Super Bowl, and told me one of his biggest concerns, he said, people who don't coach will diminish arm length. People who do coach on the professional level and collegiate level will tell you arm length is really important because the first in. Now, you can work your way around it by having quick hands and great timing, but you got to be first in. If you're not first in with your hands, if the other guy gets in your chest first, then all of a sudden you're playing Spanky. The Little Rascals where the guys where Butch was holding Spanky's head and he's swinging like that. That's what happens. And so that's why you don't see many Joe Thomas is out there. Like Joe Thomas is a one of one. There's not a lot of guys. Rashawn Slater's really good, but everyone brings up the greatest who have ever done it, acting like every player is going to be Rashawn.
Yeah, but Will
Slater.
Campbell's a pretty good player.
And look, he gets trained by Duke Manyweather, who I'm a friend of Duke's. Rashawn Slater's great. Rashawn Slater had impeccable hand timing. I didn't see bad tape on him. Rashawn Slater, and he didn't even play his last year. He had COVID year. Rashawn Slater had phenomenal tape. Will Campbell doesn't have phenomenal tape. He just doesn't. People who say he does, they're not watching the games. Will Campbell,
Todd McShay likes him.
Will Campbell just doesn't.
Does he?
He just doesn't. He just doesn't have great hand timing, and so it's going to potentially be an issue. But we'll see. He just needs to tighten up his pass sets. If he can be less reactive and more aggressive with his sets, I think he'll be in pretty good shape. But I think his mindset's so good. I talked to somebody yesterday who thinks Kelvin Banks could end up being the first tackle off the board. I've heard this now twice. But the same guy, one of the same guys who thinks that, he also doesn't really believe in his mindset. He goes, Will Campbell's just a lot more of a tough guy. And he said, I heard great things about, he said, Kelvin Banks had a great workout, a great individual workout, and he may be the first tackle off the board. He said, I just don't know if he's mentally as tough as he needs to be. And
is that a shot at the Longhorns and their mentality and their culture? Yeah, I think so.
It's a shot at Kelvin Banks. But I know this. Will
Doesn't like
Campbell's
Quinn Ewers.
Quinn Ewers.
But you can be a tough guy, but at the same
Quinn
time,
Ewers a tough guy?
I had Kelvin Banks slightly ahead, either tied. I think I have him tied with Will Campbell. To me, in most drafts, they'd be in the 20s, 28.
Oh,
25,
Sean has
somewhere
an
like that.
ugly name. Kelvin Tunsil?
Didn't care.
No, Tunsil was
So you
better.
got the what?
Tunsil's a lot better than Kelvin.
Wait a minute. How's he dressed? We don't know. You don't know, Sean.
I can look at his IG right now.
Sean.
Well, you know who Kelvin Banks is.
How does he dress, Sean?
He's going to dress good.
Did
You know who his
see?
agent is?
Who?
David Mulgeta.
Oh, he's going to dress real
He's
nice.
going to dress nice.
Real
Yeah.
nice. Let's get Keith in here. He's been waiting. He wants to talk about the NFL draft. Hey, Keith.
Keith hung up.
You got Chris in the Woodlands?
Yeah, we
Wants to talk NFL draft? All right. Chris in the Woodlands, what up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. Love the show. Hey, man, the Will Campbell thing kind of irks me, Lance, and you kind of touched on it a little bit, but like some of these players these days, they get the fact that like Lance Zierlein never played NFL football, so you can't be knowledgeable about anything. I mean, I could be wrong, so please correct me. Was Andy Reid an all-pro NFL player like when he was younger, or is he just a fat guy?
No, but I don't. That stuff doesn't. That stuff rolls off my back.
You know,
and Will Campbell wasn't necessarily talking about me. I mean, I've got a scouting report out there, but honestly, Chris, everyone is saying this about Will Campbell because it is an oddity in the NFL for somebody with arms shorter than 33 inches to start at tackle in the league. It's just an oddity, and there's a reason it's an oddity because historically it doesn't work.
I agree. My draft question was, yesterday I saw Todd Gay talk about Matthew Golden, the receiver out of Texas, and he was comparing him almost to Tyreek Hill. And I wanted to see what you thought his draft stock might be, and is there a chance that he could be this year's Tank Dell in the draft? And I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Well, I don't know what this year's Tank Dell means. He went in the third round.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that means, this year's Tank Dell.
That's what Todd McShay said?
He said, I didn't hear it, but we just, according to
I didn't
Chris,
see
he's saying
it came up
Tyreek Hill.
It came up yesterday where
he's much
Todd
thicker.
loves.
He's not even.
He's not. He doesn't play. So the stopwatches in the league had him. So there's a rumor going around that the stopwatches were wrong. That the official timing it didn't start on time, and so I checked in because I was up where we get changed and all that stuff. Is one of the suites up in Lucas Oil Stadium.
The draft guys go get changed at the stadium
to do TV. And so whenever we have to take, go to the makeup area and do all that stuff. And so up there because Steve Sarkisian was getting ready to go be on television with Daniel Jeremiah and Rich Eisen. So Steve Sarkisian was in our little area, and so was Brandon Harris, his personnel guy. And I was in there. So Sark was on the phone to somebody. He walked out. Matthew Golden ran, and it said a 4.3. I want to say at first it said a 4.30 because then it got changed to a 4.29 official. And Brandon Harris like, oh my God, I can't believe this. I said, you didn't. I said, holy crap, that's fast. I'd heard that he was training fast, that he might break a 4.4 in his training. I think they thought he could go to a 4.38. So Brandon Harris was freaking out. He's like, I cannot believe this. And Sark comes in. He goes, Coach, you know what Golden just ran? A 4.30. He goes, what? He goes, he ran a 4.30. They could not believe it. They're like, no way. He ran faster than Bond? They couldn't believe it. So when I heard that there was a little rumor that maybe the time was off, I checked in on it because I thought, oh, did he run like a 4.40? No, the hand time still had him at 4.34, 4.35, which is really, really fast. So the hand time still had him. They did not have, and this is like three different NFL teams said, no, he ran closer to 4.34, 4.35, which is still blazing fast. It's not Tyreek fast. But if you hear someone talk about this, that hit Matthew Golden's time was off because that's the new conspiracy theory, it was maybe off a little bit, but it wasn't off from how fast he is.
All I know,
but he's not Tyreek. He doesn't play Tyreek fast.
All I know is Todd McShay's not married to a Longhorn, and yet he has Jadon Barron.
You're not
going to get me Matthew
today.
Golden.
You're trying to get me this whole segment. You're not going to get me.
All right.
Todd McShay.
I
don't care what Todd McShay says.
Okay, you are not high enough
Matthew
on the Longhorns.
Golden,
Maybe it's because your wife was pissed at you last night.
I've had Matthew Golden as a top wide receiver this whole time. I don't know.
Sounds like someone's in someone's head.
But Luther Burden is better. I think Luther Burden is better than him, though.
Todd McShay's in your head, maybe. Okay.
Not really.
I don't know.
It's
I don't
not
know.
a great wide receiver draft.
I don't
Even
know.
Matthew Golden,
We don't know. You don't know.
I don't think Matthew Golden's going to be.
You
a
don't
top
know
wide
if Tyreek
receiver. He's
Hill's
definitely
a
not
guy.
going to be. He's definitely not going to
Well.
be Tyreek Hill. I can tell you this: Matthew Golden will not be.
I
Tyreek
congratulate you on powering through his nonsense.
Hill. He's not going to get me mad about. Will Campbell said this about you. Good try, Gallagher. I know your moves. This is too easy. Like you're not even.
Well, he
slick
was
about it.
direct. Wait, before you came on, you go. Oh, as soon as I said Will Campbell, you went to the little
But
Velociraptor
because you
arms.
told me he's talking about you.
T-Rex arms.
Oh, yeah, he's a short arm guy. What do you want to? What do you want
my
to say?
God.
And Duke is.
He didn't say it was tough though.
No,
He
he's
did
tough as
credit-
hell. He's a good football player. The question is, can he handle? See, I'm going to keep taking this back to actual football talk. You're not going to like it. I'm going to keep taking it to real draft talk. If you try to get
I
me
don't like
mad,
that.
I'm going to just talk.
I'm
to
not
it.
interested
Like
in it
Matthew
either, honestly.
Golden.
I'm not here for
So
that.
hold
No.
on. So Todd McShay said Matthew Golden is like Tyreek Hill.
That's according to Chris. I didn't hear it. I don't know what he said.
I mean, that's outlandish. First of all, they're built totally different. B, they have totally different speed profiles on tape. Like they're not even close to being the same player.
All right. Let's break. Let's talk. John Daspit. That's what we need to talk about.
Yeah,
now.
John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. When is the last time that you or someone you knew was in an auto accident? When it happens, I can tell you this. I've been lucky enough not to be in any serious ones, but I did have a son. My brother got hit by an 18-wheeler years ago, and he was lucky enough to escape serious damage, but he was hurt a little bit. And at that time, that would be one of those things. You get hit by an 18-wheeler, you're in a bad accident where you're injured. You have to go to the hospital. You need to call John Daspit. And let me tell you why. 713 call now. The reason you do this is because this is an opportunity for you to make sure that all of your hospital bills are paid for, that all of the considerations about because sometimes with the injury, you get hurt and the adrenaline flows and you can't tell how hurt you are. You've all been through this before. And then later on when it wears off, you start realizing, man, my neck and back really hurts right now. Well, hopefully it's just strained. But if it's something more severe, if there is a stress fracture, if there's something that's happened to the vertebrae, you need to have it looked at. You need to have it worked on. You need to have it rehabbed, or you may need to have surgery. That's why you wait and you make sure that you figure all these things out, as opposed to having an insurance company come in and try to scribble off a quick check and get you to sign on the dotted line so they no longer have any accountability. Make sure that John Daspit is the one looking into that for you, so everything gets taken care of that needs to get taken care of the right way. You need someone who's going to fight the insurance company on your side, and that's a Daspit Law Firm. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Oh, did you guys see the video of the cyber truck driving down the street and it goes by? He put Toyota on the back. Yeah,
I've seen it. I've seen it.
That is so good. That is so funny. I wonder if anybody will key it. No, it's a Toyota. How about, is this true? Tell me this isn't true. Or tell me, I don't know. I really don't care. That the Browns are trying to get Dak Prescott?
So I sent Mapes the audio here. And the reason it came up is there is a host. I don't know who this guy is, but he's
the
got
bald guy, this guy?
Yeah, an older guy.
The Cincinnati red shirt on?
Yeah.
Bruce Denman. Bruce Drennan.
Yeah, I think he's let me just do a quick Google search on him. How do you spell his last name?
Drennan.
Yeah. So Bruce Drennan is an American sportscaster based in Cleveland, a former Major League Baseball announcer, NBA
that's
announcer,
the Cleveland,
and sports radio personality.
That's the Guardians logo. Not
Drennan hosted sports talk shows on this station, and this station.
Okay.
So that's who he is. He's 74 years old.
He says,
well, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
So I assume you have it, Sean. I sent it to you, but I don't know if you put it in.
He's got it.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, he's not.
Here
it's
was
not Dell you're dealing with, Sean.
I mean, what a look for me today.
Here is Bruce Drennan, who is a sports talk host and longtime Cleveland sports guy, talking about what would be a shocking trade for the Browns.
Get ready for this one. I got a pretty darn good source.
Good darn source.
Within the Browns organization. Couple. I heard since our last show that part of the reason Myles Garrett was so willing to sign this extension for contract, money. The Browns are negotiating as we speak with the Dallas Cowboys for a trade for Dak Prescott. And Garrett got all giddy about it. Why, I don't know. We're not going anywhere with Prescott, even if they pull it off. Newsom's part of it, and draft picks. Now, Prescott has a hamstring injury as we speak, and he may not be ready for the start of training camp. But this comes from a couple of different sources.
Pretty.
And take it for what it's worth. If it does come about, remember where you heard it first.
Okay. Now let's be in the real world. Do you know what the dead cap hit is if they traded Dak Prescott? Let's just say they traded him post June 1st. Well, let's say they traded him pre-June 1st.
Mm-hmm.
His dead cap number is $148 million.
That's
His cap hit is $52. So it would be a $95 million cap hit if they traded him.
Worth it. Get that
before
loser
June
off
1st.
the team.
If they traded him after June 1st, which
what are they giving up for him? Deshaun?
Newsom and picks is what he said.
Now this is interesting.
The corner.
Now, I will say,
How about Deshaun?
The Cowboys. You want to trade those guys for each other?
Now this is actually pretty interesting. If they trade, they actually save $2 million if they trade him after June 1st. I don't know how that math works out, but I guess because so much of the money is already guaranteed him that the Cowboys have to pay him. But it actually would be a $2 million cap savings if they traded Dak after June 1st. I have a pretty good source too, who just said, not true. And this guy's a pretty good
there was
source.
a media pushback. James
instantly,
Slater said two sources told her not going to happen.
And she's got Cowboy sources.
Yeah. So doesn't look like it's going to happen, but I appreciate the dramatics from Bruce Drennan. Would Brown fans be excited? Like if you found out that your team was trading for Dak Prescott, even if you are in Browns hell, which has been your entire life, are you excited about Dak Prescott coming to town?
More than what?
Yeah, more than what you have.
Shador
but do you
or whatever
think
else.
that Dak Prescott's changing anything really there?
Yeah,
Like,
I think
what's
he
going to
gives.
happen
I think he gives you a chance to make the playoffs.
Wait,
in that division?
Who's their quarterback right now?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you have Dak Prescott,
No, if you don't.
it's just good Lord. Well, that's why a lot of people say Shador Sanders, because they're just saying, what else are they going to do? They don't have a
What do
quarterback.
they have?
Right now, I don't even know that they've really got a functional quarterback.
Is Kenny Pickett there?
It's Kenny Pickett. That's it. They have Deshaun Watson and Kenny Pickett. And they don't have Deshaun Watson. They have Kenny Pickett as a free agent. That's why everyone believes that Shador Sanders could very well be the pick there at 2. Because what else?
It almost has to be.
Well, that's why I actually thought, man, maybe this Dak Prescott, there's something to it. But then you would have to do it. So it is interesting. Your cap hit is enormous for the Cowboys. They can't possibly do it before June 1st, but they could do it afterwards. So you could theoretically make a trade like that. And what he said was, and I would imagine, maybe you give up your second pick to the Cowboys and you get maybe you flip-flop first is what you'd have to do. But the Cowboys have, and then you'd have to give them your second from this year and maybe another pick as well. Because Cowboys still have a pretty good pick at 12. Like, that's still, as a matter of fact, I think it's a better pick than. Well, 2 is good if you're going to get Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. Cam Ward or Shador, I don't think anyone has those from a grade standpoint, but they play a really important position. So that's why they get pushed up. But Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter, and Ashton Genty, who's a running back, are going to have the 3 highest grades in this year's draft. So anybody who gets one of those 3 guys are getting the best players in this draft. That's why the Patriots are sitting there like, oh my God, we got Drake May last year, but now we don't have to worry about quarterback. Yeah. And we're going to end up they got a great chance of getting Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. They got a great shot of it. As long as those 2 quarterbacks go on the first 3 picks.
Yeah. I think it's I had heard left tackle or Graham.
But they have, we'll see. I think they would. Let me tell you.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if Membo wasn't there.
If a quarterback's sitting there, they'll try to. No, Membo was my pick. Now he's a right tackle, though.
Yeah.
I gave him that in my last mock draft because it's just like he's better than Campbell. And he's got, he's sub 34 arms, but Membo is, I just thought he was a little bit safer than Campbell. And so my first one, I went Campbell there. I didn't love it, but I just went Campbell there. And the second one, I went Membo. And now I'm starting to think, man, if Shador Sanders goes in the top 3, which they have to be praying he does, then they're going to either get Travis Hunter.
All right, I want to ask you a Texans question on the other side and see what you think of it. Right now, though, we got to talk about HRP. HRP.net, 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out here on ESPN 97.5. HRP is what I'm talking about here right now. HRP is awesome for your business. HRP is awesome for our business. We love HRP. We've loved HRP for, man, I think we're going on 12, 13, 14 years with HRP. We were with another company, a payroll company early on, and we started growing as a company, went from 25 to 75 employees, and they were like, no, no, you're still the same price. And we were like, wait a minute. We are growing as a business, and you guys aren't going to – that's just silly. HRP said, no, we grow with you as well. It doesn't matter how big your business is, 5,000, 50,000 branches in different states. It doesn't matter. HRP figures it out. They figure it out. The Affordable Care Act, HRP has experts in the Affordable Care Act. HRP is a well-tuned machine. It's a well-oiled machine that just keeps on running and makes your business run better. It just does. It makes our business run better. It'll make your business run better as well. You're looking for a payroll company? We got one, okay? HR company, tax company, all of it. And then they'll help you with the benefits packages as well. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back, East River 9. What a great place. I mentioned JT went on a date here. It's just a great place because, I mean, you got food, dinner, you got a bar, you got TVs, you've got pickleball. You can go and go to the driving range and hit balls. You can play the course, whatever. It's just 9 holes. It's not. I mean, it's a great place.
Did he bring her here to hand him clubs? Is she a golfer?
She's athletic.
Okay.
And she I think she misunderstood the whole thing. She wore heels, but she took them off and she was hitting balls. He said she was good.
She misunderstood it.
Yeah.
She wore heels.
She didn't know what East River 9 was.
She didn't know. Yeah, she said we're gonna go. Yeah, to a golf facility, and she was like,
She
okay.
put on heels for that?
Do you want your okay? If you're young, John, not now, obviously. Do you want your girl that you're dating, if you were in your 20s, your mid 20s,
Yeah.
you want her being athletic, being able to hit golf balls or take a shot or jumper or
is that appealing to you?
That doesn't matter. That never mattered to me.
okay, so you don't care one way or another.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if she can get in pickup games with guys and run it and hold the court? I mean, she's not the best player there, but she's also, of the 5, she's the 4th best.
Yeah. I don't know. Then I'm not sure because then she'd want to do stuff with me all the time.
See, now this is why I'm asking the question.
Would you want a sports fan girl in your 20s?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I would like a sports fan.
Okay. But not someone who's capable.
Not necessarily someone
Would
who
you
wants
like somebody
who wants to play ball.
who
I'm laying on the couch here.
Would you like somebody
in your 20s?
I don't want to play.
Hold on. Would you like somebody who cusses at the TV if her defense gives up 3 yards?
Yeah.
That feels very specific.
Then you would love Nicole because she can be up. Her team, Longhorns, can be up 42-0. And they can give up a 3-yard run, and it get him. What are we doing? You're up 42.
Anthony Reed.
They gained 3 yards.
Anthony
What's
Hill,
the problem?
He misread that counter. Anthony Hill misread that counter. Gave him 3 yards. He needs a stern talking to.
He does need a stern talking to. Yeah, I didn't care about the athletic thing.
Okay.
What she look like? I didn't care. That's
well,
all.
that is important.
That is
so
a big deal.
She doesn't need to be athletic.
Yeah.
Caring about
what
sports
she
helps.
look like, or what does she? What kind of person is she?
No, you heard him.
That's what kind of person. Trust me, I went with a lot.
Bad people.
Not great
Attractive,
people.
awful people.
Not great people. Didn't care.
Went out with.
Yeah.
Did a lot of work there. A lot of heavy lifting, but went out with.
I may have left the house a couple times.
In Green Bay, I bet you could meet some nice girls.
No, Green Bay,
I bet you can meet some good salted people.
Nice people.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to lower your standards there, boy.
You do.
You really gotta. Yeah. Really lower your standards.
I bet they drink beer.
Oh yeah, they do. Okay. I saw somebody that gave the Texans Josh Simmons. Gray Zabel, Josh Simmons, and Donovan Jackson are all on the board. Who would you take? If you're the Texans GM.
Man, that's a hard one. I might take Gray
So
Zabel.
for those you don't know, Donovan Jackson's a guard from Ohio State. Josh Simmons, tackle from Ohio State. Gray Zabel, North Dakota State.
Yeah, and he played tackle, but he projects as a center or guard. I might take Zabel, and I have him rated lower than the other two.
I got nobody taking the Zabel. Everybody I see will not take Zabel.
But Zabel was really good at the Senior Bowl. He can play center or guard. He's 6'5". He has good size. He can play center or guard.
And he was dominant.
He was dominant, and he's good in pass pro. I'm not 100% sure that the Texans have their center. When we talk about the guards, I'm not sure center's fixed right now. So this is a guy who can play center or guard. I might consider him. Now, right off the rip, I'm thinking Donovan Jackson. I don't know that Josh Simmons is going to be on the board. I don't know that he has the swarm mentality. So this is apparently a real thing. I think in the building they use the frame swarmy. Does he swarm? Does he have swarm? It feels cringy to me, but this is a real, like a D'Amico thing. D'Amico wants
even
that
offensively?
to be. Yes, mentality.
Okay.
Is swarm is what it means. It's a mentality. It could be, what is it, an acronym? I don't know what it stands for. Saving, I don't know. I can't.
Sorry, I'm not shaking my head at you. I'm shaking my head at some of our listeners and what they want out of a girl.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's not great.
Just read Coach Reese. Not on the air.
Yeah.
Just read what Coach Reese.
We'll read it in a
wrote.
second.
Yeah.
So I don't know that Josh Simmons has that swarm mentality, but I can tell you this. There's a lot of people in football who say Trent Brown is a fat POS.
Wow.
And has no business in football.
Who?
Trent Brown.
There are people who say Trent Brown has no prayer of making that Texans team. They don't work for the Texans, but Trent Brown is not beloved in NFL circles. He may just be a camp body, to be honest with you. Cam Robinson, who was not great on tape, according to this evaluator, also, I think he gives you a chance not to have to reach a tackle. Let's say Josh Simmons isn't swarm, and he doesn't have to
swarmy.
If he's not swarmy, and so he's off the board. Now you're at Kelvin Banks. And by the way, D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio were both at Texas Pro Day. They were both there. Because you could use a cornerback and Jahdae Barron. Like, hey, if you surprised everyone and went Barron in the first round at 25 and you moved and we made the move of Kamari Lassiter inside the guard, I think it's a long shot. But let's just say Lassiter went to nickel and Petrie went and competed with Jimmy Ward for a strong safety spot. Man, I would love that. That'd be great. I don't think it'll happen. I think the Texans are going to decide between Donovan Jackson, Tyler Booker, guard, and Gray Zabel, center guard. I think two of those three could very well be off the board. There's a chance that two of them will still be on the board. I don't think there's any
Tyler
chance
Booker is swarmy.
Very much so.
Very swarmy.
Would you like to know what
And-
swarm means?
And
yes. What does it mean?
Special work ethic and relentless mindset.
That's
Swarm.
real. I take it that's a real thing.
Yeah, it is. It's what it is.
Where are you getting this from?
AI overview. Google gave us what swarm means for the Texans.
So say it again.
For the Houston Texans, swarm stands for special work ethic and relentless mindset.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think that's Josh Simmons. Based on what I've heard. I don't know him, but I heard this from multiple teams. So that means Ohio State's telling everybody that. And so they're telling the Texans too. Just D'Amico doesn't want that. I'm just telling you, he doesn't like. They say swarm all the time because it means that, and he wants to get all those kind of people in his building. Tyler Booker is that all the way, but I think Donovan Jackson may be a little bit better, and Gray Zabel is more versatile. Now Donovan Jackson also stepped out and played left tackle for the national champs. Like, he was a left tackle for a chunk of that season because Josh Simmons was hurt and the backup tackle got hurt too. So Donovan Jackson went from left guard and went and played left tackle. So, I mean, that just shows you what kind of athlete he is. He's a good athlete. I don't want him playing left tackle, but he did it and they won a national championship. So, it's worth noting, but, they have enough guards now where they don't have to go guard. They have enough tackles where they don't have to go tackle, but I still think they're going to go offensive line. Even though you don't have to, that's what you want the draft to be. You got a bunch of guys who you can cut and not even take cap hits. You're signing guys who are competing for a job who may not make it. But if worst comes to worst, let's just say a big run on offensive lineman happens and Tyler Booker goes 12 to the Cowboys and Josh Simmons goes 10 to the Bears. And Kelvin Banks goes 16 to the Arizona Cardinals, for example. I'm just throwing names out there. And Gray Zabel goes 22 to the Chargers, who need center guard. And then right before, I don't know who's 24. I think it's like the Ravens or somebody. I can't remember who 24 is. Let's say 24 gets Donovan Jackson. Well, then now what are you going to do?
Yeah.
So you don't trade away picks. You try to get it to where you're not desperate, even though you kind of still are desperate. But I still believe that.
Yeah. Don't draft.
There's an outside shot at wide receiver. I think wide receiver, offensive line. I almost feel it could be defensive tackle. Derek Harmon from Oregon could be a guy they look at. I feel like he's kind of swarmy. And he's a run stopper.
This is Matt Miller had Jahdae Barron going 9th to the Saints.
Yeah, it's this draft is all over the place
Oh.
where people think they're going to go. No one has any idea.
A lot of edge guys going early.
Yeah, it's the deepest draft.
Yeah.
Edge is super deep. Running back is second most deep. Defensive tackle's third most deep.
Tyler Warren to the Cowboys. He's got. I could see that.
Could see that.
Man,
I could see it.
I think Tyler Warren's going to be spectacular. Spectacular.
There's some people in the league that think Colston Loveland's going to be better.
Yeah. I'm going to go.
And they're both really good to me. I gave them both a 67, which is Pro Bowl potential. Though, and then you got Mason Taylor, who I think is highly underrated out of LSU. I think he's going to be.
He made a lot of plays.
That dude plays fast too. He's super athletic. He's Jason Taylor's son. And his sister, like his mom, is the sister of Zach Thomas. So, that's a little squatty body. Get all over the place.
Do we know that Zach Thomas' sister's a squatty body?
Well, I mean,
would Jason Taylor marry a squatty body?
Okay, you've seen Mason Taylor. Does he look more like Jason or more like Zach Thomas?
Isn't he more angular?
He's a little. Well, he's not Zach Thomas sawed off squatty body.
Oh, he's not Zach Thomas.
Rock'em sock'em robot.
I don't know that his mother would appreciate the squatty body comment.
Right.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not calling him Nick Mangold's sister, but I am saying, you remember her, the shot putter, the shot putter and power
the
lifter?
left guard.
Yeah,
she
was that. She could get some leverage.
Yeah, I'm
on
looking
your
at
ass.
Katina Taylor right now.
I'm sure she looks
not
good.
a squatty body.
Jason
Taylor would never marry a squatty body.
But he's really good. And then Elijah Arroyo's over.
Yeah, don't disrespect Elijah.
All right, he's only been injured like every year.
And when he's healthy, what now?
When he's healthy, Tracy
what did he look
McGrady
like?
was a good
What
runner.
did he look like when he was healthy this year, Lance? What did he look like?
Don't I always go to that?
When he was healthy,
Derek
does
Stingley,
a lot of work there.
Derek Stingley, when he's healthy, what does he look like? Thank you.
Elijah Arroyo didn't look like Derek Stingley.
You guys give me crap.
Great tight end.
What does she look like?
Vertical threat.
Yeah, he's there.
That's right.
What did he look like?
That's different. You're talking about a person.
Okay.
As
You're
a
talking
woman.
you.
No, as a football
You're
player, not
talking
as
about
an individual.
John's talking about butts.
Yeah.
He's talking about ability to attack the seam.
Yeah, that's different.
Attack the seam
Attack
was
the
his
seam.
nickname in high
That's
school.
what-
It was John's nickname
that's
in high
right.
school. Attack the seam.
Better that than his team getting attacked.
Time to talk about Truck Month. Truck Month.
His seam getting attacked.
I said better that than the
Oh, Lord,
Yeah.
that's not truck.
You're onto
month.
something there,
I
Joe.
did say
You're
better.
onto something there. Time to talk right now, live from East River 9. I want you guys to come on out and hang out with us here at East River 9. But right now, I got to talk about Chastang Ford. I got to talk about Ford Truck Month. It's almost the end of the month, okay? I'm not sure how long Ford Truck Month lasts, but since, it's March, and that's Truck Month, okay? So I don't know how many 2024s are left on the lot, but I do know this. $6,500 off, plus Chastang Ford has more discounts available for you, and they give them to you. Not only do they give you the $6,500 off, but they also got discounts available. Super Duties right now, $3,000 off, okay, and Chastang discounts. But here's the deal. I don't care what you're buying from Chastang Ford. If you're not in the mood for a truck, you don't need a truck. If you're a business and you need a truck, this is the time to go. I'm telling you here and now. Get those 2024s, and what do you care if it's a 24 or 25? You're getting a brand new truck, and they'll customize it perfectly for you. That's what they do with everybody. Customize perfectly for you. You pick what you want in the vehicle. Don't let the dealership pick it for you, because they're just going to jack it up. That ain't Chastang Ford. They don't jack it up. What they do is they give you your options that you want, how you want your vehicle. And then the price is all transparent. Everything's transparent. That's a different way to do business in the car business, because there's a lot of shady stuff going on out there, not at Chastang Ford. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Thanks.
All right, so today, Astros opening day, Sweet 16 tournament action. You can watch it all day here at East River 9. All day tomorrow, East River 9. Saturday and Sunday. How about they got crawfish boils here through May at East River 9? Crawfish boils.
Good. Come out to it.
Love that.
When is it?
What? It's Saturday and Sunday. Saturday and Sundays here.
Okay.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah, last year I think
They
were
did
doing
them? They
this
did them
on
last time?
Saturdays. Yeah.
River House Restaurant, the go-to sports watching destination for college hoops, Astros baseball, and every major golf tournament all season long. By the way, Houston Open today. Okay. Yeah. Are we going to pump it up for Houston Open today?
Well, we'll pump it up for opening day. You can put it in if people want to.
I want to pump it up for the Houston Open.
If people want to jump in for the Houston Open, they can.
Yeah. Let's go, Scotty. Make that putt. Okay.
How do you pump up golf?
Are you kidding me? People, start thinking about your pump it up for golf. Okay. And let's do that. Let's pump it up for Astros and Houston Open today. So we'll do that at the bottom of the hour here. Sean, well, you better be ready. You got an intern in there? Because you got to answer. You're going to have to. People want to pump up golf today.
I don't have an intern.
You don't have an intern. I don't know if we're going to be able to handle it with the amount of people that are going to want to pump up golf.
Lately, our pump-ups have not been as pumped up.
Well, today with golf, that's why, because we haven't done golf.
You're not going to need an intern at all. You won't have any pump-ups.
No, you're going to have a lot of pump-ups. Yeah.
If you don't make it about opening day, you'll have no pump-ups.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
So Fromber's on the bumperoo today, and he is going to be dealing. You've got. How about that? You get to take a good look at Juan Soto right off the break.
We know.
Right off the rip.
Pete Alonso, Juan Soto. Let's go. All right. I ain't scared. You scared of Juan Soto? No.
A little bit.
No. Why?
I don't want to give him a good pitch to hit. No.
Well, no. But Fromber ain't giving him nothing to hit. He's going to pound it right in the ground.
Yeah, I like that lefty on lefty.
Yeah.
Nasty.
Scared of his.
Astros are.
What are they today?
Small favorites, -125. Over under 7.5. We're not expecting a whole lot of runs scored, but actually, every over under 7.5 now. Holy crap! Like literally everything.
Really?
Yeah, almost everything.
That's a low number.
It's really low.
It's opening. Well, a lot of cold weather.
It's ace on ace.
And
There's
it's
some cold
a lot
weather,
of cold weather.
and there's ace on ace.
Yeah.
And you're just getting out of spring. So some of the bats aren't fully cranked up yet. I guess it makes some sense. And there's probably historically something to lower scores early is my guess why Vegas would do that. That's just really low. I mean, Toronto has an 8.5 over under. The Yankees have 8 against Milwaukee. But everything else, 7.5, 7.5, 6.5. Marlins versus Skeens.
Oh, well, Skeens.
Skeens is going to be a dominator. The over-under for the Marlins is 2.5.
That's a low number, bro.
That is a low number.
And I'm proud. Well, I don't know. You never know.
Skeenser is a massive problem.
Yeah. No,
you like him for Cy Young this year?
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah.
What about Trouble?
What is his number?
I think he's the chalk. Now it's not a great team though. You still have to get to a certain amount of wins, but I think he's going to be so dominant that it won't matter.
He is filthy. He is just filthy.
He is a filthy animal.
Sean is on hold, wants to talk about the Astros. What do you say, Sean?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy opening day to those who celebrate. I heard people that are scared. People are scared here. Why are you scared about the Astros season? You know, what is it? Hey, you scared? You go to church. You still scared?
What happens?
Go buy a dog.
Mm-hmm.
That sucks. Alicia Keys, she's a beautiful person, but that song sucks about New York. That
Empire
sucks.
State of Mind?
The pizza sucks. You know what? I ain't worried about it. We got Cam Smith over here. We're gonna call him Camatron because he's like the what do you call it? The battleship. He's Camatron, right?
All right.
The SS Cam
baby.
Smith.
This is a pump-up call.
This is a pump-up call.
That's what a pump-up call. Doesn't have music. Oh, go ahead.
Juan
Go ahead.
Soto, Miguel Cotto, Dorothy and Toto, Astros in 5.
Wow.
That's a pop-up call. That's what that was.
They're only playing 3 games
Yeah,
against
it's
them.
not a
but
real-
I
it's
don't
not
know.
a-
Astros
I
and
don't
5.
know.
Astros and 5.
It's not a
In
playoff
the
series.
We're not in the series.
Well,
Yeah.
still, if
But-
it goes 5,
But right, it's
or
not
maybe
going
he
5
meant Astros in 5 innings because something's going to happen.
in 5 innings.
What's
Yeah.
going to happen?
Run rule them. We're going to run rule them.
Maybe
They-
they get run
that's-
ruled.
Has that been implemented in Major League Baseball this
Not
year?
yet, but it
Okay.
could. You don't know.
Well,
after
what
this
about
game?
what about in minor leagues where they have 2 bases, or in college baseball where there's
Oh, how about
there's the first base and then there's the other first base?
how about the guy got picked off? He was standing on the other first base.
I mean, why do we just think people are so dumb? Let's just make 2 bases.
It's for safety reasons,
It's
right?
for safety
It is for
reasons.
safety reasons.
How many times are there safety issues? The guy was standing on the wrong base on a pickoff,
Yeah.
and the guy tagged him. He goes, and the umpire goes, "You're out. You're on the safe base. You're not on the real base."
Yeah.
And if I'm the guy, I'm like, "No, this is.
They're both
Shouldn't
bases.
I be on this base then also? Because I don't want to collide with
Yeah.
this first baseman. Isn't this a safety issue still?
No, but
So now you're out.
Yeah, right. I like it. Way to go, Sean. Pumped it up. A little early.
He said Juan Soto, Miguel Cotto, Toto, and whatever.
Dorothy and Toto.
Dorothy and Toto.
Doesn't matter. Astros
Yes.
in 5.
Yes.
Player futures. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fromber, by the way, is plus 2,000 as the AL Cy Young, and
20-1. I'll take it.
and Hunter is 16-1.
Wow, Hunter's a bigger favorite.
Scooble is
Wow.
3.5-1. Then Garrett Crochet, and then you've got Logan Gilbert after that, and then it's a bunch of guys who are over 10-1. In the National League, Skeens is 225, so he's less than 2.5-1. He is a massive favorite. There might be some action with Zach Wheeler at 7.5-1. Can Chris Sale? Chris Sale's 18-1. Can he crank up that? Can he crank up the? Is there any chance that Shohei Ohtani can get there as a Cy Young Award winner? He's 45-1.
No, there's no chance. I don't think
chance,
they're
right?
going to throw him that. No,
Not coming off the arm.
and they're
I
not
wouldn't
going to
think
throw him
so.
that much.
Blake Snell is 10-1. I just think it's Skeens all the way. Unless Skeens gets hurt. I
Yeah,
don't know.
right.
I mean, Skeens is so dominant.
Who else? Because if he does,
Zach Wheeler and Blake Snell are the next up. And then after that, it goes Yamamoto and Corbin Burns. And then it's a bunch of 20-1s and higher. Michael King, 20-1. Dylan Cease, 25-1. Glasnow, 22-1. You know, you got some long shots in there that make some sense. Aaron Judge is the favorite for AL MVP, followed by Bobby Witt Jr. Gunnar Henderson is 6.5-1, and then Jordan 7.5-1. So he's 4th highest in the AL. That's respect.
Yeah.
When you look at these other names, Bobby Witt Jr., Gunnar Henderson, Aaron Judge, that's kind of the big 3. And then Jordan's right there along with Corey Seager. And then then Vlad Guerrero Jr. And then you got Julio Rodriguez and then Mike Trout. Shohei is plus 170 MVP. He's the biggest lock on the board
Plus
for any of these
170.
futures this
Wow.
year. Plus 170, followed by Juan Soto. To me, at 600, I'd take a crack with Juan Soto. And then you got Ellie De La Cruz is plus 900. And Fernando Tatis Jr. plus 800. Man, the National Mookie Betts, Bryce Harper, National League, Kyle Tucker. What's some players over there in the National League? Ronald Acuna, Freddie Free Roller.
Hey, when we come back, 5 Star's going to give us some winners today. Let's go. 713-780-3776. If you got a question for 5 Star, just tell Sean and he'll ask 5 Star what he thinks about it. If you want to get in here, 5 Star next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Bringing some winners home. You know what? How about being a winner and going to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles? Golden Nugget Lake Charles is the place to get your win on. Golden Nugget Lake Charles has DraftKings Sportsbook. Golden Nugget Lake Charles is so much fun to watch your NCAA tournament at. So much fun. If you've never been in a casino, get a wild hair and go there tonight or tomorrow and watch this weekend. I mean, it is so much fun. All of the different bets that you can make It is just a great time to be in a casino. So much fun. You got the windows right there that you could just run up and put whatever down, whatever feeling you get. But they've got everything else too. They got the golf course there. They got the swimming pool there. They've got poker. They've got 12 restaurants. They've got the Blue Martini nightclub. There's nothing that they don't have, and the big full Vegas-style casino. I love Golden Nugget Lake Charles, just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. So much easier to get to than Vegas. It is the place to get your bet on right now. Get a wild hair. Go to goldennuggetlc.com. Make a reservation for a beautiful room at goldennuggetlc.com.
You're back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Welcome back. Time for 5-Star. Live at East River 9. We are here. We are ready to watch games. We got Houston Open. We got Astros baseball. We got NCAA tournament, all right here at the River House. Come on, baby. Get on over here to East River 9 and watch. Get your sports on. You got guys out there playing right now in the rain. That's awesome. Guys are out there saying,
With
I
an
don't
umbrella.
care. I don't care.
We had a guy out there hitting early. He had an umbrella.
Yeah.
And he just said, I'm getting it. I'm
playing.
this in."
He said, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm going out there today. I'm going out there. There's my girl, Demi, right there on TV, right there.
Demi Moore?
Yeah.
Oh.
We hang out. We were hanging out at the Oscars.
You happen to be in her vicinity.
She was. I mean, I had to tell her I'm married. Stop already.
That's what was going on.
That's what happened. That's my story.
Okay.
And I'm sticking to it. And it's 5-Star in Vegas that's joining us right now to give us winners. What up, 5-Star?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning. Not raining on the golf course in Summerlin, man, but it is some guys out here playing. I'm actually walking right here on the golf course now.
Oh, that's sweet. Well, you don't get rain there. I mean, you're in the desert, brother. Okay, we get a little rain over here. All right,
you get a little rain in the Gulf of America, huh?
That's right. That's right.
Brings up water
right in the Gulf of America. Right, we got it coming up right from the Gulf of America, right here. 5-Star. Tell me you like the Cougs. I mean, tell me Purdue can't play with them.
Of course not. We're going to go Houston first half. I didn't put it on the list, but anyone who follows the show and follows me knows that's an automatic bet. It's been maybe the last 3 seasons for people who tune into the wagering world on YouTube or, follow me online and my different appearances. I always ride the Cougs early. I think that Purdue is going to have difficulty dealing with the athleticism and that man-to-man defense that the Cougs like to run, man. They do have some veterans over there, but those guys have a real difficult time dealing with that pressure defense.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. They can't handle the Cougs.
I will say it's interesting that stat was not that it matters for the game. I don't know. John brought this up, and I saw a graphic of this. Matt Painter's one of the only guys who has all 5 of the same players. Like, he's all homegrown. His talent, he keeps them all.
His top 7 are all from Purdue.
I think Matt Painter's
and Michigan State.
He's a good coach. I think it's just a bad matchup for.
Yeah.
I think the pressure up front is going to in the backcourt is going to be a real problem for Purdue. Yeah. So I do think Painter's a really good coach, but I'm with you, 5-Star, and that was an easy. In that Edwardsville or whatever they were called. We talked about the first half on that one. They just absolutely obliterated them in the first half.
We almost hit the direct number, too. Remember, we said like 40-20. I think it landed somewhere right around there, too.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. It was really close.
Yeah, it was 46-24, I think. It was they did hit the over on 20 points.
No. Oh, yeah, 24. They did have 24.
Yeah, right. All right, well, who you like now, 5-Star? Give us some winners.
We're going to go tonight first with the first matchup, man. This is a really good one. BYU versus Alabama. Alabama's laying 5. BYU has been under the radar. I've been watching those guys play all year, and, man, they're really good. 9-1 in their last 10, 82 against the spread during that time. Their only loss was to Houston. Houston beat them by 20 in Houston, but besides that, they've had some really quality wins at Iowa State and also at Arizona. You have Nate Oates, who has just too many horses, in my opinion. They got the steady hand of Mark Sears, man. Mark Sears is pretty much Jalen Brunson of college basketball. He gets where he wants, left-handed guy, really strong, really sets that offense in a good position to win, and usually comes through, man, when that team needs him. He's the engine of that offense. The offense ranks number 1 in the division in scoring, man, 90.8 points per game, and also has the highest tempo by Ken Pond. But they're facing a really efficient offense in BYU. The Cougars are top 30 in 3-point percentages, top 10 on 2-point percentages. Their hallmark is really efficiency. I like their new coach, Kevin Young. He's actually the great-great-great-grandson of Lorenzo Young, who's the brother of Brigham Young. So he has some really strong ties to that university. He cut his teeth coaching G League and did a really good job. He's bringing that NBA style to BYU. It's just his system, why they've been playing so good. I don't think that they're going to be able to hang with Alabama. I think Alabama is a really good team. As you've seen them going to the Final Four now, this will be the 2nd straight year, and I think they've been to the Sweet 16 4th straight year. So Nate Oates has quietly built a monster there. I just think it's too many dogs for Alabama right now. Next year is the year to bet BYU. They're building a really good program out there. They got A.J. DeMonta coming in and some more recruits, and I think that Kevin Young is going to have what BYU is going to be a regular in this thing. But for tonight, we're going with the bets. We're going with Mark Sears, Alabama -5.
Alabama -5. All right, we got Alabama -5. Who's next?
We're going with the second game, which is Maryland +6.5 versus Florida. It's a very funny number with that 6.5. ACC is not a good conference as we've seen through the tournament. They really all got handled this tournament, except for Duke. Duke is looking decent, but the rest of the teams did not fare well. With that said, I think Maryland's a little bit different, man. Maryland is a really deep squad. They have 5 starters that all average double points, and they have some big men in Angel Reese's brother, Julian Reese, and then Derek Queen, the hero from the last game. These guys are NBA players, and Florida's used to dominating guys up front and having the size advantage on most teams that they play. I think that the physicality of Maryland and also the scoring of their front court is going to get the Florida beaten into some foul trouble. And I just think it stays close the whole game in this one. I think that Maryland figures out a way to stay within the points. If it was over 6, then under 6, I'd be thinking about Florida, who's the better team. Walter Clayton's going to be the best guy on the court. He's a really good player. He's going to play in the pros. But would it be an over 6? And the way that Maryland shoots free throws, I got to go with Maryland on this one, man. I'm taking the +6.5. I think the public will be all over Florida.
I like that. I like the free throw thing too.
Yeah, that's a big deal. I want to get back for a second to the BYU game. Do you see this? Alabama's pace is substantial. They get up and down to shoot. BYU is one of the top 3-point shooting teams in college basketball. Are you looking at a total on this one? You could look at it one of 2 ways. You know that the total is going to be high because of the way both teams play. So maybe there's value in an under if both those teams, play more defensive oriented because they want to slow down the other strength. Or do you look at this as, hey, we're getting pace and, this is just going to be one of those games where it's back and forth on a lot of made baskets and it's going to be an easy over. Like, do you have a feel for that total?
On this one, I'd have to go over, even though I probably would wait live to see if we get maybe a slow beginning and then can catch it, second half. The numbers are going to always catch back up. So the number right now is the highest on the board. I think it's 175.5 the last time I saw it. So that's basically saying that each team is going to score 85 plus, so that is a little high, but you can only go over with these 2 teams just by the way that they shoot the ball. They shoot the ball so well, and we know that Alabama is much like Michigan State. As soon as they get the rebound, man, they're gone. They play NBA-style basketball. They're going to try to, get some easy baskets, and they're going to keep that tempo up. BYU, as you said, is very efficient, but they're going to get some shots up as well, man. So I'd have to lean toward the over, but I'd rather catch it live and try to get it under that 175. 175 is a lot of points to be scored.
Where's that game played?
I believe that game is going to be played in 1 second. I know one of them, the Maryland game is in San Francisco. Let me see where these guys play. They got all these different locations for them right now, John. Hold on 1 second. I'll tell you.
Well, is it a dome?
In Newark, New Jersey.
In Newark. It's not a dome then.
Yeah, the Prudential Center, Newark, New Jersey.
Okay, so a dome changes things. Like playing I mean, I would take the under in a dome as opposed to a regular building because the site. Yeah, I mean that we see it so often that the sites are off. The depth perception is just different. So that's maybe they will score 175.5.
Yeah,
all right.
This is Providence's old stadium, so they won't have that problem.
Nope. Okay, let's go Arkansas now versus Texas Tech.
Arkansas is the best number 10 seed we've seen in a long time. I think that Coach Cal has been playing bluff all year. He was dealing with a lot of injuries, man, but they have a hell of a roster over there. 2 great transfers, and DJ Wagner, who came over from Kentucky with him, and then Janelle Davis. I don't know if you guys remember now, but we talked a lot about him the last couple of years in Florida Atlantic when they made those runs for us and got to the Final Four. Actually, the other guys, too, is with Florida that used to be on their team as well. So they have a lot of guys on their squad who's still playing, and Golden actually is playing in Michigan. But I do like Arkansas in this game. They got help at the right time. Their leading scorer is coming back, too. I do. Furio, he hasn't even played during the tournament, man. He's 6'8", can play every position from the power forward down to the shooting guard. And I just think that the versatility and the way that Arkansas gets after people in their defense is going to be too much for Texas Tech. Texas Tech is also going to be dealing with a step up in competition. I know they played a lot of tough games in the Big 12, but they just recently beat University of North Carolina at Wilmington and Drake. And you got Arkansas, who just played Kansas and just played a really tough St. John teams and overcame that. They're much more talented than Texas Tech. J.T. Toppin is a really good player for Texas Tech. I bet a lot of overs on him in cash. Grant McCaslin is a good coach, but I think Texas Tech goes down in this one. I actually like Arkansas to win this game. Money line. I also have a flyer on Arkansas to win the West at plus 900. Them only need 2 games with the type of talent over there and with Coach Calipari's history in March. That's a really good value at plus 900 for them to get to the Final Four, man. They're being underrated, but give me Arkansas in this game. Give me the points and money line on this one.
Yeah, I love that one. Arkansas has played so well. They're so athletic. They get second shots. They keep the ball alive on their side of the court. They get into passing lanes and cause problems. You mentioned the coaching, so you have Calipari there. But I also love teams who are able to create second shots and create second possessions. And that's Arkansas. And, honestly, I've just been kind of going by the mode of I believe in the SEC this year. What you see is what you get. And I'm just kind of following, hey, when in doubt, like Ole Miss with Chris Beard, I'm just saying I'm going with SEC teams, especially plus 5.5 points. Oh, my gosh. I'm anything more. I get you on the money line for sure, but, man, I love the points also.
Yeah, Chris Beard's a good coach. He was talking about Ole Miss. He's done a lot of damage in the tournament over the years. But I agree with you, man. Arkansas showed last game against St. John. That team has a lot of fight, and that's what you look for. You already know they have the talent, but they have a whole lot of fight, man. They got 2 freshmen who are getting playing time now. Boogie Flan is one of them, and I forgot the other kid's name. These guys are top 5 recruits, man. And like I said, Calipari is sitting on a nice squad over there. He just couldn't get them all healthy at the same time. They're healthy at the right time now, though.
Well, and you like Kentucky. You like another dog. You like Kentucky money line?
Oh, yeah, I love Kentucky Friday money line. They've won 4 straight against Tennessee. I think 5 out of 6 against Tennessee in the last 6 matchups. It's a funny dynamic going on in this tournament. You got, all right, Mark Pope, who coaches Kentucky, is going to be watching BYU and Kevin Young because he has to perform well because he doesn't want the people at BYU to be like, see, I told you this guy wasn't a good coach. And then you got Calipari, who's at Arkansas, looking at Kentucky, and he wants to go farther than them. So it's a lot of different things going on with these coaches that's going to have them really motivated besides just trying to take their team to the Elite Eight, man. And I think that Kentucky is one of those teams. I think Mark Pope is definitely keeping his eye on BYU, what they're doing. And I also we've seen over the years, Rick Barnes struggles this time of year, man. Like, he hasn't been a good coach. Sweet 16, Elite 8 games. He's had a lot of teams that should have been in Final Fours that didn't go. And I think this is going to be one of them. I think that this is a bad matchup for them. Kentucky's just more talented than they are. They have some really good players. Kobe Brea is going to be a really good NBA guy. He's a 2-way, 6'8" kid that can shoot the 3. They are missing Jackson Robinson, who was their biggest transfer point guard for BYU, but they still had a kid from San Diego State who's been there forever. He took San Diego State to the championship, and he missed the last shot, or they would have won the championship that year against UConn. So it's a lot of veterans, a lot of good transfers, and then a lot of homegrown talent as well on Kentucky. I think that their ability to take on Barnes and always out-coach them and out-perform them is going to come out again in the bigger games, man. So give me Kentucky, man. Kentucky plus 4.5, Kentucky money line. I was wondering why they were 3 seed, but the tournament guys knew what they were doing.
That is 5-Star in Vegas, Wagering World, and right here with us, giving you winners tonight right here on ESPN.
Houston's owned by way of Louisiana, and now currently residing. 5-Star is like one of those old, like a boxing match or a wrestler. It's like a UFC fighter, fighting out of Las Vegas, out of where do you use Somerton or what's it called?
Yeah,
Summerlin.
Yeah, I've been talking in Las Vegas. It's still Las Vegas, though.
By way of Houston, Texas, we're originally from Louisiana.
Yeah.
Don't you have the? You used to have the little arrows. It was he had in his bio. It was arrows. It was. I think you still have it, right? Or little airplanes where it was Louisiana to Houston to Las Vegas.
Yeah, that's me, man. I did a lot of traveling as a kid growing up, man. I had an entrepreneurial spirit, man, but I left Monroe, Louisiana at the age of 17 when I graduated from Ouachita Parish High School and came to Houston with my dad. I'd already been coming there forever. My dad been in Houston since he was in Houston from 1971 or something like that, man, until he passed a couple years ago. So I was in Houston, man, from 17 years old until 35, and then I moved out here, man. So I've been in Vegas ever since I've been in Vegas now for 7 years. So really enjoy Vegas. I love Vegas, but my heart is always in Houston. My home is always in Houston. All my family is in Houston.
And
so,
your teams are in Houston, right here.
all my teams are the Cougars, the Rockets. We got the Astros. They got Cam Smith for Rookie of the Year, plus 600. Take a flyer.
That's it. Well, I got a plus 450, so plus 600 is nice money. Hey, that's 5-star in Vegas right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 5-star. Appreciate it. All right, brother.
Next week. All right.
5-star back next week to do the Final Four for us. All right, we got a break. Listen, I want to tell you something about. I want to tell you, you got your property taxes are coming in right now. If you don't do anything about it, like the 3-year impact of not protesting in Texas will raise your taxes exponentially. It's ridiculous if you don't do anything about it. If you just sit there and let the government decide how much your house is worth, it will cost you thousands and thousands of dollars. Ownwell has hundreds of thousands of customers. 86% of their customers receive a reduction. That means the government is wrong 86% of the time. And by an average of about $1,100. You take that $1,100, then do it again next year, then do it again next year. You're costing yourself, and then it could get even worse than that. Thousands and thousands of dollars it could cost you. You got to do something about it. The deadline to protest May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com. OWNWELL.com. Ownwell.com, and tell them you heard it right here.
You're back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Quick segment here, and then news of the weird coming your way. All right. You don't have the I got the Astros winning the division. Dale, you got the Astros winning the division?
Sure, why not? I mean, there are a lot of things have changed, but until proven otherwise,
Yeah.
I'm taking them.
No, I got the Astros winning the division. The other teams are they're just meh. They're mid. They're mid. Astros win the division, and they make some noise in the postseason too.
What does that mean?
That means another ALCS.
Oh, okay.
Another
Oh,
ALCS.
wow.
Yeah, that's right.
Off the Detroit debacle?
Well, yeah. Detroit was no one could beat Detroit last year.
That's a good point.
Except for the next series where they lost.
Yeah, but
no one in an Astros uniform.
in a 2-game series.
Well, it was
nobody.
a 3-game series until the Astros got swept at home.
They blew their
What?
Their momentum.
They're Pistons.
Their
Detroit,
momentum.
they blew their
Detroit blew their momentum.
Oh, okay.
With the Astros
I don't
series,
know
they had
what
nothing
you're-
left in the
blew
next
their
series.
momentum. That's not normally.
Well, that's not the
something-
boxing phrase that is used, but
Oh.
I can't say it here because you guys will run with it like children.
What? I don't
Go-
even
go
know
ahead.
what you're.
In boxing, they say blew your load. They say that in boxing when you throw so many punches.
Mm-mm.
Would you like to do something with that?
Mm-mm.
He's lying. He does.
I don't-
Okay, let's move to the next topic then.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see how hard it is.
Who wins the Houston Open?
Matt Rye.
Ron Sarai. What's his name again?
Aaron Rye.
Aaron Rye wins
He's
the
going to
Houston
win
Open.
that. He's going to win.
If
that.
Aaron Rye wins it, you guys are going to go, wow, John is a genius.
No,
He's a ball
I'll
genius.
never say
No,
that.
I will.
I'll never
Yeah.
say that. But I will. I just hope that Scotty Scheffler pays the proper respect to our law enforcement and doesn't run one of them over.
Please don't hit the boys in blue
Yeah,
here.
can you not?
Scotty.
Can you not hit the boys?
Please don't run
or
over
ladies in blue.
Please don't run over our cops here.
Yes, he's a terror.
That was in Louisville.
Oh, you think it
Louisville.
doesn't transfer to Texas?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No,
I hope so. I hope.
Hey,
Scotty's from Texas.
That thin blue line stretches across state lines.
Yeah.
Something tells me that the boys in blue in Louisville said, "Hey, get this bastard when he's in Houston."
So
what are you saying?
I don't
rough him up.
No, they're not going to rough him
If
up.
he gets too close to somebody when he's driving,
Like, the police are not going to use excessive
what if
force
he's
for
bumping
something for no
NWA?
reason?
He's bumping NWA with the windows rolled down, being intentionally disrespectful to the police of Houston.
NWA.
You know what song they sing?
I know, but I don't think Scotty Scheffler's listening to
If he
NWA.
if he hates the police, he does.
Scotty Scheffler
He acts
isn't
like he
listening.
hates-
Isn't listening to NWA on his way to the course.
You don't
know.
I know that for a fact.
No, you don't
No.
know for.
He likes him. I'm going to look up what he likes.
Look up his
Apparently,
music.
he likes Bruce Springsteen, and due to his Jersey roots.
Oh, why are you saying he's from Texas?
He's from Dallas.
I'm
You
just
said
while
New
there's no
Jersey.
definitive list of Scotty Scheffler's favorite music, he has mentioned being a fan of Bruce Springsteen due to his Jersey roots, and has also expressed a preference for fun, catchy, and easy songs like Tequila. That's Tequila.
You're making that
No,
up.
when asked about karaoke songs, Scheffler chose Tequila as a fun, catchy, and
Well,
easy
that's
song.
because the only thing you have to say is tequila.
Other karaoke
That's true. What
That's
else do you
that's
say?
why, because
Yeah.
you don't have to sing.
I'm gonna do a deep dive to make sure he's not gonna listen to NWA when he's rolling up to the course, just to make sure.
Okay.
That seems like
You'd
a
be
threatening
looking for
song,
that.
considering his background.
You know who can't get it? You know who can't get it now? The Cougs go tomorrow, so we haven't really.
We got tomorrow.
So we talked a little bit of tournament stuff. But we'll talk about Cougs more tomorrow. We'll also talk a lot about the first game of the season for the Astros. We talked some Astros. We haven't talked a lot of Rockets. I would have liked it better if LeBron hadn't made that game-winning shot last night against Indiana.
It's better for the Rockets
because it would have slipped down a half game. Yeah,
No, it would have been better.
but it didn't happen. But Rockets.
Okay. Well, we've got a quote, and just we can play this, and then we'll get out of this segment and get the news of the weird. But we do have Carlos Boozer. Carlos Boozer. I mean, we there was also they were talking about it.
It's Chine and Kendrick Perkins.
Kendrick
that one.
Perkins, that one, which it was too long and too
Kendrick Perkins.
Too much Kendrick. Carlos Boozer had this to say about your Houston Rockets in the West.
Okay.
Everybody wants to talk about Denver Nuggets, the Lakers, the Clippers, and even the Warriors. But I'm going right there in H-Town with Houston. I think they got a star in Alperen Sengun. He's a 20, 10, and 5 guy. Baby Jokic, I like that big perk. He's just like Baby Jokic. Does a great job. Jalen Green has turned himself into a both sides of the court guy. He can play defense and he can score. He can put up 30 a night if he had to. He's averaging 22 right now. They got some veteran guys to go with this young core, and Van Fleet, Dylan Brooks locking up. They got Amen Thompson and Jabari Smith Jr. This team is quietly just going about their business. They've won 9 out of 10. They lock teams up. They can score with anybody. And guess what? They're young. Young teams that are this talented are dangerous in the playoffs.
He did call him Van Fleet.
And Amen and
Amen and Sangoon.
Sangoon, yes.
They just aren't respected enough to get the names right just yet.
But Fred's been around Fred's been around quite a while now.
Amen is
Van Fleet.
And still haven't learned
everybody
his name.
call
Fred Van Vliet.
He won a championship. You might want to get Van Vliet right.
Yeah.
That's 3 mispronunciations in one segment.
Carlos Boozer, where'd he go? He went to Duke.
What does that mean?
You tell me how great Duke is.
You don't think he went to class, do you?
Well, I thought Duke was a fine institution for learning.
Yeah.
You love Duke.
No, I love Duke.
Tell people what you told us before the show, that Duke's upset at White Lotus.
Yeah, Duke is upset with White Lotus.
Show on Sunday nights on HBO.
Because one of the Prey families, a couple of the people went to Duke, and the father in the family is going through some financial issues, worried about the feds coming after him, and he's considering he's having
suicide.
He's taking pills.
He's got a gun. Yeah,
he's taking pills, and he has these dream states where he's thinking about killing himself and killing his family, and he's doing it all wearing a Duke shirt. So Duke's like, wait a minute, we didn't even give you permission to wear that shirt. Now he's doing this. We're gonna have a talk.
Do you have to give somebody permission to wear a Duke shirt?
I don't think so.
Like for a movie or whatever?
I don't know the rules there.
I don't know. Because it's not is it a licensing thing where you have to use a fake?
I just don't know what
because there's other TV, like you can't just be a football team.
No.
You can't just be the Texans.
Well, it would have been bad if Dahmer was wearing like a Notre Dame jersey or something.
Well, if
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want that at your school.
Well, to me, this is a snotty family too. They go to Duke. Nobody in his family is likable other than the girl. We don't really have an opinion on her.
There's a couple Duke.
It's very Duke like.
And the mom's a North Carolina fan or went to the school,
Joe,
so it's a lot of that.
Why are you doing things
so
like this?
Duke's statement is this: Duke appreciates.
And the son's such a snot, and he wears Duke stuff. It's like perfect.
Yeah,
it's
Duke
perfect.
appreciates artistic expression and creative storytelling, but characters prominently wearing apparel bearing Duke's federally registered trademarks creates confusion and mistakenly suggests an endorsement or affiliation where none exists. Not only uses our brand without permission, but in our view, uses it on imagery that is troubling. That's about the dad killing himself and his family. Does not reflect our values or who we are, and simply goes too far. If this family wasn't depraved and awful, they wouldn't mind. But because of what the subject matter is,
yeah,
an issue.
You can't have it both ways. Ooh, a really great family has got Duke gear on, but the really crappy one does too.
Well, I think you can have it both ways, right? Like I think that's the whole thing is they're saying they're putting us in a negative, but they're not really.
This
isn't
about
character.
This isn't about
Duke. Backstory. It's not about you. Duke.
They just happen to go to Duke, yeah. And there's a conversation, but it isn't.
And they talk about Durham all the time. You just need to get back to Durham.
Yeah, but it's not a story or taking a shot at Duke. They just happen to go to this. Happened to go to the
Shut
school.
up, Duke. No one cares about what you're.
But Duke is worried about this. Duke, the tournament is here, obviously, and if they lose a game, that meme of that father wearing a Duke shirt holding a gun to his head is going to become a thing.
100% Del's
That's
right.
what they're worried about.
Duke right now.
Oh yeah, Duke fans.
Duke fans right now.
Yeah.
Or him laying on the ground with the blood.
Yeah,
in his dream
they
state.
probably with the gun to the head should have a Duke shirt on.
Yeah,
him.
that's
probably.
Well, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Well, he
that is what they're concerned about.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. Maybe on tight shot. I can't remember if the shot was where you could see Duke.
No, you could see it.
Duke, yeah.
Well, that's not good.
They drop a game this weekend, it'll be a thing.
Forever now.
Forever, yeah.
Forever.
It's going to be a thing because Duke, well, you got to lose at some point. It's going to be a thing, and they don't like it. I understand that part of it.
Can't blame them.
Yeah.
Can't blame them on that one. All right, time to talk about Gulf Coast Windows. My man Jim Fiumi over at Gulf Coast Windows is awesome. Gulf Coast Windows is where you get your window on. Whether it's they've got the perfect solution inside and outside. Okay, they're proud to serve homeowners throughout Texas for more than 35 years. They built a reputation for just being great. It's what they do as part of their home replacement service. You get to choose from a variety of windows, and I'm going to tell you, the styles and the quality of these windows is second to none. Okay, it's going to complement the architecture that you have. I mean, these guys are experts at this. They're not going to sell you something that just doesn't fit your home. And when they do fit it, it's going to be perfectly fit. It's going to be economically advantageous for you because it's going to be a window that's going to reflect the sun, keep it cool inside where you don't have to turn the electricity, the air conditioning up. So you're going to save money in the long run. I'm telling you, a Gulf Coast window is going to save money for you. So are you going to pay a little bit more, but you're getting the best in the business? Yeah, but in the long run, you save. So don't buy cheap because it'll cost you in the long run, not a Gulf Coast window. It's going to be perfect for your home. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com. This is a test. This is only a test. A 31-year-old Saskatchewan man was caught filming a 9-year-old changing.
Oh, my God.
He says he was only doing it to find out if he was a pedophile.
He was testing himself?
He was testing. This is only a test.
The answer is yes, I guess.
But that is just, I mean, it's not a bad excuse, I guess.
It's not great.
It's terrible. It's just terrible. Apparently, a police chief in New Jersey was just terrorizing his department. He pooped on the floor, spiked the coffee with Viagra.
Who did this?
And sprinkled he's the police chief in New Jersey police chief
and he
in North Bergen.
He had just gotten fired or something?
Well, he did. He's now, yes.
Now. But he didn't do this because he got fired.
So, no. He got fired because of this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Sounds like he was trying to get fired.
It sounds like it to me.
Viagra in the coffee and poop on the floor.
Poop on the floor, sprinkles hair in food, and one officer claims that he chased him around his office before jabbing him in the junk with a hypodermic needle.
Well, then he's clearly trying to get fired.
Well, or he's
lost
just having a
his
good
mind.
time.
He's having a mental
He likes
break.
Hypodermic needle?
He likes to party.
That's not a party.
A needle in the junk?
For him, it seems like a party.
That's not a party
It
even
sounds
for
like
the attacker.
It all sounds like it's
so
from
fun
the
about
movie
that?
Saw.
It doesn't seem like it's a great place to work. To me, I don't know.
Less hostile than this place.
It's what?
You've been crushing me all day.
Well,
you're that police chief.
I am not.
Just verbally.
And finally, a babysitter. Did you ever, when you were a kid, check in the closet, check under the bed? You know, you just wanted to see.
Yeah, monsters under the bed.
Is there a monster? Is there a monster in the house? Well, a babysitter checking for monsters for the kid that she was babysitting found a man hiding under the child's bed.
Wow.
Okay.
I would have preferred a monster.
Well, he was a monster.
Yeah, an actual
Apparently, he
monster's
was
better.
a monster.
Yeah.
And she came face to face with the male suspect who was hiding there under the bed. Now that's good baby.
What's the finish?
That's
to
a
the
good
story?
Babysitter.
What's the finish to the story?
That's a good babysitter.
No, I'm saying, how did this end? She found him.
The cops came and
Okay.
arrested him.
Okay.
Yeah. The babysitter and child were knocked over, and he ran out.
Okay.
And the cops came, and everybody was fine.
Good.
Thank God she's
end.
Is she a great babysitter? Babysitter of the year.
Yeah, normally you would think a baby says, "Shut up, kid! I'm not looking under your bed," but she looks under the bed.
She looked under the bed. Oh, look, there's no. Wait a minute. There's a guy under here.
I'm telling you, give me the monster instead, because a human being under there is much scarier.
Way scarier.
Way scarier. But luckily, she scared him. He ran out the house and was sought by police. We are done. Hey, East River 9, what a great place for you to come and get your golf on, your pickleball on. It's a great place to come get your games on. You got Astros this afternoon to come watch. Joel and Jeremy will be doing their show here while the Astros are on. You got the NCAA tournament. And the guy, Jeff, just told us, he said they've been packed. It's been great. They had great weather.
Great place to watch games.
Yeah, great place to watch games and eat and drink.
I do wonder if when Joel and Jeremy are doing the show, of course, we don't have speakers
will
here.
someone walk up and call them dumb? Is that the question you're
Well, I
asking?
just wonder if they're going to be like, "Could you guys keep it down? We're trying to watch the Astros."
I would hope so.
Yeah. Hey guys.
Well,
what's
but it's
important?
not. We don't have a loudspeaker, so
No. But if you do come and they're talking too
Tell
loud,
them to quiet down.
Tell them keep it down.
Hey, shh.
Keep it down.
I
We're watching the game.
dare you to tell Joel that. I dare you to tell
That's what
Joel
I
to keep it
want.
down.
This is what I'm.
Please.
This is what I'm here
Please
for.
try it.
Tell
See what
Joel to
happens.
quiet down. Call Jeremy dumb. He won't be here though, right?
See what happens. Dumb.
He's not going to be here.
Jeremy's not going to be here.
Yeah,
He's
no,
on-
he's got
Yeah, you can only call Joel dumb
Well,
in person. The Cougs are
Yeah,
playing
Joel,
tomorrow. He's not going to be here.
They traveled
could be.
today.
Yeah,
they traveled today.
Or was it even yesterday?
No, yesterday.
They traveled yesterday.
He's gone.
He could fly separately.
No, he's not.
He's not doing that.
He hasn't done.
Right afterwards.
He hasn't done that yet. So he's not doing that.
Yeah, you're right.
We're done. Thank you, East River 9. Don't forget Crawfish Boils here Saturdays and Sundays through May, right here at East River 9. Dell and Sean next, right here. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the show. And I realize that I'm slipping because our open doesn't have me calling someone who works with us stupid or dumb, unlike the open for the John and Lance show that created by Michael Carroll. Michael Carroll will join us tomorrow, but Michael Carroll does a great job with our imaging. And if you miss what happened earlier this week, that was Lance Zierlein getting after Jeremy Branham. Jeremy, of course, highlighted it, and now it was part of what you heard to open every hour with the John and Lance show. And a lot of that, and most of it, stemmed from Astros and the ever-approaching opening day. And now we're here. Cam Smith will start in right field. The Astros will get going against the Mets, and we're at East River 9. And while I cannot see Dyken Park from here because there's like a apartment building going up that's obscuring my vision, it's a great view of downtown here, and you can play golf here. You can look out into downtown while you're playing. Of course, pickleball is here as well, and they are going to be open all day, and it's for opening day and the Sweet 16. You can enjoy that all day here at East River 9, and the River House restaurant will be open starting at 11. It should be your go-to sports watching destination because they told us that they get good crowds out here. And if you were listening earlier today, I'm looking right out through a window, and they have that big TV outside where you can view the games, and it's a great TV. Doesn't matter the weather. The sun does not affect that TV. You still get a great viewing experience. So come on out here. The weather should be clearing up, hopefully. And whether you're inside or outside, you want to play golf or pickleball, you just want to watch the games and get something from their full bar or from the restaurant. This is a place to be. And they got crawfish boil on Saturday and Sunday. So when you're maybe watching more Astros baseball and the Elite Eight games, you can come out here and enjoy that as well. And that'll be something, the crawfish boil, that you can take part in every Saturday and Sunday through May. So good time to come out here and enjoy. But with opening day here, we don't know what the lineup officially will be. We kind of figure who will be part of it, and it's a departure from last year. I had the thought of looking back to the lineup last year, and the middle of last year's lineup had the likes of Abreu, Bregman, and of course Kyle Tucker and Chas McCormick. Now Chas may start in center. Feels like that's Jake Meyer's spot, at least to start. So you're talking about 4 guys that were supposed to be regulars last year who are not part of this lineup this year. Of course, you're going to have Isaac Paredes, Christian Walker, who will be available today. I already mentioned Cam Smith, and then maybe it's Dubon, maybe it's Brendan Rodgers, who knows? But the Astros are different. They're in some ways they're very much the same because the standard bearers, the guys we think of as Astros, the Astros are still here with Altuve and Yordan and of course Fromber. But there's a lot of either inexperienced Astros or just frankly new ones on the roster. So of course I want to hold them to the standard, and I believe they'll win this division. But I'm more unsure about this team overall than I have been, mostly because so many contributors that we expect to be contributors are new. It's just not completely a brand new ball club, but one that we're not as familiar with as we have been. I mean, DeCenzo makes this roster. Of course, we know he's been a prospect and he's gotten time, but it'll be an interesting start to the year to see how they begin. It can't be any worse than last year. They were terrible. We were talking about burying them, and they were 10 games back, and of course it led to John Granado's prediction that turned out to be right, that they would still win this division. I still think they will win it, and a lot of my faith is the top 2 guys. A lot of my faith comes from believing in the top 2 guys in this lineup. In this rotation, Hunter Brown and Fromber. Fromber gets to start today against the Mets. I'm probably more excited about this season of Astros baseball than I have been, just because of all the newness. I wouldn't say it was stale. It was just, hey, we were very comfortable with the guys, and the conversations were always about, well, recently was Abreu and the injuries to the pitching staff. It's different now. You get the excitement of Cam Smith, of course, the Altuve in left field, that experiment, and then you add 2 guys who you expect, certainly Christian Walker, to improve first base, and then what is Isaac Paredes going to be at third? Not just as a hitter, but what is he as a defensive third baseman when you're losing one of your guys who's been around for, well, the better part of this run in Bregman. So a lot of new things to take a look at, and it all begins today against the Mets, who have spent lots and lots of money. They're not alone, but they're one of the teams who is looking to find some success. They're going to try to do it through money, and the star of the offseason was Juan Soto. He comes to town, and of course, all the jokes from Juan Soto is only 21 years old. You all remember that from his time with the Nationals and the team that beat the Astros in the World Series. Well, he's back in town with the Mets. So when we started this show last year, Sean, we put up, or we had a discussion about how many games would we watch, and we both kind of said it would be about 100. I don't know if I got to 100. I watched plenty. Where are you with this team as far as maybe not excitement, but maybe interest? As I said, half the likely opening day lineup will be different. Are you more interested in what this team will be, or kind of very much the same?
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely more interested. And the correction you made, or not correction, but the little pivot you made from excited. I guess there is excitement in the interest. But it's more like anxious excitement of like, what's this going to look like, as opposed to in past years where you have a pretty good idea of what the, basement, I guess not the basement of this team is, but like the, last year, though, opening day starting lineup had Altuve playing second base, which I've seen for over 10 years now. And it had Tucker, it had Bregman, it had Jordan, it had a lot of the bones of the team that won the title just in 2022, never mind the 2017 title. So, and this is going to be completely new with Cam Smith making a pretty unprecedented rise, not through the minors, just past, skipping the minors, pass and go. And so you throw that in with Altuve playing left field, and this is just going to be a fascinating season, especially early, where we see just how this all works out.
Yeah, you look at the lineup from last year. Altuve led off, Jordan, Tucker, Bregman, Abreu, McCormick. That was your top 5 or 6, excuse me, and then you had Yiner, Jeremy Pena, and Jake Myers. And then Framber was your starter. So Framber, once again, your opening day starter. And from the change of the ballpark to what's that train going to look like, people very interested in what that'll be.
Didn't even talk about the train with all the things that changed.
Well,
Come on.
I'm surprisingly enough, I'm not that interested in the train.
What?
I'm not. The train has been a long-standing part of the experience at now Daikin Park. Should we be interested in what that thing's going to look like, or is it? Oh, look, the train is back. It didn't really cross my mind until
it's
now.
Be back there. It's not going to be oranges anymore. Giant
No,
baseball oranges.
It won't be an HVAC unit at either. I don't know what it'll be. Yeah. We'll find out.
Tune in 310. Now, and you say you're not interested. I saw, because Paul was there for Fox 26 this morning, and I saw several. His mentions are full of people being like, "What's the deal with the train? I don't see the train in this video." Like the people care about the train.
I'm not suggesting the people don't.
You're saying the person doesn't.
This person doesn't. Not surprisingly, the people and I don't agree on all things. And one thing the people care about more than I do is the train. Maybe next on that list is the uniforms that they got to see. And from what I could tell, most of the people were happy about them. But hey, I think those uniforms will be broken out Monday, right? And we got hot dog nights back to Tuesdays. So
nice. We're finally healing.
Yes, I'm glad we've returned to Tuesday night hot dog night at the ballpark. So things are looking up for the city, and hopefully the Astros get off to a much better start. The angst of last year for me was like, it wasn't high because this was a team I was familiar with. If they get off to a slow start this year, I can't be sure that the Esox and the Christian Walkers are going to pull through and help this team get back on track. So it'll be nice to see those guys contribute early. If there are any fears for people about what this lineup will look like, although I don't suspect that's the case, I think people believe because of what Isaac Paredes can be when the Crawford box is not that far away in the distance from when he's at the plate, and then Christian Walker an improvement at first. I think people feel pretty good, but I just want to see it. Just give me a view or a feel that you guys are going to fit right in and play well. And then maybe you get off to a pretty good start, and then we're actually
Yeah.
creating some buzz about what this team can be.
To me, the lineup is like the actual batting lineup is not like it's not that interesting. It's the defensive arrangement of this team.
That's true. It's
like
true.
the whole idea with the defensive arrangement of this team is, hey, we have two guys in the corner outfield that are not corner outfielders, but and then this is the unspoken part. They're like, you really want to put Chas McCormick and left fielder number 1, whoever that is, unnamed left fielder, you want to put those guys out there, or do you want to see Cam Smith and Jose Altuve knock these balls around? And they might not catch a lot, but hey, in the batter's box, doesn't matter what position they play.
Hey, if you guys want to be the Texas Tech of baseball,
yeah,
I'm good. We don't play any defense.
Okay,
well, we try. Well, we try, but we're not very good at it. But we bash people's heads in with our offense. I'm good. I'm good with that. And then of course you hope that the defense improves. And Todd Callis, we'll hear from him. He was on with the Killer Bees yesterday. He discussed what it's been like for Altuve out there and what has given him problems and what he's okay with. And he gave us a surprising number about Altuve's speed. Even though he's one of the older players on the team, he can still run, and we certainly hope that helps him on the defensive end when he's out there. So we'll hear from Todd Callis when we come back. We're just getting started here out at East River 9. You can come out here and join us. The entire station will be out here till 6. If you want to possibly win a prize, you can. We got our prize team out here giving away things. We got the you can spin the wheel, win a prize, and of course, East River 9 is going to provide you with golf and great food and a full bar that you can take advantage of. So we're here till 6. This show's here till 12, and Raheel Ramzanali will join us at 11. Raheel, the host of CityCast, joins us at 11. Not out here. He's going to do it over the phone, and he'll get us updated on what's going on in the city beyond Astros baseball. We will be back.
It's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleye.
I don't think there's anything set in stone right now, but I think right now the plan is it could be more than 75%. I'm just using that as a possibility. I think it could be as much as 90% or 95%, but I think it's going to be at least 75% and less. But you're right. If Brendan Rodgers and Mauricio Dubon are not hitting or not, stepping up their game defensively at second base, Altuve's numbers are what they are defensively, and we have watched it over the last few years. It's an upgrade on the infield when you have Dubon at second base or Brendan Rodgers at second base. And when you have Robert Valdez and Hunter Brown as your two key pitchers in your rotation, they're going to get a lot of ground balls. And so you need to have a stellar infield defense. You've got a huge upgrade at first base, and Rodgers or Dubon is going to be an upgrade at second base. So I really see this being the formula for the Astros in 2025. For now, things can change. Cam Smith might not work out at right field. I don't think that's going to happen. Jose Altuve might decide he wants to go back to second base. I don't think that's going to happen. So right now, I'd say get used to, if you're sitting in the Crawford boxes, get used to having 27 out there with you.
That was Todd Callis yesterday with the Killer Bees, the play-by-play man for the Houston Astros, talking about how much time we'll actually see. It went from, how much time we'd actually see Altuve out and left. It went from like theory to, they're actually going to try this, to no, it's going to be how the majority of where he plays this year. And we watched the entire spring. You heard the pathways to him not playing left. Todd Callis doesn't think that's a real likelihood. I appreciate the positivity with Cam Smith. That's as far as the reasons why one of your interest points doesn't happen. As far as the most intriguing things with the Astros team, the Cam Smith thing is the one that's most in question for me. It's how long will he be a viable option out there, or maybe it won't even be a question. He's just good, or at least average, to the point where the Astros say we don't have a better option. He's going to play there and he'll just be fine. That's my big question about that. But as far as Altuve, it's what it is. He'll play there until they can find, or until a reason pops up why he shouldn't. So the pathways to him moving back to second seem very slim, because like Todd Callis said, I don't believe Jose Altuve is going to ask out of playing left field. He's too much of the consummate teammate to do it. Now the question will be is how effective will he be out there? That'll be probably a year-long discussion, or maybe we figure it out halfway through that he's going to be pretty good or average or maybe bad. I don't know. Let the games play out. But here's Todd Callis discussing what skills Altuve has that might make it not the disaster that some people think it'll be.
It's been a mixed bag. I'll be honest. There's been some really good and some not so good. And I think Altuve had a lot of chances to try and test a lot of different areas in left field in spring training. So what I saw, which was really good, was him going back on fly balls, and it didn't look like he was afraid of the wall, and he was going into the left center field gap with great speed. The thing about Altuve, even though he's 34 years old, he still runs 30-plus feet per second, which is elite in the major league. So his speed is fine, and he's going to be able to track down fly balls. The balls that gave him trouble, it seemed, were the balls that were slicing from left-handed hitters towards the line, kind of towards his backhand. And then we really didn't get to see him test that arm in the outfield. And that'll be something that has to play during the course of the season as well.
So he's still pretty well, according to Todd Callis, elite out there. I immediately try to convert it to what does that mean in a 40 time? Or is Todd Callis like all those Texas players who thought they're breaking Isaiah Worthy's record, and really they're not that fast? I'm sure it's been measured. What? It was a thing a month ago.
The timing was all off at
the combine.
Yeah, it was a slow track this year. They grew out the grass extra long.
It's field turf.
The
pellets, the pellets were longer this year. It got caught up in the cleats
or whatever they have.
I need the tracking data on this Altuve stat from Todd Callis. You can't trust anyone when it comes to the speed of players.
10 yards a second?
No one ever underestimates the speed. It's always like, yeah, you know what? He's way fast. They're always faster than they really are.
Well, there are some people that are sneaky fast.
Does Altuve fit the profile of being sneaky fast?
I
And
don't
by
think
the
so.
way, the speed of Altuve isn't the issue. It's the tracking. Like we know he's fat. If he's fast, how does that parlay on the base pass when he's making bad decisions? How does he get to the ball? Not how fast can he get to the ball?
Yeah.
Are my
I mean,
issues.
can we start with when you're at a standstill already with the lazy fly ball, like just catching it?
Well, he
Like,
hasn't.
his feet were moving. These weren't plays on the run.
Oh, I mean, the feet were moving at one point to get to the spot,
Yeah,
and
no,
then
he got
and once he
there.
got there,
4
then
seconds,
that became the issue.
4-second 40. Like he's got that. That's not the issue. It was, squeezing the ball when it hits your glove.
So it's a lot of he's like a receiver tracking a
Yeah,
football. You can be as fast as you want, but once you get to the point of the catch, are you going to make the catch
Yeah,
or
he's
is it going to
Nelson
hit the
Aguilar.
ground? Well,
Darius Hayward Bay.
these are these guys who were fast as hell, can run by a DB, but when it came to making the play, that's when the problems happen. I don't need Altuve to be the fast receiver who can't catch a football. Can he be a possession receiver in the outfield? Give me that. You be Chris Carter. I don't need you being John Ross. All he does is catch lazy fly balls is what I'm asking for. And then if you're not fast enough to get to one back on the track, you know what? The Astros brought that on themselves. Make the easy ones, and then we can move on to maybe some of the ones that are more difficult. So we'll get that in several hours now, but we'll get to see him out there in Daikin Field trying to make that transition. And as we said in the first segment, a real point of interest for the Astros this Astros season is how well the best player in franchise history can handle it.
Just the first ball from, I don't know,
Do you
Francisco
think there'll be
Lindor, that's a lazy fly ball to left. Like,
what do you
I'm
think
gonna
the
be on
sound
the
will
edge of my
be from the
seat.
crowd? What do you think? Will it be a?
It will be like the scenes of Michael Jordan playing baseball in Space Jam, where he strikes out, he walks to the plate, everyone goes nuts. He takes a ball, everyone goes nuts, and he's getting a standing ovation after striking out. Like, it'll be, he catches the ball, an easy 99% catch probability. He catches it, and just the roof blows off the place.
Will that wear off after Series 1 or Game 1? How long do we think we'll be having the overreactions to Altuve making really routine plays in the outfield?
Probably the first week or so, first couple weeks.
I think
depending
so.
on how many home games they have.
Yeah, I think, and if he makes a great play, forget about it. He's
Oh,
gonna
if
have
he
to
makes
tip.
a
He's gonna have to tip his cap several
That'll
times.
be the statue that goes out the side of the stadium. If he makes a diving catch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're not that far away from those discussions. He's still got some time left.
Yeah,
but
well, he still needs to earn it. I don't want to put
I
cart
think
before the horse.
I think he's earned it. I understand you not wanting to jump out ahead of things. You are a slow
I don't want
mover
to
with these
rush in.
things.
Yeah, I don't want to rush into giving this guy.
I'm gonna
let's see if
say
they retire his jersey first. All right.
I think both those things get done. I think, but now the question will be about the pose.
Let's see if he catches some fly balls. I don't know.
How bad? Okay, you want to play this game? How bad would it have to be for a statue or retired jersey thing not to happen? Would he? He would have to. It wouldn't just be play. At this point, he's cemented. No matter what happens, he would have to turn into the worst person that's ever donned a jersey. Over the next 4 years for that to be.
It would have to
a thing.
be something where there's a documentary where someone goes, "He had us all fooled."
I always thought he was a great guy. I never could have seen this coming.
Yeah, no, I mean, Jose Abreu, but with a glove. Is that what he would have to be?
It's not bad enough, man. Because
Also,
he has
he would-
Jose Abreu, you had no pelts on the wall here.
He would also have to be worse with the bat too, because if he still hits, I feel like people will be disappointed. But if he puts together not even his best season ever, but just a solid, a good Jose Altuve season, people will not care about his left field defense. People didn't care about Jordan's left field defense.
The combo of Abreu at the plate with the Astros and doubling that as Abreu in the outfield, maybe the worst baseball player to ever exist.
Yeah, I mean, he would have to be pulling down -5 WARs, which when we were talking about this last year and how the record for negative WAR was 3.5 or something. It's because if you play that bad, you just get benched. It takes a while to get that low in the negatives. He would basically have to do that.
And we don't expect that. We will continue to make the jokes because that's how we get through the show. But
yeah, shut us up, Jose.
Prove us wrong. He'll be okay. And okay can vary depending on how you feel about that word. He'll be okay out there, and the Astros will make it work. And I think the lineup is one that's good enough that even if there are a number of misplays out there by the two corner outfielders, the offense will make up for it, at least with Altuve and the rest of the lineup. Cam Smith, yet to be seen. We don't know exactly how that's going to go when he starts to see Major League pitching and pitchers game planning for him on a game-to-game basis. But we'll get to see that starting today with the Astros and the Mets beginning the 2025 season. Okay, we'll come back, and Sean, I need you to consider this you versus your worst enemy, because that's what's going on when you talk about LeBron and Stephen A. Smith. I don't have much of an opinion on who's in whose head, because that became a discussion earlier today about who prompted who's on the wrong. I said it earlier when it came to Asante Samuel and by the way, senior, not junior, Asante Samuel and Deion Sanders with Shannon Sharp jumping in. This is an unwinnable fight. Stephen A. is also fighting an unwinnable fight, but I'm trying to make a comp. If I got into a my worst enemy fight against a Houston athlete, and I'm sure I'm doing it relatively because if I'm the Stephen A. Smith in the situation, I can't find it. Can't be Altuve. It has to be someone relative to me on the pro athlete scene. I'm thinking like Brendan Rodgers. If me and Brendan Rodgers got into a back and forth, and for some reason he stepped up to me if I was down on the field, I would know better than Stephen A. Smith to shut it down. Because even in that situation, I'm not winning a battle against, let's just say, maybe one of the final four guys to make the Astros opening day roster. You don't win. You don't go after athletes. So we'll talk a little bit about that when we come back, and we'll also get into some news regarding a former Texan who, I guess you'd call this a promotion, and we may see him in town more than just on Twitter. JJ Watt maybe. It looks like he's going to be in a new position, which means he might be in the city calling games for the Texans going forward. We'll talk about that when we come back as well.
Back now to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9 for opening day. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. We are at East River 9. The kitchen will open officially at 11. We got the bartender right behind the bar. So the food you can get, it's great here. You can get some of that. Of course, you can get a drink as well. And then the main feature is the golf. And we have the Sweet 16 games you can watch here later. And, of course, opening day as well. So they want you out here to celebrate all that and enjoy pickleball, the golf, and, of course, the nice restaurant they have here, which you can get great food and the drinks as well. And the great TVs are here to watch anything you might want to watch. So I guess the story of the day, it isn't sports related, but it has the two biggest, at least a couple of the two biggest sports figures in the country going back and forth. By the way, LeBron did have a game winner last night, a game winner that hurts the Rockets in the standings, at least. They beat the Pacers when Luka misses a runner, LeBron tips it in. They beat the Pacers. They gain a half a game on the Rockets, which that wasn't great news, but that is being overshadowed by the back and forth between LeBron and Stephen A. Smith. And it continued this morning. We played plenty of sound from it this morning on the morning show, but it also leaked into Stephen A.'s show this morning as well, where he questions LeBron not showing up at Kobe's memorial, asking why he wasn't at Dwayne Wade's Hall of Fame induction, and saying, hey, man, you should be happy. I didn't bring those things up at the time, but I will now to point out maybe your hypocrisy or whatever the reason for it is. So that continues. And there's some question about whether Stephen A. Smith is right about that. I can't validate the article, but of course it's Twitter. So someone pointed out that the Los Angeles Times noted that LeBron was in attendance. He just asked not to be filmed. So take that for what you want. I don't know if that is true because I don't have a link for it, but that's out there as well. So that back and forth continues. But more to the point here, maybe they're not worse enemies, but they currently feel like that. Sean, do you have someone that it is on site for you right now? Like someone in your life, maybe they don't know it's the case, but you know that if you saw him, it's up as soon as you see him. I was trying to think if I had one. What, Lance? Why are you shaking your head? I know yours is Jeremy. What? I'm not violent. I'm asking Sean the question. Sean, is it on? Well, is it? Do you have anyone? Because I don't think I have anyone in my life like that. Where, like, if you swung on me, I would have. What? There's no one in my life like that.
No, I mean that's different because if someone does,
if they hit you, but I wouldn't make up a hypothetical where it didn't happen. There was no chance of it happening, and saying if they did try it, I would hit them.
Yeah, no, I mean, what kind of life do you think I'm living where I have like a mortal enemy out there? Like I have
someone in the J school at Austin. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it was. Isn't it? Don't you and I and Eagle have Noah Eagle have a thing that he doesn't know about?
No, I mean that's different. I just I think it's pretty nakedly obvious that he's a nepo baby. That's it.
That's true. It's
I'm allowed
true.
not to like people.
I'm not questioning your ability to like or dislike anyone.
Don't try to rope me into a beef with either Noah Eagle or Miles Teller. All right, I'm not going to do it.
Well,
quit asking. All right.
It's all right, Nick. Relax. I didn't ask you who's gonna start at quarterback this year. I'm just asking if you've got that. I don't have one. I don't even really understand what this is other than one guy milking the other guy's fame, even though he's famous himself. I don't want to get into the psychological things of who's in whose head and who started it. It just appears to be an individual who's very prominent on ESPN, making the story about himself and using LeBron James to generate interest, which is part of the business. But I would have knocked him. He didn't say he would have knocked him out. I'll take that back. He said I would have swung on him. LeBron's not hitting you during a game. He's not hitting you in a Lakers uniform at Crypto after a conversation. That's not happening. There is no threat of violence. But, make up the hypothetical if you want. I hope this continues, mostly because I want to see how far Stephen A. Smith will go.
Yeah, this has me thinking, should we start a beef?
With who? Between us or we should pick someone?
I think we should pick someone.
You have any
can
viable
silently
candidates?
nod my head like everyone else on First Take while
While
Stephen
I
A. basically
yell.
ISOs for 5 minutes to talk about his petty personal beef, and the the show has to stop.
Yeah. Do I need to be you? So you're saying I do something unhinged for about 5 minutes while I attack someone who has no interest in attacking me?
Yeah,
And
we get really personal with I don't know, pick a guy, but get real
Pedro
personal with
Leon. Who's the choice?
Cooper Hummel.
Yeah. Who am I ridiculously going after to prove a point that where really no point exists?
Man, Nate Hinton needs to watch his back. All right.
Yeah.
I
Nate
forgot
Hinton,
if he, I
is
forgot
he
if he got
still with the
traded or not.
Rockets, or did he get traded? Maybe Nate Williams is the one you're looking for.
One of the Nates need to
who
watch.
just got a deal with the Rockets.
One of the G League Nates need to watch their back. All right.
Yeah. We're being ridiculous about it because it's ridiculous.
It is a ridiculous story, and if you have like a single like earnest, like emotional response to this, you care too much.
Yeah,
about stuff that does not matter.
If you have developed an opinion about the rightness and wrongness of it, more power to you. That's you, not me. I can't. I'll watch it. I'll laugh. It's kind of in that car wreck realm where you will watch, but you really should drive by. You shouldn't stay for very long because it's not going to help you or anyone else if you pay too much attention to it. And if you have a bias against one or the other, maybe that's part of it. If you approach it as a neutral observer, you go, okay, this is very, very dumb.
This is
particularly for the media side of it to turn this into a back and forth where you cover the athletes. It's part of the gig. You have your opinions about them, but getting involved in a direct back and forth where they can criticize you can criticize them, and you can turn this into maybe a week-long fight, depending on how long you want to turn this into, how long you want to make this a thing. Seems overboard, but that network, ESPN itself, has always done this, at least recently, maybe not always. They've turned their analysts into stories, and even from one show to the next, very similar to what Lance did when he yelled at Jeremy Branham.
Yeah.
That's kind of the process. Don't shake your head at me. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
They turn something that happens on one show into a story for the next show, and of course, we create content out of it. It's kind of how they thrive when there's no real sports stories.
Yeah, no, Lance is the Stephen A. Smith.
You're the Stephen A. Smith of this, Lance. Jeremy Branham's the LeBron James. Congratulations. You turned Jeremy into LeBron James. Never would have said that before, but it's the analogy we're making. So whether it continues or ends today, is he too powerful for anyone to come down? Because sometimes you'll get a call, hey, could you stop yelling about LeBron James and move on?
Yes.
Is he too much of a focal point of what they do to have that happen? Probably.
Yeah. He can do whatever he wants on First Take. He can do whatever whatever he wants within the, I guess, confines of cable TV, TV studio show. And then like last night, that's where the clip of him saying he would swing on LeBron, that's from his YouTube show. So at any point he could just run on YouTube and start a stream and keep talking about this. So Stephen A. Smith will talk about this for as long as people are interested in it.
Yeah,
because that's his job.
That's true. Yeah,
he's just like a carnival barker. Like whatever gets the people walking by to stop and stare at a freak show. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, because if ESPN ever told him cut this crap out, you're right. He could go right to his own property and do whatever he wants and continue the feud that isn't really a feud. It's just one guy who's very upset because the biggest star in the game called him out. So be it. Okay, when we come back, we'll get to a less contentious story. JJ Watt. I don't know if this is I don't know if you would call it a promotion, going from the studio team to an analyst, but he's got a new job, which may mean we will hear him call Texans games quite a bit. We'll talk about that, and we'll also get into the tournament. We are, some hours away from the Sweet 16 beginning, and of course the Cougars are in Indianapolis right now. I believe they traveled yesterday for their game against Purdue. That'll be the Friday night game here. I think tip-off is set for like 9:09, but that can always move depending on how the first game goes. So when we come back, we'll discuss that. And by the way, Raheel will join us at 11. He will talk about what you should be interested in the city of Houston. I'm sure he'll bring his Raheel spin to it as well. But Raheel, the host of CityCast, will join us at 11 o'clock here at the top of the hour. We're at East River 9. We will be here till 12. The entire station will be here till 6. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9, here's Del Olaleye.
Maybe you want to call it a domino effect. But with Gary Danielson retiring after this upcoming year, and Charles Davis moving over to I think he'll be the B team for CBS College Football, with the likely scenario of him taking over after Gary Danielson retires. There's a spot open. However it came about, and J.J. Watt's going to take over for Charles Davis. I say that because Charles Davis was the analyst on the Iron Eagle crew, which you might call the second team or third team. I guess it all depends on how you feel about Kevin Harlan. I'm not sure how CBS ranks them. We know Jim Nantz and Tony Romo are the first team, along with Tracy Wolfson as the sideline reporter. We've gotten plenty of Iron Eagle calling games here. Kevin Harlan. I mean, with the Chiefs existing, less Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, but the Texans going to be favored to win their division again, 2 straight division titles. So JJ's probably going to call plenty of games because the second team will call Texans games. So we're going to hear JJ Watt on Texans broadcast. So you'll have a Texans proponent on those games. The rest of the team, at least from 2024, the rest of the analysts were most of them were actually all of them were players. Trent Green, Tiki Barber, Adam Archuleta, Jay Feely, Tony Romo. So JJ will slide right in there. Sean, is it a promotion to go from one of many in the studio to an anchor, or at least an analyst, excuse me, on the play-by-play team?
I think for what he does, yes, like the pivot, being one of the 6 guys on the CBS desk, that's to me seems a little lower profile than being the football voice on a top broadcast for CBS, where with on a Sunday we're spending most of our time watching a Texans kickoff at noon. We're spending most of our time with the analyst and the play-by-play guy, and then we get 10 combined minutes of just the studio show, which is then divided amongst 5 different people. It's divided amongst having Boomer Esiason, Nate Burleson, JJ Watt, Matt Ryan some weeks, and the coach Bill Cowher. Yeah, it's so many mouths to feed on the CBS desk for so little time that again, like you mentioned Archuleta, I've heard Archuleta talk about the Texans way more, talk about probably football in general way more than I have those CBS guys.
I would agree with you there. My counter would be this: if you are in that studio, nationally, you are seen by anyone watching CBS broadcast, particularly if they love a pregame show. You are seen by everyone who tunes in to CBS to get their football day started. If you are doing play-by-play, you are seen just by the people,
the local market,
and heard whose game you're covering. So if you look at it that way, maybe it isn't. But then the other thing probably why I side with you is being a voice on a football Sunday. It's probably better for your long-term goals if you happen to want to stay in media than being next to Matt Ryan and James Brown. You're not really the star of that. Yeah. We know Tom Brady will get paid and continue to get paid a lot of money to be a analyst. Greg Olsen, I'm sure, got paid quite a bit before Tom Brady took his job. I'm sure he's doing fine. You always have the chance. I don't know when Tony Romo is going to go to be the number one as well and call a Super Bowl. So there are positives and negatives, but I think I would agree with you, mostly because of upward trajectory.
Yeah, and you're going to, like you said, the Nance Romo team is the A team. That's normally the late afternoon. That's normally how they do it. Probably like 10 out of the 17 weeks. They're doing the late afternoon game, which means you're the top noon game on CBS. So there is a certain cachet that comes with being in the Iron Eagle group. Like this is different than being calling the a Jags Titans game. Like a just terrible AFC South game. Back when the Texans were terrible, they're like the CD team from CBS. Like that the scales kind of tip the other way, but you're going to be in a game that probably involves two teams that are at least playoff contenders or think that they're playoff contenders early in the season. You're going to have more, you're going to be, in the coverage map, your game's going to be on the bigger side of that map. So I do think it's a step up now for different shows or different sports. I do think it's a little different, like, Charles Barkley and being on the inside the NBA crew is different than calling a game on TNT. It's different than Reggie Miller calling a game on TNT.
I would agree. Yeah, JJ won't be in the Jay Feely position where he's the team calling the NFC game that got leaked over to CBS because they needed more inventory. Yeah. Oh, it's Panthers versus Giants. I don't think he'll be calling games of that level. We'll see him on pretty good games, and the Texans, if they continue their recent run of just playing a lot of noon games on Sundays, we're probably going to hear him calling Texans games quite a bit this year, which will be cool. I mean, a lot of people think, and it's not unique to Texans fans. A lot of people think their teams are undercovered, or people don't understand them, or they're disrespected. Trust, you'll get a lot of respect from JJ. He's been one of the Texans' biggest proponents since the kind of the change over the last 2 seasons. He's been one of their biggest fans on a national level. So we might get to see him pump up the Texans while he's calling their games. Okay, we'll go to break here. We'll be joined by Rahil Ramzanali when we come back. He is the host of CityCast. It's a great podcast if you want to know what's going on in the city. And he's got some news. I think we might have touched on it earlier this week, if not this show, but then it was a morning show. But Rahil's got some news involving another football team in the Sound that he'll tell you about when we come back. We'll get to hour 2 here shortly. Welcome to hour 2 from East River 9. The entire station will be out here till 6. Paul Gallant will follow me, and, of course, the Killer Bees after that. And if you're coming out here, you got a chance to enjoy quite a bit. Of course, the tournament games, they'll show you those. Opening day with the Astros, we got TVs to watch those. And, of course, you want to be outside playing golf, you can do that as well. Great views of the city looking into downtown. And on Saturdays and Sundays through May, they're going to have a crawfish boil. Come out here for that as well. But while you consider that, consider this. Raheel Ramzanali joins us right now. He is the host of CityCast, a great podcast to keep you updated on what's going on in the city of Houston. And beyond that, the podcast and what Raheel's going to talk about. He does have some news regarding a new venture, or maybe a new old venture. So we'll get to that as well. What's up, Raheel?
What's up, Belly Bear? How are you?
Don't call me that. Don't call.
That's my nickname for you. You call me Heezy. I call you Belly Bear.
In fact, you've never heard me call you Heezy. I don't call you Heezy. I call you Raheel.
Only my close friends call me Heezy.
I am not, and we're barely acquaintances, so I just call you Raheel. Call you by your government name. So Raheel Ramzanali is now it's going to be just your full name every time. Raheel Ramzanali joins us, CityCast. So, of course, a lot of things going on in Houston. I mean, I don't know if you'll talk about the cows on the road on 45. That was a story.
That was crazy.
You didn't send me that as a note to talk about, but that did happen earlier this week.
Yeah, it did. You know, that the herd of cattle got out. I believe it was 31 cattle that got out, and it was wild to see, like, cowboys, first responders, regular citizens trying to help get these, cattle back on in their trailer. It happened up on 45 North in the Spring area, but it was like, okay, it was the most Houston thing ever, and none of us were fazed. Like, it was just like, oh, this H-Town being H-Town.
Yeah, it was a thing to cover, but it wasn't a major thing. Okay, they'll figure that out. I did say if you were stuck and had to deal with that, it just messes your day up. Like if they've got cows on the road and traffic is blocked, I would just turn around and go home. This is not my day. I just assume.
No, but you couldn't even turn around.
Yeah, I know. But even when it cleared up, I know you can't turn around, but when it clears up, I'm just telling whoever I had to meet, whatever job I had to go to, today's not the day for me. Look, you're going to get a better response and performance from me tomorrow, because today I had to sit in traffic because cows got out. As you said, the most Houston thing ever. Not many people being bothered by it. Okay, so that happened earlier this week. That's a fun story.
One more thing on that.
All right, go ahead.
Quickly. So if you are the first or second row of cars that is stuck behind that, that trailer that let loose, or the trailer opened up, the cattle got out, and you're heading to work or you're heading for an important business meeting, and you're the first one to call that person, like, hey, look, I'm not going to make it. Like, you won't believe this. Clearly, cows got out, because it hadn't hit the news at that point. Would they believe you? Would you believe somebody?
It depends on your track record. I wouldn't believe you, but I think someone might believe me. It all depends on your track record with that person. If you're a person who never misses work, you're always on time, and you drop, hey, cows got loose, trust me, it'll be a story in like 25 minutes. I think they're good. Because cattle getting loose is crazy, but it's Houston, so people could kind of understand it. There are other people who are just flat out liars and are always late to everything, and they're like, shut up. Just get to work. Stop lying.
God.
It all depends.
Use that excuse.
It's too late. So you think people are going to believe it's a yearly event that cows break free?
You won't believe this. Yeah, cows got out. You just use that as an excuse now. It's part of our excuse card.
When you're late to a recording with CityCast, try it next year and see if people buy it. See how your producer responds to you not showing up on time. Speaking of CityCast, I'm sure you guys cover everything that anyone should know about the city of Houston, but there are a couple stories you were interested in talking about. And let's start with game in the system for millions of dollars.
Okay, have you heard about this? This group called Rook TX. 2 years ago, they conned or gamed the Texas lottery system. All right, have you heard about this at all?
I had not until you sent me the note, so I started to look it up.
Okay. Let me break it down for you. Okay. I'm going to give you just a high level. There's a lot of intricacies in this, but basically this group bought every single combination possible, okay, to win this $95 million jackpot 2 years ago. That's roughly 26 million combinations. and they have to buy it in a 3-day span because there's the regulations where you have to buy it in this short window. Basically what happened was they won, obviously, because it had every single combination, but there was an investigation into this. The Houston Chronicle did some digging into this. There was involvement with lottery officials. The official lottery website, in fact, the director gave this group the green light to buy, millions of numbers in a short period of time. And now there are bills being discussed at the state legislature right now. The politicians, everyone's meeting right now. Every 2 years they meet. But basically there's like the talks of, do you just eliminate the lottery because this happened? Obviously, can we put something in place where, hey, can somebody not buy up all the combinations? Like, how was that not in place to start? That somebody can come in and buy all that? You spend $25 million and you win $95 million, even though they opted for the large sum. I think it's like $58 million roughly.
Right around
so
there. Yeah.
You're still going to benefit. Like, how was this not in place before?
Now let me ask you a question, and it goes back to the history of a show we did together. Is this theft or finessing the game? If you invest $25 million to win 57, it's a finesse, right? There are no rules in place to stop you.
Yeah.
You didn't break the law. They gave you the money. It's the ultimate invest in yourself type of thing. And
if
of course,
you have a group that has that much, do it. I mean,
I am bothered that
Yeah.
the group is not from Texas. Aren't they from like Jersey?
Yeah, it was an outside group. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, even that doesn't even bother me. Like, hey, guess what? You figured something out. But so there are issues here when it comes to what they did. While it's not illegal to buy every single combination, the way they did it, like, you're supposed to do it in person, handwritten, all this stuff. They use iPads and QR codes to like speed it up. So like that could be a reason, where it's not legal, but I don't know. I mean, there was no outright law that says, hey, you can't do this. So I'm saying finesse.
It is definitely a finesse. It's not against the law. I wish it would have gone to some smart people from Texas. Instead, it went to some smart people from Jersey who called them.
Keep the money here.
Keep the money in the state. Yeah,
that's a big thing for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to finesse the entire state, at least be a resident of the state when you do it. They named themselves. The group named themselves like Rook, Texas, or something like that. But they're situated in Jersey. Before we go on to a more serious topic, does this make you feel better or worse about Cam Smith? On one of his latest IG posts, he went all in on that viral video of the guy who dips his face in Saratoga water. He is dressed in a nice fit. He's got a Saratoga bottle and like a bucket from a hotel, ice bucket from a hotel. And apparently he's a Saratoga partner.
Who was it? I didn't hear you broke
Cam
up.
Smith. Cam Smith.
Oh, I like
Better
it.
or worse?
You know what? I like it. Let him have fun. He's like experiencing this new high, and he's going to be on the roster. He's going to be playing. I like it. Let him have fun. Why not?
Okay, I don't mind it.
New. If this was like Altuve doing it, I'd be like, come on.
Yeah,
kind of like Altuve. You've seen and done so much. You don't need to do this. You don't need to jump on this viral trend.
Yeah, you're 30-something years old. Leave it alone. Cam Smith is a different story. And he hasn't struck out with 2 men on in the bottom of the 8th, so I can't be upset with him about anything yet. So let him get all this stuff out of the way now before at some point, if he turns into a player who isn't living up to the hype, people will reference everything that he's done and take their shots because that's how the world works. But right now, he's got a clean slate. Go out there and ball, man, and you'll be okay.
Can I ask you about?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I want to ask you about the Astros real quickly. Like I'm not following it day to day like y'all are. Y'all have been having great coverage, and I've heard you talk about this. I've seen the videos. Can you, in like 30 seconds, explain to me why Jose Altuve is out in the outfield? Like, why? I still don't get the why. I understand it's happening. I don't understand the why.
Okay, as a non-baseball person who has been listening to everyone explain it, and it sounds like it's reasonable. He is a diminishing talent at second base. His defense has gotten worse and worse and worse. They believe any defensive issues he has in left. Now they weren't accounting for just flat out dropping fly balls, but any issues he has in left are mitigated by where he is. He'll have less opportunities for his for his problems to affect the team as a whole. Whereas second, there'll be more opportunities to make mistakes and more defensive opportunities to affect the team. So, hey, we'll put him out on left. Hopefully he gets the drop and fly balls thing out of the way. And so even if he's a below average left fielder, it ain't the same impact as being a below average second baseman. And you want that bat still in the lineup. So you put him out there, you get whoever you decide to play a second on a day-to-day basis. And of course, you have Jordan as a DH, which probably is another thing. They don't want to put any stress on Jordan to avoid any injuries.
Okay, that makes sense. And then Dubon's playing second for sure?
I don't know what's for sure there. Is it Brendan Rodgers who they brought in, or is it Dubon? How much center?
Who's Brandon Rodgers?
Brendan
like
Rodgers.
A Marvel character.
No, that's Steve's younger brother that no one cares about. It's Brendan Rodgers. He is a former Rocky who blamed Coors Field for his inability to hit on the road.
Okay, fair. You know what? That's fine. Rocky Mountain High. I get it.
So we will see if now that he's no longer a slave to the altitude of Coors Field, if he becomes a better player hitting away from that ballpark. So, so that is why this is going on. And by the way, there's news about what the train will look like. It will be unveiled today, but the Chronicle's got a sneak peek. You'll have to wait if you want to listen to that breaking news that the Chronicle already broke in our next segment. But Raheel did want to get to something else. Pollen season, I'm not an allergic person. The first thing I learned I was allergic to was by happenstance because I had eaten melon all my life, whether it be a watermelon or any type of melon. And it turns out, that little scratchy thing you get in your throat, that's you being allergic. I didn't know what that was. It's not a big deal. I can still eat a melon and my throat won't close up, but it does get a little scratchy. And I found out, hey, you're a bit allergic. That's what that is. But this thing you're about to bring up, a lot of people deal with.
Yeah, we're one of the worst cities. Out of 100 cities, we came in at 26. We were previously 14 of like the worst cities for allergies, and this month has been terrible. So I'll give you a number. Like they measure it like per particle, cubic meter, whatever it is, right? But that number of oak pollen, if it's at 2,000, that's when it starts like impacting people. It hit almost 8,000 earlier this month, and all week in Houston has been in the 5,000 range. It's bad right now when it comes to pollen. It's only going to get worse. Like wheat pollen in a couple of months, we're estimated to have one of the highest wheat pollen seasons. So it's going to be bad. Like I can't even open my eyes. That's what I like. Literally, my eyes are so puffy right now. It's not because I'm exhausted from chasing the kids around and stuff or not being able to sleep. It's because of this pollen that's in the air.
Wow, I can't relate. Honestly, I know it's a big issue for people. It's a big problem. You're taking anything you can to avoid it, but just being allergic to anything but a melon or an almond has not been an issue with me. Almonds and melons are what I have to deal with.
Like watermelon,
like cantaloupe, all of it. I get it's mostly cantaloupe. The scratch is a little more abrasive when I have cantaloupe, but other than that, I'm pretty good. But I get it. I know pollen is a big deal for a lot of people. Sean, are you allergic to anything?
It's its own category.
It's true.
Cantaloupe doesn't count as a melon. It's like a sweet melon or a watermelon, or the two melons.
Cantaloupe doesn't count as a melon?
No, like the cantaloupe is in the SEC, but it's Vanderbilt. Like, do we really count it?
Texas is an SEC.
What are you talking? We're one of marquee schools. We are the preeminent.
I'm giving you a compliment. Don't become a person who has to identify as an SEC member. I'm giving you a compliment. Texas is its own brand. I don't even think of them as an SEC school. They happen to play in the conference, but they're still Texas. I don't think of them as SEC.
We're a pomegranate. We get into the melon family.
Cantaloupe, a melon, often called a muskmelon, known for its sweet, aromatic, and usually orange flesh, and an allergy that Del Olaleye just figured out 2 years ago. That's the AI overview of cantaloupe.
You have to go to AI for that.
I need you were fighting me on it. I had to give you a definition of what a cantaloupe is.
Oh man! Hey, one last thing. This is the best weekend. When we did the show, I always was forward to this weekend where we have opening day, March Madness, and of course the Cougars being in the Sweet 16 for 6 straight years, which is unbelievable. Like that is so amazing. I hope they win it this year. I have been winning it this year. I think this is a different team. Then you got the Open. Then you've got the Houston Roughnecks. We're in action on Friday night, so get your tickets.
You say
this is a great time.
Now you say we, and tell the people why you're saying we.
I am back with the Houston Roughnecks as their stadium host. I did it back in 2019 or 2020, the season that got cut by the pandemic. Then when they brought the XFL back in 2023, I did it with Kennedy Smith, the daughter of Patty Smith, very talented broadcaster. And then I took the year off last year, and I am back now this year as the Roughnecks are under the UFL, which is, of course, owned by The Rock and Danny Garcia. So I'm excited to be back, and it's back at TDECU. Last year it was at Rice, and that stadium's massive, right? And we are now back at TDECU. It's going to be a party, man. It's going to be so much fun. So get your tickets. I'm excited to see everyone out there. And, I've done a lot in my career. I've been lucky and blessed. And still, when people meet me, they're like, oh, man, when are you going back to the Roughnecks? Like, that's what they remember. And that's pretty cool because it was that much fun in 2020 and 2023. So I'm pumped to be back, man.
I remember people were very excited about that team. It didn't hurt that they were good, the best team in the league before the season was short circuited, and the environment there and what you provided along with the fans who showed up, it was a good time. So I'm glad that you're back doing that. I'm glad it's back at TDECU. So it should be a good experience as spring football is back in the city of Houston. So that's Raheel Ramzali, the host of CityCast. You can find that podcast wherever you listen to a podcast. And I was looking up what the current podcast episode is about, and it's about food, right?
Yeah, so the one we published today is looking at the six best food festivals going on across the city in the upcoming month. There's a lot to be had, like barbecue festivals, oyster and seafood fest. There's 2 taco festivals. One includes a concert by Lil Jon. Okay, I didn't know Lil Jon was coming to the city of Houston for a taco festival, but he will be here. And then there's one that has like Lucha Libre wrestling at the Post. So there's a lot going down. And then the one on Wednesday I'm really excited about is an episode about what makes a Houstonian a Houstonian. So, like, you're not a real Houstonian until you've seen cattle on 45 North, right? Stuff like that. So, we mix in food, culture, and of course, news and what's happening locally in government and also across the state.
Yeah, so you can go to the website, houston.citycast.fm, and of course, go to Spotify or Apple and type in CityCast, and it'll be there for you as well. That's Raheel Ramzali. He joins us pretty much weekly, certainly when he can, and we'll talk to him next week. Appreciate it, Raheel. Talk to you next week.
All right. Del, thank you so much. Have fun at East River 9. Go play some pickleball for me, okay?
I don't do anything for anyone, certainly not pickleball for you, but that's Raheel Ramzali.
Bye, Deli man.
Don't call me that. I told you that already. Raheel Ramzali joins us when he can. Hopefully, he'll be able to join us next week. We've got some news regarding the Astros. The lineup is out. Raheel was wondering who Brendan Rodgers is, and I had to explain it to him. We'll tell you if Brendan Rodgers is in the opening day starting lineup, and along with the biggest news of the day, the sneak peek of what the train is going to look like when you walk into that ballpark, or maybe when you see a home run fly out of the yard today. All right, we'll get to that when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9, here's Del Olaleye.
McTaggart, as he likes to do, tweeted out the opening day lineup for the Astros. And Altuve, of course, will lead off with Paredes at second. Alvarez Paredes in the second spot. Alvarez will be hitting third, and that's something that Joe Espada talked about earlier. And then you've got Christian Walker in the cleanup spot with Yainer in the 5-hole. Pena 6th, Cam Smith 7th, Brendan Rodgers 8th, and Jake Myers will be your center fielder for today with Fromber on the mound. So not a surprise. Maybe you wondered who would start at second, but that feels like what you're going to see as long as they're healthy throughout the year. And of course, it makes sense to do that starting opening day. So your lineup is out for the Astros as they get the season started here shortly. I won't say it's ho-hum, but there's no surprises there. There was some thought that maybe Dubon would be at second, but Brendan Rodgers has impressed people this spring. And despite the jokes I made in the last segment about him putting some blame on Coors Field for his inability to hit away from the ballpark, he has done enough in the Astros' eyes to get that start. The new acquisition will be your starting second baseman.
And Dell, we have more Brendan Rodgers news.
Oh, what is it? What is it?
His jersey number this year, he will be wearing the number 1.
He will be wearing the famous number 1, made famous most recently by Carlos Correa. So Brendan Rodgers, second base, wearing the number 1.
He wants us to forget all about Carlos Correa.
I'm sure that was his goal. Hey guys, you know that player who hasn't been here for several years? Forget about him. There's a new number 1 in town.
The guy
who Brendan Rodgers.
It's Brendan Rodgers, the guy who Chandler Rome said was the last guy to make the roster for.
So the last guy to make the roster starts on opening day.
That's what he said.
How does that work?
Maybe they just like the matchup against Clay Holmes.
It's possible. It's not like the NBA where the starting 5 is the starting 5, particularly during the regular season where matchups aren't really considered. It would make some sense if they like the matchup. And Sean, I don't know if that we know that, but if they do think the matchup is favorable, you start Brendan Rodgers. It's not like it doesn't have to be a ceremonial thing where, of course, like as I said in basketball, where the starting 5 is the starting 5 no matter what. I think it's likely that they think this is a better fit than maybe putting Dubon in there.
It could also just be that he was literally the last guy announced to make the team, not he was the last guy.
Yeah, we would need some context from Chandler Rome.
They don't rank them. They don't rank them like in number 24. It's not the AP poll that they do for the number 1 Altuve. You've made the team. Okay, no surprises here, and they go down the list.
Yeah, did Brendan Rodgers know on Saturday that he was on the team, and they just happened to make it public, much like the Cam Smith thing, where they look like they kept that as a surprise for him. But I think at least the guys who made all the decisions knew he was going to be on the team far before they called his parents in.
So on the 25th, so that was Tuesday.
Yeah.
At 4 p.m., Chandler Rome said the Astros still have not settled on their final roster spot between Brendan Rodgers and Zach Short, Joe Espada said.
So either Zach Short in line to start at second today, because he as an infielder.
Check his splits. See if he's good against.
He's a shortstop by trade.
Clay Holmes, and then later that day, or no, the next day later that day at 11 p.m. Brendan Rodgers got the final spot on the Astros opening day roster. The club announced from Chandler.
So
Brown.
Short is an infielder who can play second, shortstop, or third.
Yeah,
but Brendan Rodgers
last one out. He's the West Virginia basketball of this roster.
So in this comparison, Brendan Rodgers is on a Final Four run. You go from barely making the roster to starting on opening day.
Yeah, hopefully
he's the NC State of last year.
Yeah, some Shaka Smart in him.
Yeah. Hopefully it works out for him.
Well, I mean, he's been mediocre except for this giant run he's going to be on, so it sounds like Shaka Smart.
That's your Texas hate coming out. It's fine. You're allowed. It's fine. Shaka Smart just catching a stray for no reason. What am I catching something for? My team's no longer in the tournament. Well, that's why you're catching the stray. Because your team always leaves the current tournament earlier than it should.
I saw you win 13 games in a season with Jared Allen on your team.
That's rough. You got a starting center who goes on to be an NBA contributor and what, an all-star?
The starting center on like a 65-win team. No,
and yet
couldn't go 500.
Couldn't build a team around him to go at least 500. It's the curse of Texas basketball. And hopefully, for your sake, Sean Miller fixes that. I should ask Real. He wanted Royale Ivy to be the head coach. Instead, it goes to Sean Miller, recently of Xavier.
Yeah,
and
booster
Arizona.
core divided. I think there's going to be a fracture.
I don't know. I don't
Maybe
know
he's
that
withholding some of.
I don't know that Raheel is a booster. I know he has a Longhorn tattoo on himself, but I don't know if that translated into him giving money to the school. He may say, "I gave all the money I could to that school." 15 to 20 years ago. I'm done with that. I'm done doing that.
That could be seen as a donation.
I funded you guys for years. Why do I have to keep doing that? I don't know what the tuition was at the time, but
I paid Colt McCoy's salary.
You could say, well, I mean, Texas would tell you what salary, and then everyone would go, "Stop it, Texas! Stop playing games." Even back then. So if you are a person who goes to Texas for 4 years, I think Raheel may have gone for 2. I think he went to UTSA his first couple years. That's what he doesn't talk about, the shameful 2 years at UTSA. But if you go to Texas for 4 years, what is that, Sean? As a more recent grad than Raheel, is that you're in the 250 range? What is that for in-state student as far as 4 years of tuition?
So just the tuition itself in state, so it's about 12 per year.
It's 12. Oh, okay. I thought it was more than that. I thought it was like 50 per year.
For in-state.
In-state.
Out of state's 42.
Okay. Got it. So
but then housing, that's where they get you.
They get you on the housing. And the athletic fees?
I don't know if there's any athletic fees. I didn't see it on the itemized receipt.
When you're going through,
No.
Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Yeah. Going to UT, I'm sure it turns out it was worth it for some people.
The athletic fee wasn't worth it. Back in the Charlie Strong days, I'll tell you that.
In
case you're wondering.
I wasn't. If you tell me you went to Texas during the Charlie Strong days, I can't imagine a lot of things going on with the athletic program worth at least when it came to football.
I deserve this.
What this current SARC run?
Yeah. I got out the mud.
You didn't do anything.
I laid the foundation.
A foundation of what?
I was in there screaming my lungs out.
Were you there for the Kansas loss?
Tyrone Swoops. That was in Kansas.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't make
Herman
the trip.
lost. You're right. Herman lost at home to Kansas, right?
Was actually, Steve Sarkisian did in year 1.
Oh, so many Kansas losses. I'm confused. So Herman doesn't have one of those on his resume.
No, he doesn't.
Okay. Think how far you come.
4-0 in his 4 years against Kansas.
Sark lost at home to Kansas, and now look at you. You just never know, right? You never know. All right. We got a couple more segments to go before we wrap it up. We didn't even get to the train thing. We'll get to that when we come back. The Astros through the Chronicle. It almost looks like the Chronicle wasn't given access, and they took photos through a window. But I'm going to go with the Astros gave them a sneak peek, and we now know what the train will look like. We'll get to that. I know that was on the top of people's minds. What possibly could they do to change the train now that we have a new sponsor in Dyken Park? We'll get to that and a couple other things before we wrap it up today here at East River 9. We'll be back.
It's the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleye.
We have the visuals of what that train will look like. And if you thought there'd be baseballs, giant ones in the back of it, you were right. There are going to be giant baseballs in the back of the train. The difference will be this year, it'll have different logos from Astros history. You know, the logo, not new, that compilation logo that's on the City Connect jerseys, that's going to be on some baseballs. You'll have Orbit on the baseballs, the patches, or at least the logo of their championships in 22. I think I saw the 17 one in there as well. They're on the baseball. So just those baseballs will be there to remind you of Astros present and the past, and of course the big giant green mascot will be there as well. I don't know officially what the train will look like, but from what I can tell, those are what the baseballs in the back will look like. So, I guess if you go to the ballpark or watching it on Space City Home Network today, you'll be able to see that in full. So that answer and that story is out there for you if you want to look. I think it's from the Chronicle. Yeah, it's from the Chronicle. That's where I saw it. So we have our answers there. Yeah, I see the 25th anniversary logo there. Also, yeah, the World Championship logos, an old Astros logo. Yeah, so that's what it'll be on the baseballs, and it'll be sponsored by Phillips 66. So if you cared about that, that's for you. That's there for you as well. Sean, have you ever been in a car that's gone over 100 miles per hour? Like either, I'm not gonna ask you to snitch on yourself that you're driving the car, but have you ever been in a car that's gone that fast?
I don't think so. I gotten up in the 90s. I don't know if I've passed triple digits.
I was trying to think, even when I was being stupid and I had like a two-door coupe, did I ever try? Not that the car had a lot of horsepower, but hey, there's nobody around. Let's see if I'll do it. I don't think I ever got to 100. And I bring it up because that was the miles per hour reached by Nitro Tuggle. And if you guess he played for the University of Georgia, you'd be right, because that's kind of what they do there. 107 miles per hour before he was stopped and arrested by the police. This was back on March 19th. So he's just one of many Georgia players to break the law when it comes to driving. And the vehicle was operating 42 miles per hour above the speed limit, according to the report. And that's why he was placed under arrest. Yeah, he was probably
kind of ticky-tack, if you ask.
You think? I did catch a ticket for going like 20 plus, and this was back when I was younger and dumber, and it was like 3 a.m. but I was driving. I think I was in Kemah or something, going back to League City, coming over the bridge or something there, and the police officer pulled me over. He goes, "Hey, I could arrest you for this, right?" I was like, "Actually, no, officer, I didn't know that. I did not know that. I'm only like 22 years old. I had not looked up all the laws when it came to driving." And so in this case, the officer did arrest the Georgia football player. And Tuggle's been suspended by Kirby Smart along with one other player as well. So
that'll teach him.
Well, it didn't teach anyone else. It didn't teach anyone else. And the other player, Marquise Easley, who was suspended indefinitely, he also was in a car-related incident where he wrecked his Dodge Charger and he ran it into a power distribution box in an apartment complex. So Kirby had to suspend him too. Now, we have gone several years of this being a Georgia thing, and Kirby will tell you that they've done all they could to try to remove this type of culture from the program. Kirby does a lot of good things. Can coach a football team, can put a defense together, can certainly recruit. This one, some things aren't in your bag, Sean. And directing your program and the players in the program not to commit driving infractions is not part of Kirby's bag. I don't know if he needs to find someone who can get that across. Maybe remove actually, I'm not sure about this one. Is it a good idea to have the racing game in the facility or not? Because you would think in some ways you give them the video game, it may get all that stuff out of them, or they think, let's do the real thing. I don't know where I stand there. Apparently, they may need to go oppo because putting it in the facility hasn't helped.
Yeah. No one's ever like, hey, let's get more, if something bad happens, hey, let's get some more violent video games in the mix. That's normally how things don't go.
Point made.
So listen, I'm not shutting it down, but I don't. If I'm Kirby Smart, I'm like, hey, listen, guys. Obviously, this is bad. Very bad stuff. Do you want to keep winning 10, 11 games every year?
Oh, if he's talking to the AD or
Listen,
the boosters,
everyone has their talents. Mine is winning again 10 or 11 games basically every year. One of my faults, because nobody's perfect. One of my faults as Kirby Smart, my guys like to drive fast, and there's nothing I can do. Sorry.
So Sean, you are considered a good recruiter if we go by our dynasty. Now they
think.
have filters where you can go after a power rusher, and by dynasty I mean CFB 25 on PS5. You can go after a power rusher or a speed rusher. You can go after a zone corner or a man corner. There is no filter for driving infractions, linebacker or anything.
No.
And I guess you cannot filter out. You can't. Who knows how much they want to lean into reality? You can't filter that out in the recruiting process if you're Kirby Smart. But somehow other programs have found a way to win a lot of games and not have this type of influence in their program. Like Michigan will cheat, but none of their guys, at least not at the amount that Georgia is doing, their guys aren't committing driving infractions. The national champion Ohio State, they didn't have an influx of guys who are committing these type of infractions. So there is a way to do it. So if you're listening to Kirby Smart and that's one of his defenses, hey guys, you want to win or do you want to have guys who don't commit driving infractions? He can't lean on that. Because I think they're recruiting the same guys. They're recruiting the same guys Ohio State is recruiting, and somehow those guys find a way not to do it.
So to me, there's several different things that this could be, but really there is like two different things. Athens Police Department is the most no-nonsense outfit in a college town.
42 miles per hour over the speed limit, and then you drove yourself into a power.
What's
it called again? What's it called again?
Power conversion unit or whatever.
Power distribution box.
Distribution.
You think the Athens police are too much of a stickler when things like that happen?
I'm just saying, some places they'll look the other way.
You get away with that in Gainesville. You don't get away with that in Athens.
Gainesville, hey, it has to be pretty documented. We have to catch Jameis Winston on CCTV in the Publix, sticking crab legs into his pants.
That's true.
To get him in trouble.
He was accused of a more egregious crime, and Tallahassee police were like, "We got nothing."
Yeah, investigated it. Over the course of a short afternoon. He's good. He's good.
Nothing there. So maybe you're correct. Maybe the Athens police, for whatever reason, have decided they're going to take it out on Georgia football players.
Yeah,
unlike the other college town,
all these other
police departments,
all these other places, you never hear about guys driving through power distribution units on in apartment complexes. You think Georgia's the only place this happens? Come on.
What about this? What about this theory? That for every one they do catch, there are 4 others that they don't catch. So, or maybe it's 4 others that they let go.
At more ticky-tack stuff, they're just like, listen.
At some point, the Athens Police Department is like, all right, the guy who was 15 over in a 60, we're going to let go. But you,
Gunnar Stockton, we're good.
It could be the starting quarterback. You're rubbing it in our face, Nitro Tuggle. At some point, we got to take a stand. And if you're going to go 42 over, stop it. You're high stepping. You're taunting us.
Okay.
At some point, we got to stop it.
So you bring up a good point that these aren't exactly borderline cases.
No.
That Athens PD is being sticklers for. Then the only other thing I can point to is that there's something unique about Kirby Smart's message to his team that somehow, I'm not saying he's explicitly telling these guys to be fast and furious in Athens, but there's something like some hidden subliminal message that just unlocks these guys, and they're, for whatever reason, they think like, hey, we got to play aggressive, we got to play fast, and that's just what they're taught all day. And then after they leave, they hop in their super nice cars, and they're still thinking, hey, we got to be aggressive, got to go fast, hit this power conversion unit fast.
That's a nice theory, but there is no defensive coordinator who has taught college kids who leaves a meeting not saying we got to play aggressive and fast. Everyone says that.
Oh, then I don't know what it is. I don't
Exactly.
I don't know
This is the point. What is going on there?
I don't know
how can this be explained?
They're lapping the field in this department.
It's not close, and yet it continues. And I'm sure if you ask Kirby Smart, in fact, he's been asked about it several times. He said, "Hey, we're doing all we can," and yet March 2025, you had to suspend 2 players for driving incidents. Hey, just keep winning games, man. I would say you better cut it out losing in quarterfinals of the playoff. And you got to make the semifinals for people to continue to accept what you're doing there. So Georgia, more problems when it comes to incidents. But, hey, they're going to win a lot of games like they always do. And once the fall hits, no one's going to care. That's just kind of how college football works and college football in particular works. So not like that in Austin. They don't do that there.
Too much traffic.
I can't. The reason it doesn't happen there. There are no empty roads. There's always construction and there's always traffic. So Sark's program is going to be pretty safe from that. Just keep them off 6th Street and Sark's going to be good. Okay, we got one more segment to go before we wrap it up here at East River 9. Paul Gallant will join us after that. We get closer and closer to opening day. Excuse me, we're already here, but we get closer and closer to first pitch with the Astros. And the lineup is out. Brendan Rodgers will start at second. Cam Smith is on right. Altuve is in left. So we're getting there with Fromber on the mound. Exciting time here to see some of the new and some of the old mixed together and see what the Astros can do in 2025. But before we get to our final segment, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And listen, we're talking about opening day all day today, and there's precious few hours left to get your season-long projection lineups in for Prize Picks. Once the season starts, you can't add any more season-long projection because the season would have already started. So you got to get it in now. If you think that Jeremy Pena is going to hit more than 14.5 home runs, you can do that on Prize Picks. If you think that Pete Alonso with Juan Soto hitting in front of him in the lineup is going to have more than 100.5 RBI, you get that in your lineup right now. Maybe you don't believe in Aaron Judge to hit his RBI or home run number. You can do that on Prize Picks, but only right now. But then once the game starts, you can still build lineups every day. Every day the Astros are playing, you can pick the highers or the lowers on whatever you want. So download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 when you sign up or when you use promo code MAPES. Prize Picks, run your game.
Back now to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9 for opening day. Here's Del Olaleye.
You can come out here and enjoy opening day at East River 9. That's what some people are doing. Place as the restaurant is opening up, we see people showing up here for lunch. And, of course, you can always play golf as well. The entire station, starting with John and Lance, out here all day. Started at 7. We'll go to 6 with Paul Gallant following me. And then Joel will be out here, I believe, with Brian, right? Brian's going to be out here?
I believe. No, I don't know. I don't
Who
know,
knows? We found out yesterday Sean doesn't look at much if it doesn't affect him. And I understand it. I understand it. I understand it.
Am I Brian's keeper?
No, in fact, Brian will be the producer, so he won't be out here. Maybe Joel's doing the show by himself. I'm not sure. Or maybe he'll have a guest host. Not sure about that. But either way, you guys can come out here and enjoy all they have to offer for the tournament and also for opening day. And that brings up something that Sean reminded me of during the break. As part of our celebrating the Astros and opening day, we were tasked, some of us were, with picking our walk-up songs. I don't know if it needs to be a big reveal, but you'll see those. I went with Vince Staples, and yeah, right. I thought, let me go with Long Beach. He's from Long Beach. I grew up there, and it's a good song from his Big Fish Theory album from now maybe 7 years ago. So that was mine. Lance has his. It's more in reference to his clumsiness than anything else. So I guess you'll see that shortly. Sean, did you get asked about your walk-up song?
Nope. I'm not a host. Not important. Sam doesn't care.
Sam, you didn't ask Sean about his walk-up song because he's not a host? She smiles and says no. Well, he says it's because you think he's not important, but you have to take that up with him. He's not going to show up here and just give you that for. Yeah, Sean, who's been up far earlier than he ever wants to be, is going to drive here to East River 9 to get himself in the social videos.
No,
Feels unlikely.
No, it is Chipotle and nap time.
Are you going with the honey Chipotle chicken, or are you going to go with something else?
I think this is too high stakes of a day. I think I just want to single up the middle. Let me halfback dive this. I know what I want. Let me just get normal chicken.
So you want to be a back when it's blocked for 3 yards, you'll get 3 yards. You're not going to be one who's going to be looking to break it, and if you read the hole wrong, lose a yard. I get it.
I'm not trying to make any plays here.
Yeah, just get me something I know what it's going to taste like. I know I'm going to be cool. I don't want to take any chances. I can't imagine.
Give me the 3rd and 1. All right.
Understood. You're not play action going deep on 3rd and 1. You are handing it. You're handing it to Joe Mixon, picking up the first down. Well, maybe not behind the Texans' offensive line, but a different offensive line, and picking up the first down and going about your day. I respect it. Understand. Sometimes not time for chances.
No, it's 3.0 yards per carry. That's what I'm looking for.
And if you do it 4 times, you get a first down.
Exactly.
You play Army football. Understood. When it comes to your lunch on days like this. If you are more adventurous, you can come out to East River 9.
Yes.
They've got a wider selection of new things you can try. They let us try their breakfast tacos. They're really good. And obviously with lunch being a thing right now, you can get a burger, get a nice sandwich. It's all there for you here. Tomorrow, we're trying to figure out where people are going to be, and Sean didn't have an answer, and rightfully so. The guys will be not here, and it won't be a full station thing, but tomorrow it'll be Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees out and about once again.
And Paul Gallant, who hopefully tomorrow will not be delayed by a train, forcing the Del Olaleye Show to maybe buy him some time.
Oh my goodness!
Like he'll need today.
Did you just get that text? Because
I just received for it.
I was the emotions of knowing I was done for the day and planning my
That's
lunch.
Why I had to get it in fast.
Oh no! I'm glad this didn't hit me in the middle of a break. Like, when I'm wrapping up and you whisper in my ear, oh, by the way, you got to keep going. I just slid in my chair. For people who aren't watching on Twitch or Twitter or YouTube, I am now out of view of the camera because I slid down. You can't even see my head anymore. So it hit me, man. I was like, oh no. Because I know that train could force Paul to be 30 minutes behind schedule. That's how that train operates, because it'll just sit there.
Yeah, let's just shoot for 5, and then whatever.
Do you think it'll be 5?
I don't care.
I know you don't care.
How about this?
You get to leave.
How about this?
You're going to be gone. That's the other thing that's bothering
I
me.
am only going to be here for 5 more minutes. I don't know.
That actually is more bothersome that you get to go.
Yeah, Brian's here. Brian, no train blocking Brian.
there are
He
no
can walk in
trains.
here and
There-
take over the reins.
I need
Talk
Brian to be
to him about working man.
I need you to suffer. I need Brian to be behind a train or in traffic as well. But apparently that's already been situated. He'll be with us shortly.
Yeah, he's here at the Gal Media Studios where nothing ever goes wrong.
Nothing.
There's never any random construction or no. Good.
Yeah, not like people have to go up a different ramp now because that ramp will be out of commission for the next couple of days. Is there a chance that you will have your Chipotle order before I get out of here? Do you think? Have you already used the app to order it?
No, I haven't because I wasn't sure how long it was going to take.
Okay.
For me to get out of here, so I didn't want to set a time that I wouldn't be able to meet.
Oh yeah, you got to do the podcast because we don't have an intern today.
Oh, you have an intern. Just the morning.
The morning show didn't have an intern.
The podcast is up for the morning show, by the way.
Yeah, I know that sometimes I'll get a tweet about that.
Yeah, I
there's
just
no
want
intern.
to just head those on because it was delayed. I just want to head
Cool.
that out. Delayed,
So if you
much like a certain 97
Paul Gallant
radio host.
So if you missed anything, he's here. He's walking in right now.
Okay, there we go. Show's over, guys.
All right, we can say goodbye. Thanks for that, and Paul and his very nice rainbow Astros jersey. So Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees here at East River 9. And tomorrow, Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees will be at Wild West Brewfest at Typhoon, Texas in Katy. They'll be there from 12 to 6. So you can enjoy the guys out there and see them out there at Typhoon, Texas. Sean, since we're done for the day, both of us, thankfully, at the same time, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I will talk to you tomorrow.
Rangers. All right.
Well, all right, indeed. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We are live at East River 9 in East Downtown. I have a beautiful view of downtown Houston because East River 9 has the best view of downtown Houston in our fine city. Sitting in the River House, there's a bar, there's TVs. It's Astros opening day. We've got March Madness, Sweet 16 action later on. This is going to be a great day of sports. If you want to come out and hang out with us, throw a few back, play a little golf. The rain has cleared up for what it's worth. And come on out here. We're going to be hanging here at East River 9. You know how to jump aboard. You heard voice guy himself say it, 713-780-3776. That's how you call, and that's how you text. Astros opening day is here. For those who didn't see it, very early this morning, I drove down to now Dyken Park. I did a TV hit on Fox 26 inside Dyken Park for the third straight year with my guy Nate Griffin and Patrick Creighton over from the flagship. Fun hanging out with both of those guys. Caught up with some media types in the area. And I found out something today. I found out that I am a Dyken man. I found that out today. I had no idea that I have a Dyken air conditioning machine unit. But yeah, guys, I'm a Dyken man. And I'm very excited about that. Very, very excited about that. I'm going to try to figure out if we can get some sort of sponsorship deal with them. But perhaps this is good omen. You know, when you think about the Astros Stadium, formerly Enron Field, then Minute Maid Park, and now Dyken Park, you always think about that saying from Jim Crane. The window is always open. And, okay, that might be a little debatable this year, given the changes that are taking place in the outfield. You got a left fielder in Jose Altuve, who's never played left field before. You got Cam Smith in right field. He's never played right field before. He's never played above Double-A ball. But you think about all of that, and you know how Minute Maid Park didn't exactly have the best air conditioning, and now it's named after an air conditioning company? Well, I discovered for myself today, the window is still indeed open. You know why? Because it was 76 degrees inside. That means the air conditioning for a stadium that's named after an air conditioning company is either not working all the way, or it's this. It's that Jim Crane left the window open because the window's always open. Yeah, that was a terrible joke. We're going to have all sorts of terrible jokes today, guys. Maybe we'll throw a few back in the midst of the show. Here's what's going on for the Houston Astros on opening day. First off, let's take a look at the lineup. I think everyone was very curious. One, what was the 1 through 9 going to be? You got Jose Altuve leading off in left field. So strange. Isaac Paredes is batting second, playing third base. Yordan Alvarez, the designated hitter. Christian Walker, he's hitting cleanup as your first baseman. So he is back after dealing with that oblique injury. Yainer Diaz, catcher. He's hitting fifth. Jeremy Pena, he's hitting sixth at shortstop. 7, Cam Smith. So he'll be hitting seventh in the lineup. Batting eighth, the Astros second baseman. It's Brendan Rodgers. It's not Mauricio Dubon. So that was a bit of a surprise today. And then you got Jake Myers playing center field with Framber Valdez on the hill. We'll see defensively how they are, but I mean, you got Christian Walker at first base and Brendan Rodgers at second base. You've got 2 Gold Glovers on the right side of your infield for a ground ball pitcher in Framber Valdez today. And then we'll see what Isaac Paredes is as a third baseman. Jeremy Pena's had some good moments as a defensive shortstop, though. Last year, a little sloppier than you would have liked. And then, of course, the outfield. Who knows what's going on that front? What's happening on opening day if you're going to the ballpark later today? Well, I'll tell you. And I'm kind of bummed out about this. Not about this part. The ceremonial first pitch is going to be thrown out by Larry Dierker. The play ball call will be made by Astros legend Jose Cruz. But I can't believe what the Astros took from us when it comes to the national anthem. I think generally we assume for any major Houston sporting event, whether it's opening day or the kickoff of the Houston Texans season on Liberty White Day, or it's a Rockets playoff game, there's always one constant. Somehow, some way, Clay Walker will sing the national anthem. Yes, Vider's own Clay Walker. But they took that from us. The Astros are not going to have Clay Walker singing the national anthem today. How will I know? It's baseball time in Houston, and we're ready to play. How are we going to know that it's baseball time? I just don't think we will. No Clay Walker is bad omen, I think, for the Astros. Truly. Instead, some band called Wilder Blue will sing the national anthem. Hell, that might be a person. Wilder Blue. Let's look them up. The Wilder Blue. It's a band. Okay, here's a picture of them. It's a picture of four guys. And they're wearing button downs and hats. One of them has a baseball cap. The others have a variety of different cowboy hats. Their shirts are tucked in to their jeans, and they are standing in a river. The Wilder Blue. What kind of songs do they sing? Do they sing songs about trucks? Do they sing songs about dogs, hunting? Here's just a list of some of their songs. Palomino Gold, Still in the Running, Wave Dancer, Dixie Darlin', Learning My Lesson, Adios. So these guys are going to be playing the national anthem. I'm going to sing selection from Palomino Gold, one of Wilder Blue's greatest songs. Eyes like the pools of the Frio River, where it ripples over smooth gray stones. Head that shone like a Palomino. There you go. See? Is that Clay Walker? It's not. And I'm kind of disappointed. Really, I do feel like ultimately this Astros season is shooting itself in the foot before we even see Jose Altuve out in left field or Cam Smith in right field for the first time. I'm really bummed out about no Clay Walker, but we do get Cam Smith, and that's huge. It was very interesting being down on Fox 26 earlier this morning. I have a confession to make. First off, there was a moment in time where I thought that the interview was done and my intrusive thoughts made it onto TV. I'm so thankful that I didn't cuss. I'm so thankful. In case you didn't catch me this morning, these were my intrusive thoughts when I was asked about what we're going to nickname Dyken Park.
Ask the guys what's their favorite nickname for the park. Are they going with the Icebox? What's the judgment there?
Do you have a favorite nickname for the park, guys? Pat will ask.
Oh, it's the Icebox.
Icebox?
It's been the Icebox from the day we found out it was Dyken Park.
And
on
field. I'm just kidding. I mean the Icebox. I like that one too. Icebox good.
I truly had no idea I was still on TV. I thought they were just asking me a passing comment. I was spacing out in the process of taking off my microphone. And then I realized after about 5 seconds, oh, wait, damn, we're still on TV. And then I tried to clean that up. I think people might be mad at me, and I hope I don't get canceled for calling Minute Maid Park / Dyken Park Enron Field. But that happened. And then there was another unfortunate thing that happened. So when you're on TV, you don't know if you're going to be standing or if you're going to be sitting. And sometimes there's a desk. We're sitting in these director chairs, and I'm wearing these light blue pants. And I'm sitting very far back in the chair. And someone brought this to my attention. And you can look this up for yourself if you really want to look for it. But when I took a look at the replay of me on television, I had no ability to see what I looked like. You can see like the complete outline of my package on TV. You can see it all. I'm not kidding. I'm so embarrassed about this. I'm so embarrassed about this. So this whole time, it's just right there for everybody to see. So if you want to laugh at that, you can. Guys, it's Astros opening day. You want to chime in on your expectations for the season. 713-780-3776 is how you call it. It's how you text it on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. On YouTube, at ESPN Houston. On Twitch, at ESPN 975. What are the biggest questions for the Houston Astros going into this season? I'll give them to you on the other side. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9 for opening day. Here's Paul Gallant.
Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hell yes, I'd love a Shiner like blonde. That's the best version of Shiner. Our friends at Shiner are here. We're at East River 9 in the River House. Astros opening day, just a couple of miles away from us. Weather's clearing up. Listen, it's not a bazillion degrees outside. You want to get in 9 holes of golf at East River 9? I think now's the time to do it. Interesting update from Joe Espada when it comes to opening day. This is from just a couple of minutes ago, courtesy of Chandler Rome. And it has to do with the Astros' second base position. So, per Joe Espada, Brendan Rodgers is starting today. That doesn't mean he's the starting second baseman. He also is wearing number 1, taking Carlos Correa's uniform number, a number that wasn't retired. It probably shouldn't have been. He didn't stay here long enough, but key piece of the Houston Astros, back in the day. Oh, I can hear that crispy boy opened up. Thank you so much. You rule. Cheers to our friends at Shiner. Taking a sip of the Shiner Light Blonde. It is truly my favorite Shiner. You know what's my second favorite? And people hate on me all the time for this? Ruby Redbird. Paul, you would like Ruby Redbird, you girl. Hey. But yes, Brendan Rodgers is starting today. That does not mean he's the starting second baseman. What are the biggest questions for the Houston Astros this year? I know everyone wants to say that Cam Smith, what he does this year, is going to be a major determinant of whether or not the Astros go far. I have very minimal expectations for Cam Smith. The more you're looking for from a guy who has yet to play above the AA level, the more disappointed you're going to be. So I'm a big believer, and perhaps this is a bad strategy to have for life, but I'm a big believer that if you expect nothing but disappointment, you'll never be disappointed. So I'm not looking at Cam Smith as like the big, I guess, X factor in whether or not this Astros lineup works out. And we talked about it with our front office insider, Jeremy Booth, yesterday. I'm a big believer that Isaac Paredes, what he does this year is going to determine how good the Astros offense is. I say that because if you take a look at what the Astros didn't do last year, they were not patient at the plate. Everyone was basically ripping off Jose Altuve. You had a lot of, I thought, at-bats, especially in the series against the Tigers, where guys were up and down so damn quickly. They weren't working counts. They weren't forcing pitchers to throw as many pitches as possible to get them out. And with Isaac Paredes, who looks like will be the Astros' number 2 guy, stepping in for Alex Bregman, a guy who we know has tremendous pull power and who, if you take a look at his, I guess, scatter shot of hits last year, he would have hit a lot of balls out of now Dyken Park had he played here last year. So it's not just that he projects well for this park. We've touched on this in the spring. There's a lot of interesting statistics for him. And I think the 2 ones that are going to be most important for Isaac Paredes are, 1, the fact that this guy just sees a ton of pitches. He and Christian Walker, they do the same thing. They just have very, very long at-bats against other pitchers. And on top of that, Paredes is a guy who fouls off a lot of balls too. I feel like the number for Paredes, and it's not in front of me right now, but among major league hitters, I think he's like number 1 in terms of fouled off 2-strike pitches, which is a very random statistic to think of. But Paredes in that 2 spot, I think, is the big X factor for this Astros offense. I'm expecting Altuve to be Altuve. I'm expecting Yordan Alvarez to be Yordan Alvarez. And, hey, we'll see what Jeremy Pena does, but he's batting 6th. We'll see what Christian Walker does if he's able to keep up the production that he's had the last couple of seasons. But for me, the big question is, what is Isaac Paredes? Are those projections based off of where he hits the ball? Are those actual fair things to expect? And I think he's going to help the lineup out tremendously. Honestly, if there's any new Astro, I have to pick one as far as the guy who is going to make the biggest impact in year 1. I think it's definitely Paredes. Cam Smith is eventually going to be that guy, but I think it's going to take some time for Cam Smith to get going. I mean, if Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman had slow starts to their careers, why would Cam Smith be any different? I mean, we're talking about 2 all-star caliber players with Tucker and with Bregman. Are we really saying Cam Smith's going to be better right away? I would love to say that, but I'm not 100% sure I believe that. The second biggest question I have for the Astros, because look, the lineup, there's still some good bats in it, but I do think that with Paredes in that 2 spot, that this lineup can have similar production. The rotation, I really do not know what to make of it with so much in flux. Luis Garcia is not going to be back this year. Christian Javier, who knows if he'll be back this year. Lance McCullers, who knows if he'll be back this year. He seems to be closer than you would expect. But with Framber Valdez at the top of the rotation in the midst of a contract year, you feel good about him. You feel good about Hunter Brown in that 2 spot, especially with how he finished the year. But after that, who do you trust? Do you trust Ronel Blanco? Because I have not quite JP France vibes. Remember him? He had a pretty good year a couple of years ago, but it seemed like he was turning back into a pumpkin at the end of the year. And last season, he really didn't get many opportunities. I know he was injured for most of the season, but he was one of those guys where after that 1 year he had, I never thought he would have that year again. And I'm sort of there with Ronel Blanco. Blanco was so good last year. Is it really possible for him to be the level he was last year, 2 years in a row? Is that actually possible, especially with how bad he was this spring? And then after that, I don't really know who I'm looking at in the rotation. Is it Hayden Wesneski? Is it, I'm stumped. Who is that third arm in the starting rotation? Because it does stand to reason that where you're at right now means you're going to have, I would imagine, more bullpen innings. And, with a bullpen that moved on from Ryan Presley, who's, again, not what he used to be, but is saying that they want Josh Hader and Brian Abreu to throw less. Who are you turning to after those starting pitchers? So there's some serious questions here. And the question I'll ask you right now, and you can answer at 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. What's the realistic expectation for this season? Are we talking 88 wins, 87 wins in an AL West like last year? And perhaps one playoff series victory? Do we think that they're going all the way back to the American League Championship Series? Are our expectations where they used to be, where it's World Series or bust every single year? Or are we a little more realistic this year? A little more fat, a little more happy? I would imagine, you lose to the Tigers in that 2-game series, a very unsatisfying way to end a year where the Astros started off so poorly but had such a great stretch after that, playing the best baseball in all of baseball. But with a different team that's missing some key pieces, Tucker, Bregman, Yusei Kikuchi, are they going to be able to do exactly what they did last year, more than they did last year? Truly, right now, I don't know. I'm excited to see the answer to that. I am happy that baseball is back. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. We are live at East River 9 in East Downtown. Astros opening day, just a couple of hours away. If you want to stop in here, grab a couple of drinks before you head into the park, or maybe you want to watch the games with us, the Killer Bees are going to be here from 3 to 6 to watch that game with you, and of course get some of today's March Madness action started as well. Those games, I believe, tip off in the 6 o'clock hour. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Let's read some of your comments. It was very funny. Just a couple of moments ago, someone came out to me and he fist bumped me. Hi, Paul. Nice to meet you finally. Your biggest hater is here, and you're already singing. Hey, I only sang for a little bit, but I truly do not know a damn thing about this this non-Clay Walker guy. He's going to be singing the national anthem today. Non-Clay Walker band, my bad. The Wilder Blue. And apologies to all the Wilder Blue fans out there. I'm musically challenged, okay? From the 832. This is in reference to my TV interview. Paul, I'm a gay man. I saw your interview today. I didn't see any package. Maybe it was a small delivery. It was an envelope. Listen, all I'm saying is it was highlighted for all the world to see. Another texter from the 281. Did Paul go to Alex Baldwin and work 3 metaphors for his junk into the conversation? Yeah, we played that in garbage time, where Alec Baldwin called his wife, Hilaria Baldwin, the star of this new Baldwin TV show. Her, I guess, ex-boyfriend, Alec Baldwin saw her ex-boyfriend in a locker room, and apparently he's packing a lot. He described it as his personality, a clarinet, and a baseball bat. More text here on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. For the 972, Blanco didn't show any signs of slowing down late last season, but even if he's only 70 to 80% as good as last year, still pretty good. Hunter is arm 3. I don't know, man. Hunter Brown's your 2-1. Like I think you're in a situation right now where with Fromber, he's done so much for so long. By default, he's your number 1 pitcher. But I would say it's the gap between Hunter Brown and Fromber Valdez is closer to 1A and 1C than it is 1 and 2. If that makes sense. From the 281, you just want to be a 500 team. Damn, bro. For the 713, the biggest difference maker is going to be Christian Walker, not Isaac Paredes. If Paredes has a good year, then it's similar to keeping Bregman. If Walker has a good year, that's a huge difference over Abreu and Singleton. That is true, and that is the hope. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show live at East River 9 on Astros opening day. Come out, hang out with us. We're going to be here all afternoon. Coming up next, do you have any tinfoil hat conspiracies about the Houston Astros? I've got a couple. One, what the hell's going on with the train at Dyken Park? And 2, there's something around the stadium that's missing all of a sudden. All of that next. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston, live at East River 9. I cracked open a Shiner Light Blonde. Our friends at Shiner are here as well. You know how to get aboard if you want on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, 713-780-3776 to call. You can text in at that same number, the HRNP listener line. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Jay Texas asks, actually, he declares, if the Astros are under 500 by the trade deadline, we will trade Framber Valdez. And then the shocked/surprised looking emoji. Yeah, that's probably accurate, because I doubt that they're going to bring him back, given that they did not even have discussions with him about an extension with him going into the last year of his contract. And it would make sense if that's the position the Astros find themselves in. What's really going to be tricky is if the Astros are in the thick of the mix and they're not, say, leading the American League West by 2-3 games. What do you do then? And that's possible this year. I think we all have to acknowledge that it is possible that the Astros don't meet those expectations. Right now, I still think they're the best team in the American League West. I really don't know what's going to happen in the playoffs. Would I pick them against the majority of teams in the American League? Probably, but would I be doing that because I'm a homer, because I'm biased, because I'm pandering more than I'm doing and picking with my baseball brain? I mean, you know the answer to that. You guys know. Paul's baseball IQ is limited. He cares more about fun than he cares about the facts. Anyway, guys, it's time to put on your tinfoil hats. What are your sports conspiracies right now? It is a tinfoil hat Thursday. People are freaking out because there's no train on the left field wall at Dyken Park anymore. At least that's what they think. I went to Dyken Park today. I didn't see a train. We were all wondering, wait a second, did they just get rid of it altogether? Not so fast. Our friend, the most important conductor in the city of Houston, Bobby Dynamite, who's generally the one, I guess, that just sits in the train. Does it move? I honestly don't remember, but he posted this to his Instagram. BMAX says it moves. Okay. I've never seen it move. I never have. Perhaps this is because I'm not paying attention due to the $300 El Tiempo margaritas that are at the park. Could be, things get a little bit blurry, a little bit foggy. But here's Bobby Dynamite talking about the train, which is still there. It just hasn't been revealed yet.
Hey, guys, it's your favorite train driver, Bobby Dynamite. I am just now coming up to the train. I'm up on the train tracks right now, getting a look. And y'all, the new whip's looking pretty good. I cannot wait for you guys to see it. So we're going to unveil it tomorrow. It is still under wraps. I am standing next to it right now, and it is completely covered in tarp. So I'm about to get a quick look at it, and I seriously cannot wait for you guys to get a look at it. So, look, this is what I'm looking at right now. Just a giant
tarp over the train.
And that's it. So can't wait for you guys to see the big reveal tomorrow. It's going to be cool. It's going to be awesome. And, man, I'm excited. Can't wait to see y'all here. So it's going to be great. See you guys tomorrow.
That's Bobby Dynamite, everybody. some comments here. Asymmetric Risk asks on Twitch, why doesn't our train have swangers? I hope that's what they added. Some swangers to it. Let's make this thing look all chopped and screwed, huh? Just full pander to Houston's urban population the same way that the Houston Texans had the last couple of years. But the train's still there, and apparently it looks spiffy and cool. While we're talking about the Astros on opening day, Tinfoil Hat Thursday, do the Astros hate the handicapped? This is a report from ABC 13 that I saw today.
George Ware is used to making cuts. The hairstylist works in a studio downtown, but he's baffled about one cut he's spotted on city streets.
Ware parked in a spot like this on Texas Avenue, a place that recently underwent a pavement project. Prior to it, he says, the end spots on this side of the street were handicap parking. Well, those signs, he says, that were up there are now gone, replaced with one that says no parking to corner.
ABC 13 asked city officials about the Texas Avenue spots. We didn't receive an answer. However, we did see change when we asked about this map. It shows where handicap spots are downtown. We found a dozen blocks all near the ballpark where handicap spots were missing. As for the missing handicap spots, we're told they've been relocated. They didn't say where to.
It's important to have those because if you were needing the extra space to open your door, you can't when there's a F-450 truck parked there with the mirrors out and you got to get out your vehicle.
There's no handicap parking around Dyken Park anymore. It's all gone. Where did it go? Do the Astros hate the handicap? That's not cool. That is not cool at all. I guess we'll see.
Can we also talk about the cheesiness to the open of that report? This man is used to making cuts, but one cut he did not like was the cut of handicap parking.
Brian McDonald, let the TV man be a TV man. I appreciate their corniness, much like I appreciate Clay Walker national anthems. And I'm not going to get that today. So I, at the very least, want a cheesy TV report as part of a Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Okay? But they're vanishing. Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. LeBron James joined the Pat McAfee show. Gotta say, good job by LeBron. I'm a big believer that if you sit down with somebody for a long period of time and are as authentic as you can be, especially if you're out of your comfort zone, people are going to like you a little bit more. I actually came away from this interview with Pat McAfee liking LeBron a little bit more, and I've always been the biggest LeBron hater. I didn't like LeBron before it was cool to dislike LeBron. Like, I disliked him in 2008 when he was just a Cavs player playing my Celtics. But LeBron thinks the 2003 NBA draft was rigged for the Cleveland Cavaliers to draft him.
Listen, man, during the ball drop, during the lottery drop, Cleveland got the #1 pick. I just don't think that was. What a coincidence!
Don't you think?
Wemby with the Spurs. Oh my
There
God!
goes Chicago.
Let's keep LeBron home. You know what? Patrick Ewing to the Knicks. Derrick Rose to the Bulls. But I understand the assignment, guys. I had to make sure that I had to do my part. I didn't want to be a up. I just didn't want to be a up, man. Like.
That would be really annoying if it was rigged for them to get LeBron. And I know everyone always thinks that with the NBA draft lottery, just given how many times it has seemed like the NBA draft lottery has been rigged specifically for the Cleveland Cavaliers. I mean, Dan Gilbert, for all the words he wrote in that Comic Sans font note that he wrote after LeBron left. I mean, the guy has been bailed out more than the loan company that he's a part of, right? More than the banks of the United States of America after the, little crisis that we had back in 2008. Anyway, LeBron thinks the 2003 draft was rigged for the Cavs. Stephen A. Smith, who I got a push notification on my ESPN app today when he apparently opened up First Take responding to the latest LeBron comments about him. Stephen A. Smith is really loving this moment in time where he continues to be the center of attention. At some point, though, Stephen A. Smith made reference to LeBron saying that he wears tighty whities, and he didn't like that. Here's Stephen A. Smith explaining that he doesn't wear that kind of underwear.
Tidy Whitey's comment was funny because I don't wear tidy whities. Let you figure out why that is.
Why is that? Why doesn't Stephen A. Smith wear tidy whities? Seriously, I don't know. Why doesn't he wear tidy whities? Is he implying that he's packing? Is he implying that he's looking like me, Haagen-Dazs up a storm, like when I was on Fox 26 earlier today, wearing pants that, due to the way I was sitting, happened to bunch up around my groin and leave very little to the imagination? Maybe this is how I start the OnlyFans I've always been hinting about starting. Is that why Stephen A. Smith doesn't wear tidy whities? I figured like tidy whities just look weird, a little too bikini-esque, you know. Like, I'm more of a boxer briefs guy. Sometimes I'm wearing, long boxer briefs. Other times, if I think I'm gonna have myself a little extra fun, maybe there's smaller boxer briefs, but never gone the tidy whitey route. And neither is Stephen A. Smith. So I suppose Stephen A. Smith and I have a lot in common here on a tinfoil hat Thursday. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We're hanging out at East River 9. Astros opening day is a couple of hours away. Round 3 of March Madness. You can watch both of those here at the River House, which is an awesome bar with a great view of downtown Houston here at East River 9. Up next, with Astros opening day finally here, we're going to take a look back at a fun offseason. What was the funniest moment from this offseason? We'll discuss. Stick around, Paul Gallant Show.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
The Astros train has been revealed. Matt Young of the Houston Chronicle took a picture of it. The new Astros train in left field is going to be blue and orange. And instead of oranges in the coal truck, I guess, what you would call it, truly wouldn't know. It's filled with giant baseballs with different Astros logos on it. So it's going to look a little bit different, a little more Astros current colors themed. And was interesting in the Tinfoil Hat Thursday, the reaction to hearing Bobby Dynamite's voice for the first time. Couple of texts. One texter said, Bobby Dynamite sounds nothing like I imagined. I'm shook. Another text. Bobby Dynamite sounds like he is a switch hitter. Hey, I was expecting a manly train conductor voice. That voice was unexpected. The Twitch is very upset that there's not ice cubes in the train. Yeah, especially if you're going to call it the Ice Box, which is the only nickname I can really think of, considering it is now Daikin Park as opposed to Minute Maid Park, but going to be tough to call it the Ice Box when, if you've been to that ballpark over the last couple of years, you'd notice that the air conditioning has seemingly been worse and worse every single year. What's been the funniest moment of the offseason for the Houston Astros? What's been your favorite moment? I know for me, it's definitely not been watching Jose Altuve in left field. Watching Altuve in left field has given me anxiety. And everyone says they have anxiety these days, but I can't be the only person that's a little bit nervous about how bad this could potentially go. Especially because, those last two, I mean, they were popped up to him. And I know he was thinking about the runner on third. And that he might have rushed things. And he screwed up the exchange glove to throwing hand as he tried to throw it home to catch these runners who were trying to tag on him. And we haven't even really seen what his arm looks like from left field. We've only seen him butcher those two plays. Altuve in left field has not been funny. It's more just been a massive stress fest. I think that Brendan Rodgers, the spin zone, and per Joe Espada, even though he is the starting second baseman today, he is not the Astros starting second baseman. Brendan Rodgers, who played for the Colorado Rockies, saying that if he plays at sea level, he'll be a more consistent hitter. That, to me, was a pretty damn funny moment. I kind of believe him the more that I think about it. I would imagine you play more games away from Coors Field, the less you get that boost in, how far the ball goes, all those things. Apparently you play at a high elevation. You're just going to have an easier time smashing the ball. So perhaps Brendan Rodgers playing at sea level for a full season means that he's just going to be a little bit more acclimated to playing in all the ballparks that aren't Coors Field. But it was really funny just to hear him talking about how he's a sea level player. That's how he identifies. Other fun moments from this Astros offseason with opening day upon us. How about Hunter Brown and his explanation for the tattoos that he has?
I'll start at the beginning. I got blessed to the outside of my forearm. Really like tigers, like big cats. Try to be the hunter, not the hunted. See that? See what I did there? The ship. No idea I was going to get that. Walked in there that day. Thought it was a cool saying, like, that ship has sailed. Life changes so fast. Changed that day when I permanently blasted out on my forearm again. It's a dandelion I got. There's a field at the end of my street when I was a kid. I used to blow dandelions and wish that I would make it to the big leagues. And there I was 20 years later. And then I got an eagle way up here that probably nobody ever gets to see. I was done with my sleeve. I had no more ideas. And I just told my tattoo artist to do whatever he wanted. And He was like, yeah, I love birds. So that's kind of how that happened. This arm right here, business purposes only. That's it.
He was pointing to his throwing arm there. No tattoos on his throwing arm. What an interesting way to go about getting tattoos on your arm. What an interesting way. It seems like he's just kind of winging it. That'll be fun. I mean, it'd be nice to have the actual scratch to just wing it. I don't think I'd be believable with a full sleeve on my arm. A full sleeve of tats. Nah, I don't think it would look good. It would look bizarre. I look too skinny, so I feel like I'd look like I do crack or meth if I were all tatted up. Nothing against those who do, by the way. I just think that's what I would look like. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. What's been your favorite moment from this offseason for the Astros? I mean, watching how poorly Alex Bregman was received in Boston was pretty amusing to me. Now, important to note, Bregman is the Boston Red Sox starting third baseman. When this offseason began, some were saying, well, that means that Alex Bregman going to the Red Sox, they're going to move him to second base, even though Rafael Devers is one of the worst third basemen defensively. Not Alex Bregman. Rafael Devers is one of the worst third basemen defensively that we've seen in a really long time. He's just completely awful there. So it was really funny when he was asked, Devers, about potentially moving to another position, how pissed he seemed at the idea that he would have to move positions for a guy who's coming off a Gold Glove season.
My position is third base. I don't know how they want to go about it or what they want to do, but I know that that's the position I get ready to play every day. And it's just, it's just my position.
How would you react if they asked you to DH? How would you feel about that?
No.
Can you translate that?
He was so matter-of-fact about it. It's good that he changed his mind. The Red Sox, and there was this other guy, Tristan Casas, who was like, yeah, Devers is our third baseman. Hey, Tristan, Devers sucks at third base. He's a great hitter. Sucks at third base. It was weird the way that the Red Sox welcomed Alex Bregman, but it does seem like all that has settled, and now that they're actually accepting of a guy who's way better than everyone on their team combined in terms of his actual resume, finally being added into the mix. So, what's the funniest moment from this Astros offseason? You want to weigh in on that? You can at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. That's how you text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. More texts about the train from the 713. Put some copper wire in the back of that train. Everyone around the city likes to steal copper out of units. At least it's not Centerpoint Stadium. I heard it almost was on an Astros podcast. Man, that would be something else. Another text. Michael Schwab saying Lance McCullers would win Cy Young gave me a good chuckle. Did he say that? No way. I don't believe that. Schwab's got some takes, and Schwab was one of the other drum beaters, just because he knows baseball like me, to have not Jose Altuve. He was one of the drum beaters to have Cam Smith make the opening day roster. He was beating it hard, just beating it. Boom, 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 boom. And guess what? Cam Smith is going to be starting right fielder for the Houston Astros. Cam Smith, for his part, I guess has a partnership with some sort of sparkling water, and he did a post for said sparkling water. I think he might be low-key very funny, much like Hunter Brown seems to be low-key very funny based off that interview you heard that he did talking about all the tattoos he has. Because Cam Smith posted a picture of himself looking just like that guy who went viral for having a morning routine, the guy who rubs banana on his face and puts his head in a bucket of ice water for a couple of hours before he gets ready to go to work. The guy has a 6-hour morning routine. What an absolute psycho. And Cam Smith made fun of him with a post that he did. I guess he has a partnership with the same sparkling water that guy does. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston, live at East River 9, 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Is it still World Series or bust for the Houston Astros? And since it is opening day, we've got nothing to react to, just hope springing eternal. We've got some old Astros songs to get you pumped up as we have some fun the rest of the show. It's the Paul Gallant Show, live at East River 9. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You can join us by calling in or texting in at 713-780-3776. On the HRNP listener line, you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Lots of disappointment over the new train at Dyken Park, which got a paint job and got baseballs put inside the back instead of oranges inside of the back. Hockley Dan comments on Twitch, Paul, I'm going to the game next Tuesday. I can give you a Dyken Park train review. Well, you're going to have to to, I imagine, give the full train review. You might have to, get Bobby Dynamite out of the actual train so you can see the interior. And that might be a felony. That might be a crime. You might be actually robbing a train if you do that. So be careful if you do that for us. All right, guys. Is it still World Series or bust for the Astros? Do we have to lower our expectations? For all the hullabaloo and chest puffing that Jim Crane does about the window always being open, if I'm being realistic, if you look at a team that just lost 2 key hitters and is replacing them with solid pieces in Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes, replacing Alex Bregman with those two to a degree. And then, you got Cam Smith as the other part of that trade in right field, and Hayden Wesneski, we'll see what he is. I have very low expectations for him. Is it still World Series or bust? Or are we now looking at the run that the Astros have been on and we're rather appreciative of it? Has any finality set in? Or at this moment in time, are we looking at ourselves in the mirror and saying, like, yeah, we looked better. But right now, we are. You're playing Landslide by Fleetwood Mac in the background, wistfully remembering some moments in the past where things were better. Like, are we there? Damn, I sound depressing. I sound really depressing right now. I got to shake myself out of this. Because, yeah, you still got to think World Series or bust. The good thing about baseball is you make the playoffs. You've always got a chance. I just think that the lack of pitching depth compared to years past that the Astros have to open the year, combined with some serious questions about their outfield defense and about what they're going to be able to get from 2 guys who haven't played here before, and Isaac Paredes and Christian Walker. I think it's fair to be a little more reserved than cocky than you were last year. And that's normal given that the Astros got dust busted by the Detroit Tigers in that wild card series. But I need to pick me up here at East River 9. I think it's time for us to play our favorite Astros song. We call this the Astros Cocaine Song.
Why did they argue the umpire's call? Why did the fielders crash into walls? Why do you think the pitchers throw smoke? Why do you think they go for broke? Who says it's only a game?
Who says it?
Why do the catchers wear iron masks? Why do they die for the drive on the grass? Why do they go head first into home? Why do the losers feel all alone? Who says it's only a game? When you wanted to give it all you've got.
The war's not over till the final shot. Yeah.
Who says it's only a game?
Still a lot of questions.
Why do you think they call them spikes? Why do you think they call them strikes? Why do they give it more than they've got? Why do they always reach for the top? Who says it's only a game?
With me now, Astros baseball. Who says it's only a game? Hell yeah, dude. I love that song. And that's what you're going to have stuck in your head. If you go to Minute Maid Park today to watch the Astros open up the year against the New York Mets, or maybe you're coming to East River 9 to hang out with us with a beautiful view of downtown Houston. You can watch some NCAA tournament games with us. And you can also watch the Astros get things started. God, I love that song. The 80s, such a different time. I wonder who thought up the lyrics to that song. Just think about that. I mean, the song has all the energy of going to a game with a curious 9-year-old who just has no idea what he's watching. So you're with an alien 9-year-old that doesn't understand baseball at all, but does understand enough vocabulary to ask all sorts of very specific questions about, like, why do you think they call them strikes? Why do you think they call them spikes? Why do they wear a mask? Why do they always reach for the top? Why? I mean, at a certain point, you're probably just nodding your head and saying to yourself, listen, kid, watch the game. or bury your head in your phone. You should know by now. You want to know what all this stuff means. Come on now. We've got to be better. But that song is a great one. So we'll be playing some more fun Astros songs the rest of the show because we got to pump you up and we got to pump me up. So I've had a long day. I was at Dyken Park at like 5:50 in the morning. I was there for a little bit hanging out with Nate Griffin and hanging out with Patrick Creighton. And apparently people saw a lot more of me than they should have. And what I mean is I was wearing a tight pair of pants that happened to accentuate a certain region of my body in a way that I'm a little bit ashamed of. So people are like, Paul, were you flexing? No, I wasn't flexing. I really wasn't. I can't believe multiple people, and I don't know why I have so many friends who are looking downstairs. I'm up here, but for whatever reason, multiple people sent me a picture of a screen grab of me on Fox 26, and they were pointing at that. And I didn't know. I had no way to know. So this might be where Paul Gallant moves from being just a sports talk show host on the with the most interactive sports talk show in Houston to somebody who might be starting an OnlyFans because people are looking. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure that I'm just Irish, which means disappointing when we're talking about that. But if you want to look at that, go check out my ex. Yeah, it's there. Everyone knows all I've got now. I've got nothing left to hide. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most important talk show. Yeah, that's it. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. More fun Astro songs. Plus, I wonder if the Astros are using this disrespect as motivation. We'll play a little Keep That Same Energy next. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We are hanging out, as Voice Guy said, at East River 9. I know it doesn't look great outside, but it actually is really nice outside. It's not too humid, and I am no meteorologist, but there ain't no rain, so you want to come out and play some golf? Guess what? It's ready to go. Play a little golf, have a few drinks before you go to the Astros game for opening day, or hell, just stay here. There's pickleball here as well. I love East River 9. I love the River House, hanging out here. I'm still sipping on a Shiner Light Blonde. Some people have accused me of nursing this beverage on the YouTube and on the Twitch. And guys, sorry, I'm just trying to be responsible. It's been a long day. It's been a long couple of days. You know, we've been up early. We've been working hard for a living. You know, hosting a sports talk radio show is a lot like being a coal miner, except for it takes a little bit, you know, more skill and effort. But I'm a blue-collar guy who works very hard for his living, you know? I'm basically the walking embodiment of a Bruce Springsteen song, and I'm trying to have the time of my life. But to have the time of my life, you can't get carried away, you know? Moderation, it's always key. But hey, you want to chime in on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, you can. We do this segment every now and then because there are those who consistently try to put the Houston Astros down. I mean, I remember an ESPN segment that was previewing baseball for the 2023 season right after the Astros had won the World Series. And the top 10 storylines for some of these blabbers on one of those Speak for Your Pizza shows on that station, those guys did not even put the Astros as one of the top 10 storylines for the year. And I mean, they almost made it all the way to the World Series that season. They, of course, lose in 7 games to the Texas Rangers. We watched Game 5 of that series here, where Jose Altuve hit that go-ahead home run at, was it Globe Life Field where the Rangers play? But in this segment, which we call Keep That Same Energy, we hold people accountable who dare to doubt our beloved Astros. Hit it. Jeff Passan of ESPN. Many people believe him to be a Houston Astros hater. He was on the Foul Territory podcast and said he thinks the Texas Rangers will not only win the American League West, he thinks that they will win the American League altogether because Jacob deGrom's back. Well, we'll see on that one. We'll see on that one with Jacob deGrom. That guy's had the worst injury luck ever. You think Lance McCullers has had it bad? deGrom might be just on his level, as well as seasons from Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, Josh Jung, whatever. I refuse to pronounce a Texas Rangers name correctly unless their name is Rougned Odor and the other Rougned Odor. Aren't there's like as many Rougned Odors as there's the late George Foreman. Wyatt Langford, I guess, another one. So the Rangers, everyone's on the Rangers for some reason. That's Jeff Passan. ESPN, meanwhile, had the Astros coming in second in the AL West, finishing 89-73 with a 68.7% chance to make the playoffs. So a lot of people, I guess, are high on the Texas Rangers supply. Mark Feinsand of MLD.com. His prediction also has the Rangers winning the American League West, and he has the Mariners in second place. Wow. He thinks that the Red Sox and Yankees will get the other 2 wild card spots. I guess that means he thinks the Orioles are going to win the American League East, and that the Astros will miss the playoffs for the first time since 2016. Damn, dude. That's not cool. The Athletic also put predictions together. 33 writers. Some weighed in on the American League West. Most did not. When giving insight on how the AL playoffs could turn out, not many had high aspirations for a deep run from the Astros. Only Grant Bisbee, who covers the Giants, believes the Astros will win the pennant. The Rangers were picked by 11 writers to win the American League, the most of any American League team. Matt Gelb, who covers the Phillies, had the Rangers winning the World Series, while Sam Blum, who covers the Angels, has the Mariners winning it all. Get the bleep out of here. That's stupid. That's just stupid. Brisbee predicted the Astros would lose to the Dodgers in a rematch of the 2017 World Series. That would be fun. More, keeping that same energy. Hope you guys keep this same energy all year. More Astros doubters. Ken Rosenthal, who had the Rangers losing to the Braves in the World Series, said he believes the AL West will be really competitive. Well, it was pretty competitive. He thinks the A's will be improved this year and could figure into a playoff push. BS. They're playing in Sacramento. All those players are going to be depressed. What are you talking about? Although, honestly, that Sacramento minor league ballpark might be better than the Coliseum in Oakland. Keeping that same energy, Anthony Castrovisi from MLB.com thinks the entire American League playoff field is going to be different. He thinks the Astros will miss the postseason completely, saying, quote, the Astros aren't going gently into that good night, but certainly look a heck of a lot different today than they did a year ago. The Mariners finished just 3.5 games back of them last year. Well, it felt like more. The Rangers had the potential to bounce back from their World Series hangover year, and the A's and Angels were among the most active clubs of the offseason. Rangers winning the division, Mariners and A's getting wild card spots. The A's, get the hell out of here. John Heyman, who has blocked me on social media, has this to say about the Astros going into this year. He thinks their divisional reign will end at the hand of the Rangers and Mariners. He has the Astros in third place because of losing Kyle Tucker and losing Alex Bregman. So there you go. But you know who respects the Houston Astros? Vegas. Vegas says that the Astros are the odds-on favorite to win the AL West and that they have the third best odds to win the American League behind the Yankees and Orioles. By the way, the Orioles lost to the Royals in the playoffs and are choking dogs. So just a thought. Houston's tied for the seventh best odds to win the World Series at plus 1,800. The Rangers are plus 2,200. Plus 1,800, those are actually pretty good. Honestly, I might throw some cheddar on that one. So there you go, guys. Keeping that same energy. I wonder if these people will be able to keep that same energy all year long. These Astros haters. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Rare Candy asks, who's the Astros ace, Paul? With Astros opening day just a couple of hours away. Shoot, I think we're an hour and a half away, essentially. Who's the Astros ace? I think by the end of the year, it will be Hunter Brown. I think Hunter Brown's going to have a better year than Framber Valdez. That's my piping hot take. And you want to go a little bit further, huh? Want to gamble, perhaps? Well, how about Hunter Brown to win the American League Cy Young at plus 2,000? He has the same odds for the most part as Framber Valdez, but Valdez on a couple of other apps. I think on what is this? Vegas Insider. Per Vegas Insider, Framber Valdez per. What is this? They're showing just the logos of the books. Can't click on it, but Framber Valdez for one book is plus 900 to win the Cy Young, plus 1,400 on another book to win the Cy Young, and per MGM he's plus 2,000. Hunter Brown across the board is plus 2,000 to win the Cy Young. You want to get crazy, and you know people say that parlays are sucker bets, but why not Hunter Brown plus 2,000 for the Cy Young? How about the Astros plus 1,800 to win the World Series? And then for a little extra flavor on top of all of it, you could do Cam Smith to win Rookie of the Year at plus 600, but those aren't the longest odds. Yordan Alvarez to win MVP at plus 1,300. Parlay of those three, huh? It's a fun one. Put a little money down, potentially win big. Oh, it's a sucker bet, Paul. You're such an amateur hour gambler. Whatever. I like the idea of a parlay. And that's a fun parlay where you're just rooting for the best possible year to happen. And you know what? If Yordan wins MVP and if Hunter Brown wins the Cy Young, then maybe there's a chance that they can win those World Series, huh? Yeah. Let's go. Hockley Dan's bold prediction for the Astros. He believes Framber Valdez will be traded at the deadline for a starter and a prospect, to which GD Mofos says, I believe you should shut the bleep up. It is slanderous. On this opening day, are you going to slander people? Come on. Some more text on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. From the 832, the Rangers' own homegrown guys didn't even make the team. Interesting. Also from the 281, will the A's players have to pay for their soda in Sacramento? I don't think they're quite Cincinnati Bengals cheap, the A's, which is funny to say because of the stadium that they've been playing in for a while. But it's not great. We know that. From the 409, it's a contract year for Framber. Sure, it is a contract year for him. I think the variance that you have in books is makes it a little bit frustrating, the idea of betting on Framber. But, hey, if he's ever going to win it, I mean, this does seem like this would be the year to do it. If he wants to get paid, probably not here in Houston. The 832, another texter says Valdez is in the contract year. He has more incentive to pitch his ass off than Hunter Brown. No, for sure. But he's also a bit of a head case, you know? Couldn't that potentially work against Framber Valdez? If he has a good year this year and he's able to stay healthy, as is Hunter Brown, you feel pretty good about the Astros' chances. But there are definitely some questions about depth in their rotation. You want to jump in on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, it's the 10-minute drill. We go around the National Football League. Some J.J. Watt news when it comes to how much you'll be seeing him next year on NFL broadcasts. And we also heard from one of my football favorites. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, live at East River 9. Stay put.
Excited to be extended with you guys. Let's continue to chase the ultimate goal of bringing a championship to the city. H is up. Go Texans. Texans.
That's Danielle Hunter, Houston Texans defensive end, who signed a 1-year, $35.6 million extension this offseason. Don't you love hearing from Danielle Hunter and his big old vascular biceps? He's got big old biceps, Sam. The biggest biceps of all time. I'm just saying, they're big biceps. I appreciate the biceps. I want the biceps. I don't know how I can get those biceps, though, without performance-enhancing drugs. So Danielle Hunter signs that extension. For those who don't know, the Houston Texans have been doing this thing called H's Up. There's like an H's Up tradition at the very beginning of every single Texans game, and they're trying to say like H's Up. So I guess this is the new slogan that they're trying to do. We've already done Texans Swarm. You know, special work ethic and relentless mindset. That's the Swarm acronym. And they're also, you know, I'm probably going to trademark H's Up at some point because there's like an H's Up cannon that fires at the beginning of every single game. You saw Arian Foster unenthusiastically taking part in that tradition that I think truly has just started. 10-minute drill continues. Yesterday, there was some news about J.J. Watt and how he's going to call games with Iron Eagle as the number 2 team on CBS. J.J. Watt rising the ranks of broadcasting very quickly. Iron Eagle's pretty good. I think Kevin Harlan should be the number 2 play-by-play guy for CBS. Sadly, it is Iron Eagle. Hey, whatever. Yeah, it's not like Iron Eagle's bad. I just think Kevin Harlan's the best broadcaster there is, and he's like reduced to the 3rd or 4th team on CBS. Paul, no one cares about sports broadcasting. Fine. J.J. Watt leaked a text exchange with his new on-air partner, Iron Eagle, and listen, he's a little corny. And Iron Eagle, also a little bit corny. But J.J. Watt posted this text exchange that he had with Iron Eagle, and it goes like this. Prepare to laugh yourself into a tizzy. Looks like the news is out, partner, said J.J. to Iron Eagle. Can't wait to get back in stadiums and call games with one of the best in the business. Going to be a blast, said Iron Eagle. Can't wait to get started. Eagle emoji. This is what I learned about Iron Eagle. Iron Eagle? Iron Eagle puts an eagle at the end of every text that he sends. What an absolute psycho. He texted to Iron Eagle. Preparation starts today. Showed him a cold tub and a sauna that he has in his rustic cabin or perhaps in his home in the backyard. Ian asks, why would you need a cold tub and sauna to prepare for commentating? And then again, he puts the eagle at the end of the text. If you fail to prepare, said JJ, you're preparing to fail. It's commentating, said Ian Eagle. We sit in a booth and talk football, signed with an eagle. So JJ asked Ian Eagle, how do you normally prepare? And Ian Eagle showed him a grocery cart filled with bananas and Saratoga sparkling water, like that one guy who went viral for his morning routine that takes 6 hours earlier this week. He rubs a banana peel on his face. He puts his face in cold Saratoga sparkling water, and I guess that's what Ian Eagle does. So how about that funny exchange between J.J. Watt and Ian Eagle? I hope that the enthusiasm and mirth that you heard in my voice really sold it. Speaking of fake, Russell Wilson. He used to be the Seahawks quarterback. I covered him when he was in Seattle. He is now a member of the New York Giants. He did an introductory press conference with the Giants, and he said that he expects to start in New York.
Do you expect to be the starter, or you have to compete for that? Like, how do you view that?
Yeah, I expect to be the starter and come in here and be ready to rock and roll every day. I think to be able to lead, I think this team's really looking for somebody to lead them in every way in terms of the process, in the off season, during the season. our habits and our thought process and how we create a great winning culture, and how do we continue to establish that and to really build on things that we do well and the things that we continue to need to do. And so I think the big part for me is and just try to this might be my 14th year to be able to lead an amazing group of men that really have big hopes and goals and dreams and desires, and we all share the same goal. And so I think that's the best part about it is I get to be around a lot of extremely talented guys.
Man, he whenever he speaks, he just goes straight into autopilot mode. Must be nice. I would love that. I would love, as a sports talker, a sports blabber, to just be able to go into complete autopilot mode. Because every single word that comes out of my mouth, you might think I have a small brain, and I do. But every single word that comes out of my mouth has an intense thought that comes before they escape. Okay? And Russell Wilson, the man has just figured out how to sound like artificial intelligence. Perhaps we've been pointing at Nick Caserio as being a half man, half robot, cyborg, T-1000. Perhaps it's been Russell Wilson this whole time. Russ was also asked a couple of other questions about the potential of the Giants drafting a quarterback. Wilson said, "I'm focused on winning." Wilson was also asked about Aaron Rodgers and if the Giants might bring in Rodgers. Wilson said this about Aaron Rodgers, who I don't think he likes. Aaron Rodgers is a tremendous football player. He's done some amazing things in the league. I've been fortunate that I've been able to do some great things too. Ooh, little jelly there. 10-minute drill continues. The NFL says that they are going to focus on improving sportsmanship for the 2025 season. That's nice. It's a critical topic for the season. Now, does sportsmanship ultimately matter? I don't really think so. I don't have kids, though, so that's why I think about it that way. Others would definitely disagree with me on that front. Troy Vincent, the NFL Executive Vice Player of Football Operations, said, "Sportsmanship is something I think we all agree. Players Association coaches, we want to make sure everyone was respecting one another as they go out for battle." Well, you're not really respecting the troops, Troy Vincent, when you're talking about football as a battle. But hey, that's fine. They're going to be banning this specific celebration, which they consider poor sportsmanship. Apparently, CD Lamb, when he scores a touchdown or gets a first down, he does the nose wipe celebration. And that's going to be illegal now. He's been using this as a celebration since he entered the league in 2020. And beginning next year, it's going to be a 15-yard penalty. Why? Because the nose wipe is a gang sign associated with the Bloods, indicating that someone is untrustworthy. That is a little bit concerning. Speaking of trustworthy, let's go back to the New York Giants for a moment. Is this New York Giants quarterback room featuring Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Tommy DeVito trustworthy? Someone put together a funny montage of what seems to be, or at least sounds like, until you realize it's just a bunch of different interviews that have been spliced together. Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Tommy DeVito talking. They just mashed all this together. Here's how it sounds.
You ever done anything dangerous?
Oh,
jeez.
string beans or green beans that look like strings.
I've done something like that too.
Yeah, I think that just helped us learn each other.
Listen, one time, never mind. That's too dangerous.
Diarrhea poop. Yes.
That's our little secret.
You want to split this Subway sandwich? Not really, honestly. That's a confusing question. It's spicy.
Unlimited diarrhea.
I guess, to each his own.
So there you go. That's going to be quite the quarterback room. assuming they don't draft somebody. As far as potential quarterbacks that could be drafted, Shedeur Sanders had a private workout for the Tennessee Titans, and he will have another workout with the Cleveland Browns. So it does seem like the Titans are going to take Cam Ward first overall, but Shedeur Sanders probably the second quarterback off the board. There was a story that went viral. It was a rumor that the Dallas Cowboys would potentially trade Dak Prescott to the Cleveland Browns. This is from Bruce Denon, a longtime Cleveland sports broadcaster. He cited a source within the Browns organization that is thinking about making that trade. Prescott does have a no trade clause. And on top of that, it would be very difficult for the Cowboys to trade Prescott's contract. But when you look at the Cowboys right now and you wonder about their direction and what happens next for them, isn't it fair to wonder if whenever they are able to finally turn things around, if it ever happens, if that's going to happen with Dak Prescott? I think at this point, if it was ever going to happen, it would have by now. They still haven't made it to an NFC championship game with Dak Prescott. They haven't made it to an NFC championship game in 29 years. It's the longest streak in the NFL. So while it might be difficult to move on from Dak Prescott, moving on from Dak Prescott might be what the Cowboys ultimately need, even though moving on from him would mean you're moving on from a good quarterback, definitely not a great quarterback. Some more news around the National Football League. Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson are going to have a quarterback competition in Indianapolis, and it's going to be spirited. Woo! That's exciting. And Mac Jones, now with the San Francisco 49ers, he's eager to prove himself in a proven system with San Francisco and said he wants to surround myself with winners, and he comes off as an a-hole along the way. I want to surround myself with winners. Oh, why? Because you're a winner and these guys aren't winners in New England or Jacksonville? Very interesting. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We are live at East River 9 in East Downtown. Yeah, it's a little cloudy, a little hazy, but it ain't raining outside. You want to get some 9-hole golf action in? You can. You can play a little pickleball, or you can come hang out with us in the River House with Astros opening day in just a little under an hour and a half, and plus some March Madness games also to tip off later this evening. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9 for opening day. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston, as far as J.J. Watt as a broadcaster, which we talked about in the 10-minute drill from the 281 Moneymaker, the J.J. Watt Cliche Bingo app. Pays $2 if you get a bingo in the first half. You can roll that over and go for a full game blackout that pays 5-1. Huh. That would be interesting. I don't know that JJ would be as many cliches as you'd think. I actually think he's been pretty good as a broadcaster, a lot more natural than my Lord and Savior Tom Brady, which actually kind of bums me out. Because listen, Tom Brady's on to the next career, as is J.J. Watt. I want Tom Brady to be the best at everything. From the 409, this is about the Astros opening day later this afternoon, with Framber Valdez on the bump for the Astros, who take on the Mets, who just signed Juan Soto this offseason. The Bash Brothers, Twin Towers, Splash Brothers are solid duo names. What will Yordan Alvarez and Cam be referred to as a duo if Cam lives up to the hype? Well, I think the tricky thing is that Yordan Alvarez doesn't really have a nickname. So don't we have to start there? We've heard Cam Smith compared to an aircraft carrier a ton this offseason, partially due to his size, the idea that someday he could carry an entire lineup on his own. But Yordan Alvarez already is your aircraft carrier. So if you want to combine the two of them right now, you could say they're the fleets. Two bats make one fleet, but I don't know. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense either, because we're just talking about two. You would have to put somebody else in there. Is Altuve part of it? But Alvarez doesn't have a nickname per AI. If you ask Google, Yordan Alvarez is known as Baby Poppy by David Ortiz. Air Yordan is something that we have heard, a nickname used for him during Players Weekend. He's also been referred to as El Grande. This is per AI. There's also an article at revupsports.com, and it says that Yordan Alvarez's nickname is Grande. But the fact that we have this many up and not just one, I think before we could name both Yordan and Cam Smith, we need to come up with a nickname for Yordan Alvarez. Someone texts in Crash Brothers. Okay. I mean, it's going to lend itself, if we were going to rhyme with Crash, it's going to lend itself to the Astros haters out there saying that the Trash Can Brothers. From the 713, those massive bleepers. That one's all right. I like that. We'll see. But we need an actual nickname for Yordan Alvarez. Riley TD 2000 says Carrier Group. Desert Stro says your daddy is Yordan's nickname, as does Junior Broncos. I guess. Yeah. Anyway, guys, it's Astros Mets later today. I want to get everyone hyped for opening day. So maybe you're driving into the ballpark right now, or you're coming to hang out with us at East River 9 in the River House. Do you remember the video that the Astros put out not too long ago to get everyone hyped for the season? And they've got a slogan. It's called Build for This. This is part one.
The stars are shifting, but the foundation we've built is rooted in defining the standard. Success doesn't come without trials, calluses from the consistency. Our fans, they expect greatness. We demand it. The pressure doesn't break us. It sharpens us. For every early workout, every extra inning for all 162.
So a couple of things here. First up, the stars are shifting. It's interesting that they led off with that because they did trade Kyle Tucker and let Alex Bregman walk. And it's not like you brought in stars. We'll see what Isaac Paredes does. He does project well for Minute Maid Park. We'll see what Christian Walker does. I'm not expecting either of those guys to be as good as Alex Bregman or Kyle Tucker, but I think a lot of people would say, take a look at their statistics, how far off would replacing those two with these two, how far off are you from that production that you had with those two last year and in the years before? Maybe not that much of a fall off. The video continues. Calluses from the consistency. I don't know. I think the loss to the Tigers is more of a scar. Our fans expect greatness. We demand it. I agree, but it does feel like the things they demand ultimately have a price point. It's not calling them cheap. It just is highlighting that they are not as all in as the Dodgers for this season. Pressure doesn't break us. It sharpens us. Okay. I mean, it did last year. They started off as poorly as possible. They basically procrastinated at the beginning of the year. They still were able to turn things around. Here's part 2 of the Astros intro video.
Reaching the pinnacle isn't luck. It's persistence through the storm. We know who we are and what we're after. You can try to shutter the Stros, but the window is always open.
Boom!
We are built for this.
Built for this. Hell yeah, dude. I love how they drop in the Jim Crane line. The window is always open. We are built for this. Yeah, these videos are fantastic. So that's the Astros intro video for this season. Damn it, Mofo says that he's got a little pants tent over that one. Hell yeah. Junior Bronco says, hey, remember when Paulie and Joe buried the Astros season in May? Yeah, we did it to reverse jinx him, dumbass. Come on, dude. Don't you get it? Don't you get it? There's some people saying Yordan's out. Alvarez's nickname is Air Yordan. I guess. I don't know. Can we do something original for Yordan? Doesn't he deserve it? Like a ripoff of a Michael Jordan nickname, a ripoff of a David Ortiz nickname. I think we could do better than that. The Mets also have their own intro video for this season. That's what the Astros are going to play today. They got Juan Soto now. This is how theirs sounds.
One mission. One goal. One target. One vision. One destiny.
It's what deep to right center field toward the pavilion. That ball is out of here.
One purpose. One job. One mission.
Oh my God, it's insufferable. Built for this is so much cooler than one insert thing. One destiny, one goal, one season, 1 year, one marathon. Relax, Mets. Slow your roll. Turn it down. Mets are choking dogs. Always have been. Except for that time in 86 when they beat the Astros. Always have been. And beat the Red Sox, too. Ugh. Pretty sure my parents got married the same weekend in Massachusetts that the Red Sox blew the World Series against the Mets. It was right around that time. And is that the reason that I have commitment issues after my family dramatically separated? And we had 2 people living in Massachusetts and 2 people living in Florida for high school. Is that because of the 86 Boston Red Sox who were taken down by the 86 New York Mets? It might have been. So this one is personal, and I am built for this. If you could come up with an actually good nickname for Yordan Alvarez that's better than Air Yordan or Baby Poppy, please let's establish this. Talking about a nickname for Cam Smith, it's way too early. He's got to actually contribute at the major league level. I'm happy he's on the opening day roster. Definitely makes things a lot more interesting the first couple of months of the year. But I'm not expecting that much out of Cam Smith this season. I think the more you expect, the more disappointed you're going to be. But Yordan Alvarez needs a nickname. And it's crazy he doesn't have one. So on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, try to think one up, and we're going to keep getting you pumped up for Astros opening day, just over an hour away. The Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston, live at East River 9. Yeah, it's a little hazy, but it ain't too hot outside. We are hanging out in the River House Bar. All sorts of TVs here. You can watch Major League Baseball opening day, Astros and Mets, some of the other games that are now on national TV. And a couple hours later, round 3 of the NCAA tournament tips off. Sweet 16 action. The Cougs not playing until late tomorrow night. They play the last game of round 3. I am surprised that there is no consensus nickname for Yordan Alvarez. And yes, this show is all over the place often, but screw it. Let's keep riding by the seat of our pants, which is something that people saw a lot of this morning when I was on Fox 26. Let's just keep riding, okay? What nickname should Yordan Alvarez's official nickname be? Because he's been called Air Yordan. Some people call him Little Poppy, Baby Poppy. We got to have an official nickname that we can all agree on for him. We have a phone call right now. B-Mac, who's on hold at this moment in time? Keith has a idea for a Yordan Alvarez nickname. Keith, what's up, dog?
What's up, Polly? Hey, what's up, B-Mac? Hey, how about the great Yordan?
I'm cool with that because it says dong, and I like that. Paul, you like dongs? Yeah, I mean, listen, we are who we are, right? I like that. The great Yordan. Screw it. Why not? It's better than Air Yordan. I mean, because Air Yordan is a playoff of Air Jordan. If you're doing a ripoff of Michael Jordan or if you're doing a ripoff of David Ortiz, come on. It's a little disrespectful. But per AI, Yordan Alvarez is known as Baby Poppy. Yeah, I don't like that one. El Grande. We got to have a consensus here. This was all inspired by somebody asking, what are you going to nickname Alvarez and Cam Smith as a dynamic duo? Someone texted in El Jefe. From the 409, Yordan could be the Don, used as a courtesy title before the name of a man in a Spanish-speaking area. True, but when I think of Don, I think of Italian mobsters. This is a very long nickname from the 832. Thick Daddy Yord, Cuban Cannon, Yordan, Balls Deep, Alvarez, Yordong, Slambarez. It's a lot. Eric the Driver says the BBC, the big bad Cuban. Sir, I know what you were trying to do there, you rascal. Your daddy, Cuban Crusher, Yordzilla, Silent Slugger. The Don Dada, says another texter. Okay, I need an explanation on that one. Huey in Spring says Yordan doesn't need a nickname. He's bigger than a nickname, like Messi, but not as global. Yordan is not as big as Messi. Come on. The Big Yeet, says another texter. Yordan needs to be nicknamed Bam Bam. Isn't that the kid from the Flintstones? Yeah, I don't know if that one works, B-Mac. Yordan Tron, says another texter. The Immaculate Yordanger. None of these are really hidden. Let's see some other ones here on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. The Twitch is just throwing out porn star names. Stop. Twitch is always a bunch of rascals out there. Bunch of toxic rascals. We don't block them on this show, though. We don't do that kind of thing. We believe in free speech. We aren't Germany. A texter, the Cuban Clubber. Huh. That could be interpreted a variety of different ways. It does kind of sound racist, the Cuban Clubber. Just a little bit. It makes him sound like he's some sort of a murderer. Also makes him sound like he might be one of those people that, is in Miami Vice, the TV show. He's going to the club and having himself a good old time, wearing some sort of silk shirt with only 2 buttons buttoned. So those are some options. Yordan Alvarez nickname. We need a consensus one. From the 281, Yordan's already a beast of a name. It is different, that's for sure. From the 936, Yazzie like Yeezy. Well, hang on a second. And again, I'm musically challenged, but isn't Yeezy Kanye West? We don't want to think of Yordan as a Nazi, And Kanye's been doing that recently as a bit. Yordan Big Steak Alvarez. Ooh. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. The Cuban Missile Crisis. We got that from two texters, from the 8321 and the 409. That's it. That is it. The Cuban Missile Crisis. I like it. Little history for all of us. He is a crisis for pitchers. The Cuban Missile Crisis, almost ended the world. And that's what he can do, especially to left-handed pitching. That's it. Good job, texters. We finally came with one. I'm going to put this out on X so that you guys can continue to respond to it. Also put it on Instagram. I'm not a big fan of Air Jordan. The Cuban Missile Crisis. Let's go. That is incredible. I love it. Court Domini says, ask ChatGPT to make a nickname. No. Once we turn things over to artificial intelligence from a creative perspective as a talk show host, you know what happens next? They take my job, and we don't want that. Don't you want to have a weirdo like me talking about sports? And by talking about sports, you spend a whole segment talking about what Jordan Alvarez's nickname should be. From 409 Josh on the text line, as we shift into another conversation, it's Astros opening day. We're hanging out at East River 9. You want to come out and hang out with us? Please do it. This bar is fantastic. One Shiner Light Blonde in. The window is open, says 409 Josh. Being used for a team with a stadium named after an air conditioning company seems odd. Yeah, I do agree with that it's odd. But considering they play in a dome, I mean, you can't say the window is open, but you can say the window is open at Minute Maid Park because the air conditioning never really works. It's usually like 76, 77 degrees. I bet it'll be rather warm in there today. The air conditioning is not great there. And I imagine that Daikin Park, which Daikin makes air conditioning units. I actually have a Daikin air conditioning unit. I found that out today. My mom's thinking to herself, like, Paul needs to make a little bit more money. Paul, you should talk to the fine folks at Daikin and see if they'll give you endorsement. Paul Gallant here for Daikin air conditioning. When I set my thermostat to 60 degrees in my house and run up a ridiculous electric bill during the summer, I owe it all to my friends at Daikin and that amazing beast of an air conditioning unit that I bought. Paul Gallant here for Daikin air conditioning. Yeah, that could work theoretically. People wanted to know what the nickname for Daikin Park should be. I do think that the Icebox is the very easy one to call it, but I'm hoping that this year it's actually cold on the inside. Someone texted in as far as nicknames for Jordan Alvarez and Cam Smith, the Terror Twins. First off, I don't like the terroristic implication. Do not like that. But also, that nickname theoretically belongs to Amin Thompson and Tari Eason. Those guys defensively are the Terror Twins, even though they don't really like said nickname. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We are live at East River 9. Come out and hang out with us. Oh, Paul, it's kind of foggy out. Yeah, but it's not raining. You can still get some golf in. It's a brisk day. You don't have many of these left. I know. It's not sunny outside, but remember, things are about to get hot. We do live in an oven here in Houston. And what do we have, like 3-4 weeks before it's regularly going to be 90 degrees every day? Come on out. Hang out with us. Play a little golf. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Let's put together some bold predictions for the Astros for this 2025 campaign. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. We're hanging out at East River 9 in the River House, throwing some back, getting ready for Astros opening day against the Mets in just a little under an hour. Also some March Madness action. This is a fantastic place to watch sports. The River House here at East River 9. You got all sorts of TVs. We had such a good time a couple of years ago during Game 5 of the 2023 American League Championship Series, where you saw Jose Altuve hit that home run to give the Astros a lead, ultimately a win. It was a game where, remember, Brian Abreu got ejected and Dusty Baker got ejected because Adolis Garcia lost his mind. It was so much fun, and we watched it all here. Really, like one of the best times I've had watching sports at a bar. So this is a fantastic place to watch opening day. If you're too lazy to go all the way into East Downtown to go see the Astros at Minute Maid Park, come out here. We'll be here for a bit. Killer Bees are going to be hanging out here next. So I want to liven things up a little bit. We played the Astros Cocaine song already. You know, the Astros song, Astros baseball. Who says it's only a game? Well, we've also got another song in the chamber for you. And remember this song? This is an Astrodome classic. I like the little banjo in the back of that song. I'm surprised they were able to go this long with this song. So there you go, guys. They're burning with desire. Breathing orange fire. All right, guys. Bold predictions time. The 2025 season's about to begin. I saw Cron.com put together a list of bold predictions with Michael Shapiro, Leah Van, Gwen Howerton, and Eddie Masonette all contributing here. Here are some of those predictions. Michael Shapiro believes that Juan Soto is going to hit the first pitch by Framber Valdez out of Minute Maid Park / Dyken Park. Michael Shapiro, you're on thin ice, bub. Next, the Great Train Mystery. The train is going to be refurbished. I already saw it. So the train used to have it used to be black and red. It is now blue and orange, and it has giant baseballs where the oranges used to be. So we already know what that's going to be. More bold predictions. This is how I feel. Leah Van thinks that Hunter Brown will win the American League Cy Young Award. Damn. I also think that the Astros real ace, Mr. Motor himself, is going to win the AL Cy Young Award. Mr. Diesel, my bad. We're getting their nicknames crossed. Writes Van, his resurgence last year coincided with the Astros' transformation from a poor start to a playoff team. Excluding his first 9 starts, Hunter Brown had a 2.31 ERA and a .215 opponent's batting average over 132 and 2/3 innings, which was pretty similar to last year's Cy Young winner, Tariq Skubal. How about that? Okay, that's a good bold prediction. More bold predictions for the Astros. Chas McCormick will request a release from the Astros at the end of the year. More bold predictions. The Astros' former third baseman, Alex Bregman, will be booed by the Boston Red Sox. That's a fun one. Cam Smith, Rookie of the Year. Anyone have the balls to do it? Plus 600 for him to win Rookie of the Year. Bold Astros predictions. You can bring yours to the table at 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Will the American League West be more competitive? A lot of people who cover baseball believe it will be. Rangers are going to win the division. A lot of people see the Rangers winning the American League as a whole. The Mariners? Are the Angels going to be more competitive? I think we can all agree no. But people are even thinking that the A's might be frisky this year. I think at least one person has the A's as a wild card team, which is absolutely insane. So if you got bold predictions for the Houston Astros this season, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Plus 2,500, says Desert Stro, when it comes to Hunter Brown, Cy Young. Yeah, so the parlay we were thinking about doing is Hunter Brown, Cy Young at plus 2,500, Astros winning the World Series at plus 1,800, and Yordan Alvarez winning MVP at plus 1,300. Will that parlay play off? No parlays play off. They are sucker bets. They are. But they're fun. And this gives you 3 things to root for over the course of a long baseball season that theoretically could see you getting paid. Doug Gallant is not a gambling expert. He's kind of an idiot. Take everything he says when it comes to gambling with a grain of salt. 713-780-3776. Looking on the HRNP listener line on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Bold Astro prediction from the 832. Jose Altuve will be benched due to errors. That's not a bold prediction. I feel like there could be a come to the man upstairs moment at some point this year because of how shaky Altuve's defense has been in left field to open things up. It has not been great. And sure, he's had some plays where he's looked athletic, but do you trust this guy in left field? I just don't. I want to, but I don't. More bold predictions from the 409. This person says he got Cam Smith at Rookie of the Year at plus 950. Nice, because the odds changed. I think it was after he was named to the opening day roster, because I think people weren't 100% sure he would make it to the opening day roster. This isn't as bold of a prediction from the 281. The Astros will win the World Series, but I like this one that he also adds in. The Oklahoma Steroids Rangers will not make the playoffs. A lot of people really do seem to think that Adolis Garcia may be on something. And I think it's been really funny to see pictures that people have put up on social media with Adolis Garcia's head swelled up like he's the Great Gazoo. And every single time that we've seen that picture, it's been community noted. I think it's always been the same person community noting it. The Rangers radio broadcaster. Like, I'm 80% certain that every single time it gets community noted that it's Jared Sandler who's the one that's tagging it, so that people don't think that Adolis Garcia is on all the roids. From the 281, bold Astros predictions on opening day. Yainer Diaz will hit 330 homers. I think it's just too hard to do that as a catcher. God, that's got to suck for in a whole season, like just from an uncomfortability standpoint and with how long some of these games are. Let's say you're on the field for an hour and 15 minutes a night, squatting in a position as you wait for a pitch to be thrown your way. You're basically just doing squats over and over again. That would suck. Like, your knees would hurt. You'd probably be more worn out. And that's probably why Yainer Diaz's numbers were so good his first season, where he wasn't playing catcher every day and Martin Maldonado was playing more. Just a little less wear and tear on his bod. 330 home runs is asking for a lot. The 281 bold prediction. Jose Altuve, Gold Glove in left field. I think his lack of an arm makes that rather unlikely. More bold Astros predictions on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. From the 281, Jeremy Pena will hit more than 30 home runs. Okay, that's really bold. From the 361, Lance McCullers appears in 20 games for the Astros this year. That's too bold, my friend. That's too bold. Let's shoot for 10. Because it's not just a matter of him coming back. It's also a matter of him being able to stay healthy when he comes back. Desert Stro on YouTube says Paredes hits 30-plus home runs. I actually might be on that one. I think that Paredes is going to be their best signing and their best new player this year. Another, Virginia Buttonweed. Cam Smith will be in Sugarland by May. Damn, dude. That's kind of depressing. I don't want to think about that. Cam Smith in Sugarland? No. Cam Smith batting 400, winning MVP? Yes. I have been looking all morning for a book that has Cam Smith MVP odds. I am assuming they are so low right now that the odds of you being able to find it online are probably longer than his actual odds right now. I'm looking, and I've been spending a lot of time looking because I almost want to bet on it just for fun. But really, the only thing you can bet on is his rookie of the year, at least in terms of being able to visibly see the odds. Coog Blaze says about Altuve in left field, I picture Altuve distracted, kicking ant piles or picking weeds in the outfield, and the ball flies over his head. No. They're not playing in Oakland anymore this year either. That's the only place where it could theoretically happen. Bold prediction for the 936. Cam Smith wins Rookie of the Year, a Gold Glove in right field, and hits 30 bombs. Also, Aroldis Chapman has already had the Cuban Missile nickname since he entered the league. Yeah, but he's not the Cuban Missile Crisis. He's just a Cuban Missile. And honestly, when I think of Cuban missiles, I think of missiles that probably won't work because they're communist. Communist missiles can't fly the same way that sweet democracy missiles fly, you know? From the 832. In Pearl Jam voice, a bold Astros prediction. Jeremy Pena, Gold Glove and American League MVP in 2025. From the 281, Spencer Arrighetti, our ace come playoffs and one of the best pitchers in baseball. Nah, that's too far. I think that's a little bit too far. From the 832, Lance McCullers, Cy Young, also too far. You're getting a little too bold right now. A little too bold. And one last one, bold Astros predictions for 2025. From the 409, bold prediction. Astros bullpen does not crack 4 ERA. Yeah, that's a little concerning. And it's going to be tough. Like, they're saying that they're going to use Brian Abreu and Josh Hader less this year. But here's the thing. Like, they're probably going to have to use them a little bit more if there's no Presley. Anyway, we'll see what happens. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, how far is too far? Is it too far to say that Cam Smith will be Rookie of the Year or MVP? Were any of these bold predictions too far? What's too far? We'll discuss that next. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We're hanging out at East River 9. Now the rain's starting to come down. That's a bummer. But hey, if you want somewhere to come hang out, drink some beers, and watch some Astros baseball for opening day, you don't want to go all the way into the ballpark, this is the place to do it in the River House. You can also watch a little March Madness action, which is going to tip off right after Astros Mets wraps up. First pitch in about, 40 minutes or so? Very exciting that Astros baseball is finally back. We'll see what they do this year. Definitely measured expectations compared to last year. Every Thursday at 2:30, we play a game called How Far is Too Far? We give you a scenario, and then we ask you, at what point have we gone too far? So, let's hit it. Let's be honest with ourselves with a couple of Astros props going into the year. Is it too far to say that Yordan Alvarez, also known now as the Cuban Missile Crisis, that's his nickname, trust me, I'm a hot take doctor. Is it too far to think that a guy who is just going to play designated hitter, best case scenario this year? I don't think the Astros want him in the outfield at all. They want Jose Altuve playing left field for the most part. Can someone who just plays designated hitter and isn't a pitcher win MVP? Shohei Ohtani is the only MVP player to have played most of his games as a designated hitter. He's won 3 MVPs in a row. And last year, he was the first MVP to play only DH. So it's certainly possible. But I think with Shohei Ohtani, there's a little international flavor on top of it where it feels like everyone loves Shohei Ohtani so much that it's rigged in his favor. Is it too far to think of Yordan Alvarez as an MVP? I don't think it is, but I do think since he's an Astro, that's always going to work against him for better or for worse, fair or unfair. That's just, I think, a factor in the back of people's minds. Hunter Brown. Framber Valdez, how far is too far? Is a Cy Young too far for Framber? I don't think it is in a contract year, but in a contract year, I think Framber is more likely to have meltdowns than he is to win the Cy Young. Hunter Brown as the Cy Young. I don't think that's too far. Cam Smith as MVP. That's too far. Cam Smith as Rookie of the Year. Not too far. Let's keep playing how far is too far. Is this too far? This is a story that comes courtesy of Foul Territory. Jazz Chisholm said that Miguel Rojas, one of his teammates, cut up a pair of his flashy custom cleats that he bought and designed himself and ruined another by pouring milk in them when he was a rookie with the Marlins in 2020. Is that too far as hazing goes? I think cutting up the cleats, I think that's too far. Pouring milk in cleats, that's kind of funny. I like that one. But cutting them up, especially if there was effort and work put into them, I think that's a little bit messed up. How far is too far continues. We've heard a lot of LeBron James versus Stephen A. Smith over the last couple of weeks. LeBron James was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Actually was somewhat likable on said platform. And that's coming from me. He's transparent. He was honest. After that interview went down, though, Stephen A. Smith, who has been talking a whole lot about LeBron James recently, had this to say about a confrontation with LeBron had it actually gotten a little bit more serious when LeBron confronted him courtside for things that he had been supposedly saying about Bronny, LeBron's son.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately.
Do you believe Stephen A. Smith, first of all? I don't think he would have swung on him. I think he would have shoved him back, and then there would have been a lot of hold me back. But how far would be too far in that situation? I mean, if you're Stephen A. and it's LeBron, and Stephen A. is not a small guy, but if LeBron is in your face, you have to strike first, right? Like, if he strikes you first, you're done. He's 6'8", like 270 pounds of all muscle. One of the most athletic freaks we've ever seen in sports. The fact that he is doing this, he's 40 now? It's crazy. Like with Tom Brady, he was a quarterback. He was never particularly athletic. This is insane. So Stephen A. saying he'd swing on LeBron, I think what he is saying is a lot further than he'd actually go. How far is too far continues. LeBron James says he would be able to play in any era. He said this with Pat McAfee.
6'9".
Yeah.
Let's say you're you look very thin right now.
Yeah. I feel good.
So 215, 6'9", 220. Could easily get to 260 though. I think that would play in a lot of different areas.
Yeah, come on. I could play.
Just like
I would be able to play in any era. It's funny you hear some of them older guys like LeBron James couldn't play in this era.
Never been fouled by Bill Laimbeer before.
Yeah. I think I seen like Dennis Rodman say that one time. He was like, LeBron James not skilled enough. Yeah, not big enough. He's not. Doesn't weigh enough. He's not strong enough.
Can't handle it.
Yeah, I'm like, okay.
I don't think that's too far. I do think LeBron would be able to play in any era. I think you would have to cut the flopping down, and I do think that the flopping that we see in the NBA these days is a byproduct of so many people successfully getting away with it. I think if he had played back in the day, I don't think he would be doing all the flopping that he does and that other players do. I think that would have been policed out of his game. You know, we talk about the different eras of basketball, and you do wonder what players would be able to adjust to past eras. LeBron would be able to adjust to a past era. LeBron came into the NBA with the expectations of the entire world on his shoulders, and he actually lived up to them. You know, I mean, from high school on, he could not have been more hyped, and he has surpassed said height. Like, he's consensus, at the very least, the number 2 player of all time behind Michael Jordan. I know there's going to be some old heads who are like, no, it's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And, you know, there'll be massholes like me that are like, oh, it's Larry Bird. It's Larry Bird, dude. It's Bill Russell, kid. But you got to say he's at least number 2. And I think he would be able to play in any era. How far is too far? Is watching a soccer game completely sober too far? Because that's what anyone who watches the World Cup in 2034 in Saudi Arabia will have to do based off of what this Saudi ambassador said in an interview.
Plenty of fun can be had without alcohol. It's not 100% necessary. And, you know, if you want to drink when you leave, after you leave, you're welcome to. But at the moment, we don't have alcohol.
When you say, you mean you have to go to a hotel?
No. There's no alcohol at all.
So there's no alcohol. So the entire experience of the Saudi World Cup, from the moment you get off the plane, in your hotel, in the stadium, in the restaurants, in the coffee shops, will be alcohol free.
Rather like our weather, it's a dry country.
Is that welcoming?
No, it's, you know, everyone has their own culture. We're happy to accommodate people within the boundaries of our culture, but we don't want to change our culture for someone else.
Okay.
I mean, really, you can't live without a drink?
No, it's soccer. Listen, I know people love soccer, but watching soccer sober, come on. Watching any sport sober is hard. And some people are probably thinking to themselves, Paul, you sound like an alcoholic. Fair. But soccer without booze, the World Cup without booze. And look, hey, it is Saudi Arabia. They're an independent sovereign nation, blah, blah, blah. I know we all have our own thoughts on them, but okay, like, it's not about Saudi Arabia as much as it's about FIFA actually agreed to this. FIFA can kick rocks. One of the most corrupt organizations in sports, the NCAA and the Olympics, not too far behind. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Manny asks this question: how far is too far? He thinks it's too far that the Astros are putting Jose Altuve in left field. Which Astro or Astros do the baseball gods punish for the mockery that is Jose Altuve in left field? Because it's going to happen. I feel like if there are baseball gods who believe that Altuve in left field is a crime, just given the state of the Astros training staff, I feel like there's going to be another elbow injury. And if the baseball gods truly are offended by Altuve in left or Cam Smith in right, I feel like the most durable Astro pitcher having actual elbow issues, Framber Valdez, I feel like that is the punishment, the pox upon us. If we're at least going with the idea that there are vengeful baseball gods out there. I am not thrilled about the idea of Altuve in left field, though. Altuve playing his first game in left field in just a matter of minutes. Cam Smith playing his first game in right field in just a matter of minutes. What could go wrong? Hopefully defense is a very small part of how this Astros season plays out. But, I mean, Joe Espada even said at the beginning of the year, defense is going to be important. That's why they signed Christian Walker. That's why Brendan Rodgers, who is going to wear number 1 and is going to be the Astros starting second baseman today, but for Joe Espada, isn't the Astros starting second baseman. That's why they brought him in. That's why they moved Altuve to left field, because apparently he's not a very good fielder anymore. And they want to be better as a fielding team, and they want to be more patient at the plate. But it's certainly not making me feel optimistic about their outfield. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. That is How Far Is Too Far, a Joe George creation. Joe George is hanging out with us here at East River 9. How about that? We got Sam, the social media savant. We got Astros baseball on all the beautiful TVs here. It's a fantastic place to watch sports. So come out. Hang out with us. One last segment to go, a little garbage time before we get out of here. The Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston, live at East River 9 until 6 p.m. So you want to come out, hang out with us as we watch Astros opening day. Come on out. Come hang. Got a Joe George here. Jer Bear Branham from who knows where today. It's a good old time out here at East River 9. We need some pep in our step. Astros opening day is minutes away. I know that I've been blowing my nose for the majority of the last month, and I know that Brian McDonald back at Mission Control thought that the sound of me blowing my nose into a microphone made it sound like some other type of blow was going on. No. I would never do something like that. But I can tell you this. We've got a little something that I like to call the Astros cocaine song. Ready for you.
Why did they argue the umpire's call? Why did the fielders crash into walls? Why do you think the pitchers throw smoke? Why do you think they go for broke? Who says it's only a game? Why did the catchers wear iron masks? Why did they die for the dive on the grass? Why did they go head first into home? Why did the losers feel alone? Who says it's only a game? When you wanted to give it all you've got.
The war's not over till the final shot. That's true. More questions?
Why do you think they call them spikes? Why do you think they call them strikes? Why do they give it more than they've got? Why do they always reach for the top? Who says it's only a game?
With me now, Astros baseball. Who says it's only a game? My bold prediction for the Houston Astros. Number 1, they go 162-0. Number 2, Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez and Cam Smith are co-MVPs. Framber Valdez and Cy Young, they're going to win co-MVPs. Brian, don't play the garbage time song. That's not garbage. That's my actual prediction. We're going to have 3 co-MVPs on the Astros, and we're going to have 2 co-Cy Young Award winners on the Astros. They're going to go 162-0, and then they're going to go undefeated in the playoffs, and they're going to win their 3rd World Series. And if you think otherwise, you're just a stupid idiot that doesn't know ball like me, the greatest baseball mind in the history of North America. Okay? Thank you. Now we can do some garbage time. That would be hilarious if that ever happened. 3 co-MVPs sort of defeats the whole purpose of MVP. How about Georgia football? You might remember that another Georgia football player was arrested for speeding. His name was Nitro Tuggle. What a name for speeding. He was driving 107 miles per hour, 42 miles per hour over the speed limit. He has been suspended indefinitely by Kirby Smart. Also suspended that day, offensive lineman Marcus Easley, who was arrested 3 days before for crashing his car into a power distribution box in an apartment complex. You know what? Kirby Smart, after 30 incidents involving speeding with Georgia football players, he finally has decided to enact discipline upon his players. Took him long enough, don't you think? That's insane that they finally are suspending guys, considering the 24 incidents since the Jalen Carter one that resulted in someone dying did not result, at least to my knowledge, in many suspensions. Anyway, we've got another Michael Vick situation with a former NFL player. Former NFL running back LaShawn Johnson faces dogfighting charges after the seizure of 190 dogs. Johnson was a third-round pick of the Packers in 1994 and has been running a massive dogfighting operation in Oklahoma. A 21-count federal indictment accused Johnson of possessing 190 pit bull-type dogs for use in an animal fighting venture. It's believed to be the largest number of dogs ever seized from a single person in a federal dog fighting case. His kennel was not called Bad News Kennels. It was called Malcant Kennels in Broken Arrow and Haskell, Oklahoma. They were seized this past October under the Animal Welfare Act. He is accused of breeding champion and grand champion fighting dogs, matching dogs that have won 3 or 5 fights against other dogs. He faces up to 5 years in jail for each of the 21 counts. Jeez. They come 21 years after he pled guilty to state animal fighting charges. So he's already done this before. It's messed up. Dog fighting's terrible. It really is. Poor little puppies. Leonardo DiCaprio's girlfriend, get this. She does not want to be known as Leonardo DiCaprio's girlfriend. She is more than just Leonardo DiCaprio's girlfriend. Well, here's the thing, babe. If you don't want to be known as Leonardo DiCaprio's girlfriend, you got to date somebody who's less famous than you or not as hot as you. And I volunteer to bite the bullet. I can do that for you. If you need somebody to make people believe that you're a strong, powerful, independent woman and that you are more than Leonardo DiCaprio's girlfriend, I can be your hero, baby. I can take away the pain. And as proof, I will just show you a picture of me on TV this morning on Fox 26 at Minute Maid Park talking about the Astros with pants that looked a little bit tighter than they needed to be. That's what I'll use. You could be with that instead of being Leonardo DiCaprio's girlfriend. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to our friends at East River 9. They've been such awesome hosts today. We're going to be here all afternoon long. Big thanks to Brian McDonald and for Sean Maves back at Mission Control. Big thanks to our texters, callers, YouTubers, and Twitchers, and everyone else who listened. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are up next here at East River 9. Come out and hang out. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's Branham here. No blankers today.
Weak.
That was the point.
After you gave me
You think
grief
that was
for
my-
my
you
attempt
think that
at
was
it the
my
other
best
day.
effort?
No, I don't think that was your best
It was
effort.
just, I was mailing it in. That was
That's
just
what I'm
doing
calling
it to
you out
do it.
for.
Check the box. That was the intent. Not blowing out my voice the start of the show for What Up H-Town. Hey, how we doing?
Disappointing.
Smart. You play your starters whenever you're up by 30 late in the game?
Okay, that's the equivalent of you giving effort on What Up H-Town? Playing
Yeah.
starters up in the fourth
Yeah.
quarter?
What is the importance of this show and my voice over the next 2, hopefully 4 days for What Up H-Town? Hey, how we doing? Why would I blow out a shoulder with What Up H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
Yeah. I mean, especially depending on how long it takes to get our camera back, we might need you for a little bit longer, or at least need more of you for a little bit longer.
I'm not blowing out the old arm throwing batting practice at 6 under tournament ball, you know?
Yeah, I don't think
I'm
the
not
amount
having
of
my starters in late in the game. I'm not going 100% all out and having my vocal cords fry on What Up H-Town, hey, how we doing at a 3:01 on a Thursday.
I think it just speaks for the strength of your voice, because Joel does it 5 days a week and has no problem recovering and keep going. But you're saying you can't do it once?
I didn't say I couldn't. I said it's not worth the risk.
Okay.
I've done it before. It's just not worth the risk.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how you doing?
Not straining the vocal cords for, hey, what up, H-Town? Hey, I think I botched it. It is opening day. Killer Bees / Joe at East River 9. East River 9, your spot to catch Astros opening day. All your Sweet 16 tournament action. Of course, 4 games today, 4 games tomorrow. The River House Restaurant, your go-to sports watching destination for college hoops, Stros baseball, and every major golf tournament all season long. We're just a few weeks away from the Masters, by the way. They also have crawfish bowls at East River 9 every Saturday and Sunday through May. So get on out to East River 9, whether it's today to pester Joe, whether it's to watch Astros baseball, Sweet 16, or just go out there every day. Of course, take advantage of their course. They have a driving range out there, pickleball courts. It's a fantastic time to be had for all. The texter says the best opening yet, Brian.
No slash. Well, that's either /S or they just hate the opening and they're glad you mailed it in.
And then another texter, anything that doesn't align with your opinion is mailed in. Reasons you're annoying to listen to. It's a reason, not reasons. And I think I'm pretty open-minded. Now, I'm pretty open-minded. Now, you have to hit me with something good. Like, I'm open-minded. I'll listen to somebody else's opinion.
As long as it aligns with yours, right?
No, I'll listen. No, I change my mind all the time. I openly admit that. I always admit that I'm wrong. If you don't think that I admit that I'm wrong very much, well, then I'm not wrong very much. I admit every time I'm wrong. If you think it's few and far between, it's because I'm not wrong. That's what it is. Okay. Left you speechless. Astros opening day. They start at 6:05 first pitch for the Houston Astros today. As soon as we're off the air is whenever you can pay attention to the Astros. So 6:05 first pitch for the Houston Astros today. How excited are you watch opening day, Brian? You pretty excited for opening day around Major League Baseball and for the local 9?
Yeah, very excited. I mean, obviously, there's been a lot of moving parts this offseason, shipping out Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman, bringing Paredes and Christian Walker. Obviously, the rotations changed over a little bit, and we get to see the debut of the rookie phenom Cam Smith. So I'm very excited to see what this team looks like.
Yeah, I'm pretty fired up, too. Lots of storylines this season, like what does Joe Espada look like in his second year as the manager? Like, I think that's something that, is worth watching. Like, is he the leader of men that we all hope he is, or is he just kind of mid? Jury is out on that. Jose Altuve playing left field. What does that look like? How long does it last? There's a lot of people that don't think it's going to last very long. So, like, that is a storyline. Cam Smith. The Cam Smith thing to me is interesting, man. Like, 90% of me is Dana Brown thinks he's just so good and he's ready and he can handle the moment. Let's go. There is a sliver of my mind, though, that's like, this is kind of unprecedented. This is kind of fast. 5 games above high A ball and only 20 plate appearances above high A ball. It's like, I hope they're right. Let me just put it that way. I hope they're right. And I do think that Dana Brown is doing this because he believes it's the right decision. I don't think it's desperation. I don't think it's a thing where he's trying to, make his trade look good. I do think that Dana Brown is fully confident that Cam Smith is going to be a legitimate right fielder today, right now, his rookie year. But there is that sliver of my mind, guys, where it's like, this is very, very fast. So it's going to be fun to watch that storyline play out through the whole year as well. Joe.
Hello, Jeremy. Hello,
Joe,
Jeremy.
Are you
Branham.
there? So
I'm here. How are you?
You ready to go, huh?
Yeah, we had to move spots real quick. Just a little maneuver around East River 9, but we're here. Astros game about to start, so people are eating lunch, getting some beers in, and we're ready to go.
Yeah. So just set the scene for us. Pretty nice out there?
Yeah, a little rainy outside, so obviously not a lot of people golfing today with the weather that's coming in, but beautiful. They're setting up for an event they got going on today as well, but people are just here watching baseball, watching the Yankees and the Brewers right now, and waiting for the Astros game to get going. So it's very nice out here today.
Cool.
I wish I could golf.
You wish you could. You can golf. Anybody can golf. Now,
I wish I could golf well.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe take some lessons.
They're expensive.
Joel could do it for free. He'd be happy to help you.
You think Joel and I would work well together in terms of him trying to teach me something?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, if it was the other way around, I think it'd be tough. But him as the teacher, I think would work fine.
I think we would get too frustrated with each other. I think you and I think it would work with you and me.
No.
Why? You're too critical?
Well, I mean, if I'm too critical, that's up to who I'm being critical to. If you can't handle the criticism, then I guess it's too critical, but where does the fault lie?
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I know I feel like Joel and I would butt heads if you tried to teach me how to golf. I'm not sure I have the patience for that.
Where do you stay on opening day? You excited? You pumped up? Where are you on a scale of 1 to 10 here?
I think I'm a 9. I'm ready for opening day. I love baseball season. Baseball season, like the start of it's always my favorite time of year, honestly. And I just love watching everything come together. And I can't wait to see this team play today, honestly, with Fromber on the mound. I think the Cam Smith stuff, it adds a lot to it, to just being more than just a normal opening day, honestly. It just adds an all-time excitement level. Because even when the Astros have called up these guys in the past, it's like, they don't come up at opening day often. They're normally mid-season call-ups or early season call-ups. So I'm at like a 9 right now. I feel pretty pumped about baseball.
Yeah, I'm kind of I like how everybody's selling the Astros short. Like it's kind of it's a fun position to be in. We're like, yeah, the Astros are being picked to finish second or third. So like that's kind of an interesting angle to look at this year as well. Texture Astros World Series champions 2025 trophy emoji. I hope you're right. 5046. Another texture is the game at 6 or 3. The game's at 6:05. As soon as the Killer Bees are off the air, you pull up the TV. The game's going to be there. First pitch at 6:05. Texture. Another texture. Don't the Astros start at 3:05, 3:10, not 6:05? It depends on who you believe. Texture.
They got Brandomed.
It depends on who you believe. My sources tell me that the Astros game begins at 6:05 once the Killer Bees are done for the show. Come on, guys. Can't they watch the game on TV and listen to you on the radio? This is a conversation we had yesterday.
Yeah, what do you say, Jeremy?
I don't know. We're talking a lot of baseball today, so I guess I'm on your side.
I don't know.
Yeah. We're going to talk a lot of baseball. Like, what else are we going to do? Talk about mock drafts for 3 hours? Talk about the Houston Texans offensive line for 3 hours? Like, what is your optimal offensive line configuration for the next 180 minutes?
I don't think we've discussed the reasons they traded Laramie Tunsil enough. We could go back to that conversation.
Texter's asking me, you're sure that they play at 6:05? Yeah, I'm 100% positive. I would never, ever Branham you. I would never do that.
Never.
Yeah. What else can we talk about for the next full 3 hours if we're not talking this Astros baseball game that's going to be ongoing when it starts at 6:05? You watch any F1 stuff? You been watching F1 lately?
No. Are you?
I watched the documentary. I get my recap when the documentary comes out.
That doesn't count. That's not watching F1.
Yeah, that's not watching F1.
Did I say I watched it?
Well, you're asking, so I'm assuming the way you asked,
you kept up with it.
Yeah, but the way you asked the question makes it seem like you watch it.
We could talk about the Shell Houston Open for 3 hours and how Tony Finau is on the golf course right now.
Yeah, that's not my fault. Again, it's not my fault.
It's debatable.
It's not. No, someone tweeted it. She had false information. And as we went to commercial break yesterday, for the final time, the Houston Astros sent out a PR email that said it's tomorrow night.
Okay. Joe, did you take journalism classes?
No, man. I went to an art school.
Well, Brian didn't take journalism classes either because he didn't learn AP style. But they teach you in journalism class that as a journalist, and I'm not a journalist anymore, I retired. My innie at ESPN 97.5 does not wear a journalism hat. But they teach you in journalism school that you fact check everything that you see. And what did I do as soon as you mentioned Tony Finau's throwing out the first pitch? I was like, you know what? That's a weird time. And I fact-checked, as a good journalist does, even though I don't wear the journalist hat ever, and found that out. So, yes, fault does lie with you. You cannot just wash your hands of any sort of blame here. There is blood on your hands here, Joe.
I guess so. I just, I trust people. I trust reporters. I trust that when people put out information, it's correct, especially if they're real reporters, not, blog boys that pretend like they are. So I just go with the real reporters, and she was wrong. It's not my fault. I'm blame her.
Yeah, clearly you're just passing the buck. McCormick went over 23 home runs. The Chaz Chomp, I don't know if he's going to play enough to hit 23 home runs.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah, and Sugarland.
Don't the Stro start at 3:10? You said 6:10 first pitch. Get it together, man. Yeah, they start when we go off the air. Another texter, Cam Smith, the kid over 25 home runs. If he hits over 25 home runs, it's a great season. Great season. Probably rookie of the year season. You're probably getting an additional first-round draft pick if he hits over 25 home runs, which is kind of interesting, like looking at it from that point. And like Brian mentioned the other day, you shouldn't be making your decision based on that. It's just an additional perk. But there are some people, and I get it, there are some people like, oh, they shouldn't have lost the year of club control, which I don't mind as much whenever you're a playoff contender. If you're a perennial loser, then yes, manipulate the dude's service time. But if you're a playoff contender, like, play your best players. I'm always in favor of that whenever your team is good. But it's like, oh, no, they're going to lose an extra year. What if he wins Rookie of the Year and you just get an additional player and an additional 6 years with that player?
Yeah, and also you could also just give him a contract right now if you wanted to before the show, before you joined us yesterday. We're talking about Michael Harris, Luis Robert, like these guys who have come up in different organizations, and they're on their teams for 8 to 9 years because they got, a club-friendly deal, but they got paid immediately. So they got a huge bonus when they got to the big leagues. Like the Astros could do that right now. And I tried listening to Jim Crane's press conference today. It was not very well done.
What do you mean?
You couldn't hear the questions?
Where was it? Where did they publish this?
I was listening to it on the radio. So I from MLB.com, I'm guessing is where they got it from. But like he said that they never gave Alex Bregman a bigger offer. He was asked about contracts, but like I couldn't tell who he was talking about in terms of like current guys on the teams.
Got hops.
Oh man, you're ahead of me, aren't you?
Oh yeah, I was waiting for you guys specifically for that because I think I'm ahead of you both. But that was an amazing leaping play by Pena.
Texter MLB Network app says 305. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Talk about them Rockets because they're going to win 52 games. We will. We'll talk a lot of basketball. First app, the MLB app shows first pitch 3:10. Don't trust your apps. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. The game is on. No, Jeremy Pena is not going to rob the Lindor of a line drive single. Framber Valdez isn't going to be dripped out with his chain. That stuff doesn't happen to 605. Framber isn't going to throw a first pitch ball to Juan Soto that misses up and in. That stuff is not going to happen at 3:10. That stuff's going to happen at 605.
Soto's not going to take the next pitch and single it to right.
Okay.
Hey, easy, B-Mac. You're way ahead of us.
A true Astro fan would know that the first pitch is 3:10 today. The first pitch is at 6:05. Tech. You're a casual if you think the Astros are playing at 3:10 today.
Definitely a casual to ESPN.
into this show.
A true Astro fan would know what time the first. He didn't say pitch. He said something that rhymes with pitch. I think autocorrect got you there, texter. Predictive text got you. But
it says something about their predictive text.
The game is on right now, texter. No, Juan Soto isn't going to have a 1-out single. That doesn't happen until 6:05. 713-780 texture, bro, put it on 790 right now. The game is on, I promise. No, man, the game doesn't start till 6:05.
How people get your
no, this doesn't
sarcasm.
Start. We're 3 hours away from Astros opening day. I don't know what you guys are talking about. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Lots to get to today. We'll talk about Astros opening day, which we're 3 hours away from. We'll talk about which Astros can potentially win awards this season. What's best, worst case for Cam Smith? Bad Take Boulevard Joe will be there. He's going to be on Bad Take Boulevard.
Good to be
how long are
back.
the leashes on certain players as well? Busy show, 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. That's right.
Correct. Yes, correct.
Brian's at Sag by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's a Killer Bees broadcasting from East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're tired about your favorite radio host giving you the wrong time on the Astros games, it's one reason for you to escape for the weekend, right? You're sick of that annoying guy that you turn the dial to every day. Well, get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and get away from that. Escape the rat race. Escape the annoying dude. Escape the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, or whatever is causing you stress. The best weekend idea for you, Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape all the stress and anxiety. Escape the city, the hustle and bustle, and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. At Two Creeks Crossing Resort, open green spaces. It's beautiful out there. Wildlife that you just don't see in the city, and beautiful, majestic trees. There's something about a majestic tree that does it for me, and it might do it for you too. Also, some of the best fishing in Texas. Drop the line in the water and get yourself some of the best fishing in the Lone Star State. You can't beat that. It's just 90 minutes from Houston too. It's a great perk of Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You spend all your time for whatever you're getting away from the city or whatever. You spend most of your time traveling, or a lot of your time traveling, more time than you want to spend traveling to your destination. You don't have to do that with Two Creeks Crossing Resort because it's only an hour and a half from the city. Hike on their 92-acre property. Enjoy some pickleball. How about hanging out by the pool with a drink? Maybe kayaking is more of your thing. Well, you can do all of that at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They love to take care of you. They'll have some barbecue cook-offs. They'll have crawfish boils. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. From glamping to cabins to tree houses, or just pull up the RV if you have one. They have the perfect stay for anyone. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. I haven't called myself that in a long time. But Killer Bees broadcasting at East River 9. Astros opening day, Sweet 16. At East River 9 all day today. Get out there. Lots of action. 4 Sweet 16 games, an Astros game that will start at 6:05. Jose Altuve just told Jake Myers, this is my outfield. Jake Myers was trying to call him off on a ball in left center field, and Jose Altuve said, get out of my outfield. This is mine. I am the captain now. Did you see that play, Joe?
I did. What scares
Jake
me
was calling for it.
I know. What does it remind you of?
You're going to say Jordan and Pena?
Yeah. Yeah, just a little
size
bit.
difference a bit, but
well, I just think of the collision that happened, which honestly,
collision.
I think we were here, ironically, at East River 9 when that happened.
I don't think so. I remember watching that game in studio.
Okay, actually, I might have even been at the other place when that happened. Now that I think about it, but I don't know. I feel there's been a lot of moments here at East River 9 watching Astros games. Though.
Yeah,
but
the one that I remember was the Altuve home run over Charles Leclerc.
Oh yeah.
That's an F1 driver.
That's not true.
Half the people in the text aren't going to take you seriously there.
I know.
Honestly, for a second there, he almost got me for a second.
Charles Leclerc is an F1 driver.
Well, you know what? Okay. Anyway, you got it.
It was Jose Leclerc, wasn't it? Wasn't the
yes,
Leclerc for the
correct.
Rangers named Jose? Yeah, Jose Leclerc.
Yes.
That was the homer, the 3-run homer in Game 5. And the Astros thought they were going to win the ALCS. Had to just win one game at home.
But yeah, that makes me a little nervous. I mean, we're going to see a collision at some point this season. It feels like hopefully it's not a bad one, but I don't know. I don't really trust Jose Altuve in left field, to be honest with you at all.
He made the play.
Really don't.
He
I know.
took away a sinking line drive that could have easily been 2 runs, Joe. I think that Jose Altuve is the leader in baseball right now in defensive war. It could have been 2 runs for the bad guys, and Altuve made a great catch and then chases a slider off the plate. But yeah, first pitch 6:05. Astros and Mets get the season started. Texter says if you don't admit you're wrong, then you're not wrong, and if we don't fact check you, it's on us. I admit I'm wrong every time I'm wrong. If you don't think that I'm admitting that I'm wrong enough, well, then I'm not wrong. Texter, when does the game start? 6:05. The texter is a Jack. Clearly has no sense of humor or listened to the show before. We love all of our listeners, whether it's the first time or whether it's every time. A texture in all capital letters and 3 exclamation points. You got Branhamed. Yeah, that is true. That is happening right now. The texture, Joe, that cursed at us earlier, he says, sorry, guys, about the profanity. That was first pitch, not the other word.
I appreciate the apology. Thank you.
Predictive text got him. Texture, Altuve just made a spectacular catch in left center. You see the future. A texture that happened at 6:07. Yes, it did. Brandon T has a question for you, Joe. Did you ever pay up on your bet? Brandon T asks.
I know. You'll have it on Monday.
So is the answer to that no?
I don't think you're going to get it on Monday.
No, I'm going to find a way. I'm going to get it on Monday. I got you.
How long has it been now?
Brandon T is not my burner. Well, this was after the end of the 2024 NFL season. No, 2023. 2023.
Yeah. I'm going to pay yours up.
Oh, my Joel's though.
Joel, I told Joel, Jeremy's was a clear thing I owe him. It's very simple. It's cut and dry. Joel's is not. I gave him a choice. He has to choose. I let him choose his
choice.
A hat.
Huh.
I told him he could pick his hat. You got to pick your bottle of alcohol. I told him he could pick a hat. He's got to pick one.
He hadn't picked one yet.
I'll just get a pink Green Bay Packers hat then.
I'll
bring that on Monday.
Honestly, I don't think that Joel likes people paying up his bets. I think.
You think he likes to have it? But see.
Yeah, I think he likes.
I feel like you're the one that always brings it up.
Well, I do it for the comedy. I really couldn't care less. I really couldn't. But the comedy of it's what's funny to me. But no, every single time we try to come up with a new bet for something that comes up on the show, he's like, "Well, we haven't paid up all our old bets." And then we're like, "Okay, well, let's figure out what the bets are." And it's like, "Oh, somebody owes him a Coke Zero," and he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it." And it's like, what are you doing?
He's never asked me once for the Star Pizza Mill I owe. He hasn't asked once. Until it comes up whenever we're trying to make another bet. He goes, well, I don't think we're paid up on all the other ones. Well, let's make good. He doesn't want to make good.
So it's kind of weird. Like, I don't really know how to explain it. It's something I've never really seen before. Texture, is Altuve a good defensive left fielder or a great one? I mean, early indication, small sample size is great.
Yeah. Yeah, great.
Great. Safe to
Big
run.
reach, good read.
Called off a center fielder who was also calling for it.
Yeah, that's Jake Meyer's fault.
Altuve hasn't learned the rank of the outfield positions. Oh, the center fielder has free reign when the center fielder calls for it. I'm supposed to get out of the way. You would think an infielder would know that, but apparently not.
No, Altuve's out there all gas, no brakes.
Yeah, he's like, I'm Altuve. This is my field now.
I think
He's the
Yordan
captain now.
Alvarez. Yordan rule number 82. He should have a green light on 3-0 every time, no matter what. Every time, no matter what, by the way. Hearing you guys say Charles Leclerc is the most unintentionally hilarious thing I've heard all day. We're here to surf. What'd you say?
Jim Crane in his press conference, he said Jordan's going to play left field this year.
Well, I mean, I think he's going to play a few games there, yeah.
But the way he said it, like, it made it seem like it was going to be more of a rotation. I was like, Jim, I think you're wrong on that one.
Yeah. How many games do you think he plays in left, starts in left?
15.
Okay, I'll take the over on that. My answer would be 30.
It was, 53 last year?
Yeah, but they said he played way too many.
Yeah, I don't think they cut it all the way down to, what'd you say, Joe, like 15?
Yeah, I said 15.
Yeah,
I really
don't
think
think
it's
they cut it down
much.
quite that far. I think it's probably in the 20s.
Yeah, without an injury happening, of course.
Texture, Jose is a superstar. Yeah, I think Jose is a superstar. I have no problem saying that. Now, his stardom might be fading. It might be waning, but he's still a superstar category for me, at least. For you?
Yes, of course he's a superstar. Him and Yordan Alvarez are superstars.
Yeah, I
those
think
are
it's
the
the only
two superstars
two you have.
here.
Yeah, I think so.
And they're probably two of the four you have in the city overall.
Okay, go
What's
on.
those two guys, Stroud and Anderson? Maybe Stingley, so maybe
is
it's
Stingley
5.
not a superstar?
Yeah, so I guess it's 5.
Yeah, I would say. I'm trying to think of anybody else.
I mean, Nico?
No.
Yeah, Nico's superstar-y. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good call. He's top 10
Yeah.
receiver in the NFL. That's superstar caliber. Mixon, no. Tunsil's gone.
There's no Rockets.
Daniil Hunter?
No.
I don't think he's got a huge Q rating with the non-hardcore NFL fan.
Yeah. I don't think most Texans fans knew who he was before he signed here.
That's not true. That is a stupid thing to say. He's from Houston, and he's one of the better defensive ends in the NFL for the last 15 years.
I don't think that many people knew who he was. I'm telling
Joe, you just called the city stupid by saying
No, I
that.
didn't.
Yes, you
I said
did.
some fans.
You just said most, I think. I'm pretty sure
I think
you
I
said
did say
most.
Yeah, you said
You
most.
just said most fans in Houston are NFL casuals is what you just said. The dude grew up in Houston and has been one of the best defensive ends in the NFL for the last 12 years. And
Yeah.
you're saying that our listeners are casuals and don't know who he is?
I didn't say our listeners. Our listeners are the smart ones.
This is maybe one of the craziest things you've ever said, and you have a smorgasbord of them. Like, you have a lot of radical things that come out of your mouth.
No, I don't think
And
it's that many.
This is a guy who had
It's not-
16 and a half sacks before he came to the Texans, who was a
Yeah.
two-time AP team selection, who was not that Pro Bowls matter, but it kind of does lead to some popularity, right? If you make a Pro Bowl, he was a 4-time Pro Bowler, and you're saying that this city doesn't know that one of their players that came out of this city knows who that guy is?
I don't think a lot of Texans fans watch NFC North football.
713-780-ESPN. Did you know who Daniil Hunter was before he joined the Houston Texans? 713-780-3776. And if you did know who Daniil Hunter was before he joined the Houston Texans, how stupid of a comment was that from Joe George? 713-780-3776. Also, when we come back, Astros are being predicted to finish third. Lots of places. Do you prefer seeing the Astros as the dogs behind in the pack, or do you like them to be the lead horse out in front? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
This is your spot to watch the Astros. Watch Sweet 16, 4 games tonight, East River 9. River House Restaurant, your go-to sports watching destination for college hoops, Astros baseball, and every major golf tournament all season long. And they also do a crawfish bowl every Saturday and Sunday through May. Can't beat that. Joe's watching the Astros game right now. For some of us, it starts at 6:05. Altuve just got tested by a line drive to left field. And you remember that silly conversation that short guys can't play left field because they're not going to be able to catch line drives that are hit at them because it might go over their head? Well, he caught it, Joe. Caught a line drive to left.
Well, but it was Adam.
Where was his back foot?
I didn't on the warning track. I think
the shade in front of the warning track. Like, I don't think the line drive to left field at Minute Maid Park's really that big a deal. Like, people were saying, "Oh, he's too short. He's not going to be able to catch the line drive."
Maybe he has to jump a little bit sometimes. He has to jump. It's okay.
If he takes a step further back, he's on the track. Oh, he can't catch the line drive. He's 5'6". Can't catch liners if you're 5'6". Ridiculous.
It's just people who like the height shame.
Casual takes.
I've been dealing with it my whole life. People height shaming me. So now it's just happening to Jose Altuve.
You know where the height really matters on line drives? Like, as a defender trying to catch them on the infield. On the infield.
Oh yeah, with like the play Pena made in the first inning. Yeah.
That's where the height can be a factor, is whenever you're an infielder trying to catch a line drive. In the outfield, it's almost never. Like, the difference between being 5'6" and 6'2" on a line drive in the outfield is almost never going to come into play. And it gets severely reduced when you're playing left field at Minute Maid, and you got the Crawford boxes. It's one of I couldn't. It made me sick every time I heard that. I was like, this casual guy. Ugh.
Like, I guess there might be some walls like in around baseball that are gonna be more challenging for him to try to like go up and over and rob a home run. But even then, like, it's I don't know. I feel like it's the height thing was a built-in excuse that people were trying to give Jose Altuve for if it was a disaster.
I think so.
They can blame that.
No, I think they were just haters of the decision. And like, this is a reason why it's going to be awful, because that one time a year, Jose Altuve is not going to be tall enough to catch a line drive to left. Okay, well, what about all the other shots where he was trying to catch a line drive at second?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we forget about that? That doesn't matter? That doesn't come into play? I'm sorry. Astros 605. You just made the list, says a texter to you, Joe, because
you just made the list.
You blamed. You said that Astro fans, or Texans fans, said that they didn't know who. You said that they didn't know who Daniil Hunter was before he became a Texan. Texter says, "Yes, I did, but only because of Madden." That counts, though. That counts.
I don't know.
No,
I don't
counts.
know.
You're
guess
you're
it
trying
does.
to defend your stance.
No, but
that's
like
part
that's
of
not
being a
the
superstar.
Same.
Does it matter if you're on the Madden
No, it's
cover?
not,
Does that
dude.
help your stardom? Does being on the Madden cover help your stardom?
He wasn't on the Madden cover.
I'm not saying he was. Does being on the Madden cover help a player's stardom?
Yes.
Okay. How many people play Madden? Millions?
A lot
probably?
of people.
A lot of people. That is
Yes.
going to lead to a player's cachet. That is going to lead to a player's popularity. So if you know a player through Madden, that's adding another person that knows your name. Absolutely knowing somebody
it does
from Madden
not.
counts.
No,
Yes,
because
knowing him,
he's just
knowing
in the
him at all.
game.
Joe,
He's just on
whenever
the
you set up
roster.
this argument, you said
Jeremy, I played
most
college-
people. You said most people did
Mhm.
not know who Daniil Hunter was. This guy knows who Daniil Hunter is. You can't throw provisions in there on how they know him.
Yes, I can.
Because you're supporting your argument, but you're
because when people
gaslighting
play
is what you're doing.
Because when people play college football 25 and they can all of a sudden name half the roster
They
of the
know
Rice
him.
football team, it
They
doesn't
know
mean
them.
Sean Mapes is a genius about Rice football. No, he just played college football 25 for 3 years and he knows the roster inside and out.
Joe,
Like,
you
just-
didn't
they're
say
in the
they have
game.
to be a genius. You said they
I
don't
know,
know
I
who
know.
Daniil Hunter is. Even if you
I know.
only know him through Madden, you know him. So,
Uh-huh.
yes, that Madden absolutely counts. Afraid to say Joe is right.
Boom.
A few of the guys at the bar didn't know Hunter. Where are you what kind of bars you hanging out at, man? Like, what kind of bar are you? I don't want to go to a bar and hang out with people if they don't know Daniil Hunter. I kind of question the bar too. Like, where is this bar located? What kind of bars are you tending, my guy? Where are you going here They don't know Daniil Hunter. Superstar is a popularity. Altuve is the only superstar in Houston. That's not true. C.J. Stroud's a superstar. Will Anderson's a superstar. I think Derek Stingley's in the conversation. Nico's in the conversation.
Alvarez.
Jordan for sure.
I don't think there's anyone else. This is the closest Rocket, right?
I'd really like to get Jalen Green into some stardom, but I don't.
Albeit he was an all-star.
I wouldn't say he is.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. No, I think that's the list. Is Fromber close to it?
Production he is. He didn't have cachet though.
Yeah,
like his cachet's not there. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree.
713-780-ESPN. Texture says that bar is down around the Montrose area. I don't know what that means. Wink, wink. I kind of understood what I was getting to there. No, not reading that. Not reading that. Not reading that text either. A lot of people are guessing where this bar is at. Oh, somebody said Humble. Oh, somebody said Timeout Tavern in Humble. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I do know about Timeout Tavern. More Tascasita than Humble, but still Humble-y. Oh, man. All right. Astros are third a lot of places when you see predictions and stuff like that. Do you prefer seeing the Astros as the underdogs or the favorites?
I like to see them as the favorite because they've been the favorite. I don't need to see it change. I'm fine with them just being towards the front of the pack at all the time and people, firmly believing that they're going to be good. I think in terms of being an underdog, I like to just view them more as an underdog in terms of like World Series odds. I think it's strange that people are picking them to finish third in the West this year. I don't quite get it.
Who do you think's better, the Rangers or the Mariners?
I think the Rangers are better. I think so. I think it's the Rangers because I think it's easier to I think it's easier to acquire pitching than it is to fix an offense that you didn't add anything to. I mean, the Rangers at least made moves this offseason. The Mariners, they didn't make any moves. They're the same exact team they were last year. So I'll say the Rangers are the better team.
Yeah, it's kind of they're just so different. Like I don't know. Rangers pitching so bad, but if like Rocker's decent and like Leiter's different, how about that? Cam Smith, base hit in his first big league at bat. Look, Dana Brown is a savant. Dana Brown is a genius. Cam Smith's ready for the moment. He might hit 350 this year. He might hit 45 homers this year. Big time believer in Cam Smith. That's pretty cool though. Too. Well, that's all he's going to do. He goes the other way. That's like the knock on him, actually. The knock on him coming into the draft was that he doesn't pull the ball, and they're scared that because he doesn't pull the ball, he's not going to hit tons of home runs because he doesn't have the pull power. So get ready for a lot of balls to right with Cam. I think for him to be a 40 home run guy, he's probably going to have to pull it more. But it's not really a swing. He kind of has like a Stanton swing, like a Chas McCormick swing. Hopefully better than both of those guys, and clearly better than Chas because they gave him the right field job and not Chas. But, yeah, he goes the other way a lot. He likes to use the other half of the field.
Well, maybe playing at Minute Maid, like it'll correct some of that stuff. Just having the Crawford boxes there. I mean, maybe he won't have big numbers pulling the ball in other ballparks, but maybe in Minute Maid it'll balance itself out a little bit too. That'd be nice. I mean, if he could be a 40 home run guy, having two of those in the lineup. Woo-hoo,
I think it's going to take a while. I don't think he can be a 40 home run guy until like year 3.
I don't know if I really want him messing with the swing depending on what stadium he's in, especially this far into his career where he's only had 5 games above the AA major. Let's not make a lot of corrections to his swing just yet.
I'd like him to be able to pull the ball more, though. Like
sure,
he hit a spring training.
Him going into, home game, and let me try to pull it all the time.
No, I don't want him to change his swing based on the ballpark he's playing, and I'm with you. Like, I'm talking about just wholesale adjustments, just him as a player. Like he hit a spring training home run in left center field. Like that was like, okay, here we go. Like give me some pull power for him. And look, we're talking about a guy playing in his first game being a 40 home run type, but Mauricio Dubon called him a 60 home run type. So at least we're not doing that. I do think for him to unlock 40 home run potential, he is going to have to learn to pull the ball more. One of the other knocks on his power, was that he doesn't lift the ball a ton. That he hits the ball to right and hits it like on the line or on the ground a ton. So like if he were to develop into a 40 home run guy, because he certainly has the physique and he certainly has the frame and the power, that he needs to add lift and he needs to add pull. So it'll be fun to watch his career and see if that happens. Because could you take a 300 hitter that hits 12 homers? I mean, I could, but we think he has more power, right?
Yeah, I think you'd be happy with it, but I think there would still be some general disappointment if he's not a 20+ at a minimum home run a year guy, even if the average is 300. He just looks like a guy who's going to mash. So I think that's what people are expecting of him.
Yeah, we're talking about a 22-year-old that's played 5 games, now 6 games above high A ball. So, we're being super, hypercritical.
Mm-hmm.
And look, we all love Cam. We all think Cam's going to be great. We're talking what can separate him from being a 25-homer guy to a 40-homer guy as he's playing in his first big league game. But it would probably – Astros in business here a little bit, huh? I have a feeling the Astros –
I love more than bases loaded for Jake Myers.
Yeah, let's see if Jake from Rake is back. Jake from Rake Farm. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go to break so I can watch this at bat. Astros do start at 6:05, though. 713-780-ESPN. What awards can the Astro players be in contention for this season? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live from East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and cost. Ownwill is here to help you save with both of those things. Let them take a little off your plate, but save you some money. A lot of homeowners overpaying on property taxes, and it shouldn't be you. Head to ownwell.com. Sign up in less than 3 minutes to get their experts fighting for you. Their cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront cost. Put your property tax savings back in your pocket, reinvest it, take the family on vacation, or pay up a bet that you haven't paid. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish and delivers top results. No upfront cost, only pay if you save. You can't beat that. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction, with the average customer saving over $1,100. How about that? The deadline to protest May 15th. Don't run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
I think it's the first time I've ever heard this song. Should I know what this song is? Anybody?
Yeah, sorry, I was having to do three things at once. Yeah, it's How About Them Stros by Paul Wall.
This is Paul Wall?
Yeah, well, Paul Wall featuring Sam Knight, yes. Now we have Paul.
Have you heard this song?
Yeah, I've heard this song.
Sheesh, loud. I've never heard this. I didn't know Paul Wall had this in his bag. It's not bad, Paul.
You've never heard this before at all?
I've never heard this song in my life.
Branham is sometimes in a cave when it comes to music.
I just assumed that like one of us would have played it for him at some point on the air.
Like this is popular? This isn't popular.
Well, I mean, amongst Astros fans.
Is it?
I think so.
I mean, this is.
I mean, Paul
isn't this
uses
the
it almost every day.
This is the trombone.
Yeah.
Is that a feather in your cap?
I'm just saying, is a reason why you maybe should have heard it.
I mean, it has 68,000 views on YouTube.
How many?
68,000.
That's not a lot.
That's actually not.
That's
a
not
lot.
a lot.
Yeah, it's actually
That's not a lot.
I don't think this song's popular. Yeah, I've never heard this. Brian's pulling out all his Astro songs. I don't know if you're having anything left for the next 2 hours, though.
Yeah, this might be it. But again, first pitch 6:05.
Yeah, that's why he's playing all these songs, is to fire you up for Astros opening day, which, by the way, how about Jake Myers hustling up the line? Little ribby on opening day for Jake the Rake? Look at
Silver
Jake
lining,
Myers.
you trying to spin it?
Yeah, I mean,
What do
how
you mean?
about don't
No,
hit
I'm
it
not trying to spin it.
Yeah,
No.
A lazy ground ball to the shortstop?
Are you guys noobs?
Yeah.
You're unhappy with the result of that at
No,
bat?
I'm happy he got a run and didn't end the inning, but I mean, if he's a half a step slower, it's an inning double play.
But he's not half a step slower. It's him hustling, putting the ball in play, and hitting a ground ball to an infield that's back, and then hustling it for an RBI. That's good baseball.
I'm not
What
gonna
do you mean?
I'm not gonna be happy about hitting a ground ball double play to the shortstop.
He didn't hit a double play because he's fast. And, dude, that's what hitters do. You have infield playing back with a runner at third, less than 2 outs. You hit a ball up the middle to an infielder, and then you drive in the run. That's baseball 101.
It wasn't up the middle, though.
Yes, it was.
I mean, to me, okay, I guess we're nitpicking now, but to me, up the middle will be over the second
We're
base
being
bag.
factual.
To me, up the middle will be over the second base bag.
Is the second baseman a middle infielder? Is the shortstop a middle infielder?
Like I said, now we're nitpicking what the
No,
definition
we're
of.
not. We're being very descriptive of what the middle of the field is.
Look, maybe no. I'm saying I'm nitpicking. But my own personal interpretation of middle would be over the second base bag.
Not good. XX Ron, BMAC hating when the bottom of the lineup gets an RBI. Yeah, you get Jake Myers driving in a run, and we're going to complain? It's one of 162. What are we doing here, Brian? One of 162, and we're getting mad at Jake Myers for an RBI ground out. I'll take an RBI ground out every time that Jake Myers is batting.
Not with bases loaded all the time.
Every
You got driving
time.
a couple guys.
Every time. No, because that would mean it would have to result in a hit. The dude hits 220. Like, let's play the math here a little bit. If Jake Myers had an RBI ground out every single one of his bats, that's a 500 RBI year. What do you mean?
I mean, it would be great, but
On
like,
base guy, he's on base for 162 right now.
I'm not on base guy. I'm trying to give y'all an example of this. This was a productive at bat.
I didn't say it wasn't a productive effort. Don't say you guys. I would have
I'm
liked
in awe.
more. I would like more from Jake Myers, but I'll take it for a start.
Oh, that's a change of your opinion.
Take
You were with me until Jeremy went off.
Yeah,
No, that's not
argue
true.
my point well.
I mean, I would have liked a more productive at bat, but like it does score a run. Like it accomplishes what it's supposed to.
Any
But
at
BMAC
bat
is
or
right.
plate
Like,
appearances that ends with an RBI is a solid appearance at the plate every time. Every time, especially for
Yes.
Jake Myers, who's one of the worst offensive players in baseball, especially for one of the worst offensive players in all of baseball. Success.
He's your 9-hole hitter, so like you take it with what it is. But I think we always want a little bit more. We want Jake from Rake Farm, not Jake from ground out to second baseman.
This
farm.
is why you guys complain so much, is because your expectations are way up here. And this
I
is
don't
why
complain.
I don't complain almost ever, because my expectations are right here where they should be. Right here where they should be. That's why I never, ever complain and gripe about anything, ever, ever. I'm super positive. I only see the great things of certain situations. I never see moments in the clubhouse that are cringy and cheesy. Always look at the great things and things.
We did 3 segments on one of your complaints yesterday.
Never, ever complain. Never buzz killing anything. Always positive and upbeat. Always the belle of the ball, quite frankly. I don't love what the Shin's doing with this bottom third graphic, though. Like where they have the batter name. I don't love that it has the number of the player, and I don't love how it has the number of his spot in the order. It's kind of busy. Just put Alonso up there. Just put Altuve up there. I don't need his number, and I don't need his spot in the order. I don't think I like it.
Why? Just because you just don't want
I told
it there?
you it's busy. Like there's a lot of stuff going on there, especially a lot of numbers.
I believe,
like
Joe, that was a complaint.
If you wanted to put the little
that's
number,
a complaint.
If you wanted to put the little, no, this is not a complaint. Yeah, you're right. It is.
What else would it be?
I don't know. I said it is.
Okay.
I concede. You guys are right. I am wrong. See, people say I never admit I'm wrong. I just did it. I don't like the numbers. There's too many numbers there. If you wanted to do your jersey number in that little left thing, that's fine. But the spot in the batting order that they hit, I don't need 3. Pete Alonso. That's just put Alonso up there.
This feels like a real nitpick.
You think so? Brian's on my side. We were talking about during the break. He might have changed his opinion, though, because I went off on him about Myers.
No, well, we were actually kind of opposite. I don't need the uniform number because I can see it on the player. I don't mind the spot in the batting order coming up. If it's for the opponent and you're not familiar with the opponent, maybe, especially when the relief pitchers start coming in, it's not bad to have that there to think about who's facing who as far as what spot in the lineup.
Not a huge fan of it. I don't
need the uniform number. I could just see that on the uniform.
Yeah, I would get rid of both numbers, honestly. But if I can only get rid of one of the numbers, I would get rid of the batting order number. But if I could get rid of both, I would do that. How about Fromber shattering Alonso's bat? Attaboy. 713-780 ESPN first pitch 605. Texture says that song is absolutely awful. The only worse thing than Jake Myers' batting average. Ooh, man.
Wow, the
shots
Paul Wall
fired
song?
at Paul
I'm going to
Wall.
have to play it again.
Texture never heard that in my life. Good. Even though Altuve struck out, it was encouraging to see him work the count. I hope the strikeouts don't cause him to revert to an undisciplined at bats. Yeah, Altuve's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Two solid plays in the outfield, but 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts.
That first at bat, he swung wildly at a sweeper way out of the zone too. It was classic Altuve.
It was very
classic,
visual.
The bad part of Altuve.
I think this text is Team BMAC here. Then does a batter get a sacrifice fly if they hit a long ball to the outfield and a run scores? But if you hit a ground out or fielder's choice, then a run scores, you don't get a sacrifice.
That's not arguing for Brian. That's arguing.
I feel like
that's really more of a stat argument.
Yeah, it's a stat argument.
But Myers gets an RBI there.
Yeah, but he does. He still gets punished for at bat.
Right. He's 0 for 1, but he gets the RBI. Like, you don't get an RBI if you ground into a double play with no outs and then a runner scores. But in that situation, since Jake avoided the double play, he gets the RBI.
Thank you for mansplaining that to us, Brian. We all knew that.
Well, maybe the texter didn't.
He did. I think the texter spelled it out perfectly.
I think the texter's trying to kind of agree with you, Brian, of like, if it dings your batting average, it means it's not a successful play.
No, he's not saying that. The texter's saying that it should count as a sacrifice ground out. He's saying that you should get credit for that being a sacrifice, just like you would get credit for being a sacrifice fly, which I actually agree with the texter. Like, it was a productive appearance at the plate, just like a sacrifice fly. We'd be giving him high fives when he came into the dugout, just like Jake Myers got high fives when he came into the dugout. I actually agree with that texter. I do think an RBI ground out should be like a sacrifice ground out, much like a sacrifice fly that leads to a run is not an at bat. I 100% agree. I also think we should give hitters credit when they hit the ball to the right side, when a runner's at second with less than 1 out, and he moves over to third base. Why shouldn't that guy get a sacrifice there? If he's bunting, he gets a sacrifice bunt. If he hits a deep fly ball to right field, he actually doesn't. I think there's a lot of scoring inconsistencies there, Texture. I agree with you. All right, 713.
Add something to that?
Nah, I guess not.
I thought you made a great point. I didn't know what else to add.
BMAC makes the list. BMAC, shut up. This is because of your hate on Jake Myers for getting an RBI.
You just made the list,
Brian. Did you put yourself on the list?
No, the texter did. I was just hitting the button.
Oh, well, that shows great growth, though. I'm proud of you. Texter Jake Myers batting 100. No, he's not. He meant one. He said 1,000, but he's not. Jake Myers is 0 for 1 with an RBI. The previous texter saying he should be 0 for 0 with an RBI. I agree with about that. Not reading that text. Yeah, sacrifice, but to advance the runner, there's a sacrifice, but it's still an out. It's some crazy rules, Brian. Yeah, I think that if you can tell a batter is trying to move the runner over, that he should get a sacrifice. Like if there's a runner at second, less than 1 out, and you hit a ground ball to the right side, you did a job. I think you should get a sacrifice, much like you get a sac fly. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. What awards can Astros players contend for this year? 713-780-3776. Killer Reese, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Killer Bees broadcasting from East River 9. Joe out there hanging out with all of you. Astros opening day. Joe's going to hang out and watch the game that begins at 6:05. Sweet 16 tournament action all day at East River 9. The River House Restaurant, your go-to sports washing destination for college hoops, Astros baseball, every major golf tournament. They do crawfish boils every Saturday and Sunday through May. Driving range, par 3, golf course. They got the pickleball. They have a beautiful skyline of downtown Houston as well. It's a fun spot. It's a lot of fun. 713-780-3776, Killer Bees. I like Isak Paredes batting ahead of Jordan. I griped a lot about Jordan not batting fourth, which I'm not going to do it all year. I do wish he was hitting fourth, but I'm not going to gripe about it all year. But I really like him behind Isak. Get a bunch of pitches. Isak does. He sees a lot of pitches. He walks. He gets on base. I like that Isak hits in front of Jordan. Let's go out to the HR. Go ahead.
Oh no, I think it's a good setup for the order. I mean, when TK was talking about yesterday, it makes a ton of sense to like how they're trying to change their approach, and it should help out Jordan. I think a ton this year.
Yeah, I think so too. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up, Israel?
What's up, baby? Hey, look, man, we gotta get over to the guys. The game ain't over. They got the first run. I was just on the train with the guys going to the game. A couple white guys, you know what I'm saying? I was like, chip my guy, like, don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Give him the peace sign over there he was from. But we just, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying. I just want him to have peace here in Houston.
Israel, are you high? Are you high right now?
Man, I'm high every day.
My guy. I knew I loved you.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm above the clouds, son. Every day, you better know that. But I was just right there. I was just by the stadium, bro. Like I'm saying, though. First hit, man. He the guy. Right,
he's
man.
a good hitter.
He's a good hitter. My call, man.
Anytime, Israel.
I mean, I message you, son.
Did you jump? Did you dump that? I think you might have missed it.
No, I just dumped it.
Oh, you dumped it,
okay. Because I missed it until he corrected himself.
Yeah,
it was go. Yiner.
Yeah, there was a delayed reaction there where it was hard to tell what he said at first, but I got it.
Israel does mess with the bees, though, man. He knows what's up. And he's high as a kite. He's in the clouds, he said. Higher than a giraffe's neck. I like Israel too. Israel is kind of hot or cold with us. Some days he likes us, some days he does. But that's what he keeps it straight with us. That's what I like about him. Yeah, Yiner Ribby and throwing error by the Mets. Astros are scoring some runs. I told you guys this was an underrated offense. And after 3 innings of 1 of 162, I think that I've proven my point. I think my point has been proven because the Astros have scored a few runs in the first 3 innings.
That was
again, I'm right.
That was a quicker victory lap than Cam Smith's call-up. Jeez, Jeremy.
But am I wrong?
I mean, you're not right yet.
Not wrong.
I mean, the last one there's no RBI there. It was an error.
I think he gets credit for the first RBI.
For the third run they scored?
Wasn't there a runner at third?
No, he came from second.
No, it was first and second. And then he advanced to third and then went home on the throwing error.
I thought they were loaded. It's hard to do radio and watch baseball at the same time.
Can't multitask?
713-780-ESPN. What's that?
You can't multitask?
It's hard to do on my computer. Like the Astros game is not on the television in Indianapolis, Joe. So I have to watch it on my stream as I'm looking at all the other stuff on my computer. Right, I'm watching the game legally. But it's hard to do that on my computer screen while I'm also. Well, he beat that out.
Hey, BMAC, I think let's add this to the complaints category here.
What am I complaining about?
I just feel like you're complaining about how hard it is to do 2 things at once.
No, I'm just giving you an accurate assessment of what it is. Like it's not hard to watch a baseball game as you're doing a show. It is hard to have a baseball TV production up on one tab of my computer and then have all the other tabs that are needed for the show. Like this is some like ADHD magnified on steroids right now, like bouncing around from tabs to screens to my second screen. Like it's a very difficult thing. It's not a complaint. It's just what is happening right now on my monitor.
I think it's a complaint, but you know what? It's your complaint. If you say it's not, it's not. I guess I have to side with you here.
As one who complains a lot, I complain a lot.
I thought you said you didn't complain.
I do a lot. That was obviously tongue in cheek and joking and ha 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 ha. I complain a ton. This wasn't a complaint. Like, you know, flipping from screen to screen is hard to do. It's hard to keep track of where all the base runners are at. But yeah, the Astros have 3 runs in 3 innings. Huh. I think that my take that the Astros offense is underrated. I think it has been validated. I think I'm on the right side of history after 3 innings of 1 of 162.
Yeah, you're on your way.
Yeah, Ryan says Pena's superstar confirmed. J-Bone has to acknowledge that fact now. He didn't get a ribby, Ryan. He didn't get a ribby. Pena's 0 for 1. He did score a run, though. Give him credit for that because he got hit by a pitch earlier on that massive left bicep of his. Hopefully he does get on base more, though. Like, I know he got hit by a pitch. It's not the same as walking, but I hope he does walk more this year, especially with his speed.
Yeah, I mean, if he can, like, it's what we were talking about with Altuve. Like, if he's the only guy in the lineup who doesn't really follow the more patient approach, that's fine. But, like, you really need Pena and Yiner to take more pitches this year, do what Paredes and Walker were, like, also brought in to do. If they do that, then, like, it's just they're going to be so much of a better offense. And, like, yeah, you actually might be all right.
Yeah.
You might be right this year about the Astros offense.
XX Ron still giving you grief, Brian. According to BMAC, that's a bad RBI because it was a double play ball. Talking about the Myers play still. They should have a category for that. Bad RBI.
I mean, what's the difference in the ball that Pena hit in the ball that Myers hit?
Situation.
I know, but that's kind of the point. It was
situational hitting last year.
I mean, if we're going to give, I know it was maybe a bit tongue in cheek and /s, but if we're going to give credit to Jake, I mean, Pena hit the same ball.
Situation is paramount in sport. Situation is paramount in baseball. Your approach at the plate with runner at third, less than 2 outs, is going to be much different than your approach at the plate with a runner at first and 2 outs. Like, it's apples.
I just don't
kiwis.
think Jake. I don't know. I don't totally agree with that because you like Jake Myers is not like this all-world hitter. Like, you're giving him the benefit of the doubt, like he did it on purpose.
He put barrel on the bat. He put the barrel on the ball. Maybe not barrel. Maybe just a piece of the bat on the ball. He put a piece of the bat on the ball and hit it to a drawn back infield with a runner at third, less than 2 outs. What are we doing here? Like, that is a win. The dude strikes out 25% of the time.
No, I agree. It's a win, but like, yeah, but the way you're like, it's because I do see what BMAC's saying is like it's the exact same play, but the only thing that's different is the guys that are on base. But Jake Myers like is doing the same thing every time he's up most of the time. Like, he's hitting just the same way Pena did.
I think Jeremy's very frustrated with this show.
Yeah, I know. I just don't think.
Here, let me put it into.
I just don't think he deserves extra credit. No, he just doesn't deserve extra credit. He did his job. That's it. He doesn't deserve praise.
Yeah, you get praise when you do a job well done. You get a tip of the cap when you get a job well done. You come back into the dugout, you get a slap on the bottom whenever you do a job well done. You drive in a run with a drawn back infield, you're getting a slap on the hiney. You're getting a little slap on the behind, Jake. Yeah, you get one of those. Absolutely. Let me put this in terms that y'all can understand. 3rd down and 1, you get a 2-yard run up the middle. 1st down and 10, you get a 2-yard run up the middle. They're the same thing. No, they're not. Why are they not the same? Situation. Sports is a series of critical situations.
I agree.
713-780 ESPN. I'm disgusted right now. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're just kind of flying by the seat of our pants. No one's listening to us. The Astros are playing right now. And we're triggering people by saying it starts at 6:05. Let's get to the Astros and their awards and all that. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, live from East River 9.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
East River 9, the setting. Astros opening day, Sweet 16 tournament action. East River all day today, all day tomorrow, too. River House Restaurant, your go-to sports watching destination for college hoops, Astros baseball, and every major golf tournament all season long. Who's your Masters pick, Joe? Who do you think's going to win it all? Who's going to win the green jacket? Be in Butler's cabin, getting that green jacket from Jim Nance, who's going to retire in 10 years.
11 years.
Oh, is it 11?
I think he said 11 years. Honestly, I got no idea.
What a nitpick.
He said 11. I'm giving a factual
Well, actually,
correction.
guy, Joe comes in.
He said
Joe.
the year. I just didn't do the math.
He said 11. He
Okay,
said 11
he
years.
wants. I know that he wants to. It's going to be his. I think it's going to be his 25th Masters. Wait, I can't remember what it was. Whatever.
I'll take. I'll just take the favor. I'll take Scheffler.
Is this the year Rory figures out the curse of Augusta? I don't know. Shell. I got criticized yesterday for calling it the Shell Houston Open. Yesterday, I called it the Shell Houston Open. And I don't even know who the title sponsor is for the Houston Open anymore.
I believe it's Methodist Hospital.
It's always going to be the Shell Houston Open for
Okay.
me. The show begins here. It's always going to be the Shell Houston Open for me. Also, I have a bag that says Shell Houston Open.
I know Jeremy was big oil.
It's never going to change for me. 713-780-ESPN. Texter Branham is smarter than everyone. Listen, BMAC and George. That's not true. I'm not smarter than everyone. I'm just more intelligent. Rookie of the Year award and the home run leader is what I'm thinking. That's our best two chances. Rookie of the Year, home run king. That's about it. And yeah, that's it. Who do you think has a chance to win some of these major awards? And let's get rid of Silver Slugger, Gold Glove, like that. We'd have to go position by position for those. But yeah, home run king's an interesting one too, because that's not really an award, but I guess it is like a title that you can win as an individual player. So I guess we could throw that one into the mix too if you want.
I also feel like though, okay, just for example, if you're gonna say Yordan Alvarez is gonna be the home run king, doesn't it feel like that means he's also gonna win the MVP?
Not necessarily, but decent chance.
But like feels like they're pretty connected.
It doesn't help that he doesn't play defense.
No, it would depend on how far back Judge is, probably, right?
I mean, the only DH to win MVP is Ohtani, right?
Yes, I believe that is true.
Yeah.
So I mean, history would work against Yordan.
And the voters now have become more analytical too. Like they're looking at WAR and stuff, where in the past they would look at home runs and RBIs, whereas now they don't do that as much. So I think it's even more. I know that it's only been done once and it's actually been done recently, but I would argue that it's actually harder for a DH to do it now than it was 20 years ago.
What if he finishes what if he plays 30 games in left field? Does that help him, or is it just not enough?
I mean, it's possible he could do it. I'm just saying it doesn't really help him. And 30 games in left field, is that going to benefit his WAR? Probably not. He might even be a negative WAR guy out there.
Yeah, and that would be the other thing. I don't think it's necessarily the total number of games he's played. Is he playing a quality left field when he's out there, regardless, though? I mean, he's got to play a requisite number, of course.
Look,
but
I think he can win the MVP. I think he can win the MVP. But I don't think that home run, crown and MVP are a correlation.
Sure.
I think he has a better chance to be the home run leader than he does the MVP. But both are in play for me.
Yeah, I think so for Yordan. I would say MVP, home run leader are both in play. I mean, Cam Smith.
Can anybody else win an MVP?
No.
I don't think so either. I don't think Walker can. I don't think Isak can. I don't think Altuve can at the age of 35.
I mean, it hasn't happened much, but occasionally you do see a pitcher win MVP. Would you throw Fromber into the long shot odds?
No.
I think he could.
I mean, Verlander's done it. Kershaw's done it.
No. Those dudes are heavy strikeout guys too. And if Fromber does have the ability to be a heavy strikeout guy, but he leans more on that sinker and ground balls now. I don't think Fromber or Hunter have any sort of they don't. No, the answer to me is no. Could they get MVP votes? Yes, but could they win it? No.
If you had to bet on an Astros player to win the MVP, not named Yordan Alvarez, though, who would the next?
Who
would your vote
gun
go
to my head?
Yeah. If you had to pick the next one.
Oh, well, Jake Myers 1 for 2 with a ribby. So Gold Glove level center field.
And it's walked.
I don't think he did. He's only had 2 plate appearances, right?
Oh, I thought that was a walk.
No, he got a base. He squeaked a ground ball up the middle. It was very similar. It was very similar to his first at bat.
Was this one actually over the second base bag?
It was to the left side of second. Yeah. It was past the diving
so not
Lindor
the middle.
short.
I'll take Yiner.
Oh, like
that will be. You should place that ticket if you believe in that, because I'm sure you
I don't
get
think
good
he
odds.
believes in it though.
No. Like if I had to pick a second, like the next guy behind Jordan.
Does he
The
play
hard
enough,
thing-
though?
That's the thing. Like that would be my hang up with Yiner. If I had to go outside of Jordan, I guess I would go. Okay, I'm going to cut it down to Isak and Walker. I would probably go Isak over Walker. I saw like there was a panel for The Athletic. They had like 20 of their like random beat writers, I guess, like do this what we're doing now, basically. There was a guy who actually predicted Isak Paredes to win the AL MVP.
Wow,
seriously?
He had
really
he had
believe in
one
the ballpark
vote.
factors.
Probably. He probably did. But like what if it does matter? Like what if Isak plays like a pretty good third base, has a positive WAR there, hits 30 to 35 home runs. He's batting second, so the RBIs will be a little bit more difficult for him. Like I don't think he has any chance, but if you're forcing me to pick somebody that's not named Jordan, I would probably go Isak second.
Interesting.
Walker's close though.
I think
I'd
I'd pick Walker just because his defensive WAR is going to play a factor in that more than
Yeah.
I think it will for Paredes.
I would agree, but is he going to hit as much as Paredes?
I mean, he's got how many 30 home run years in his career? More than Isak.
Like
so I would go Walker slight lean over Isak.
Yeah, I mean, I'm torn on both of them, so I can't like poo-poo on you a whole lot. All right,
thank
Cy
you.
Young. How many guys can win Cy Young?
2.
Yeah, I'm at 2 as well.
Yeah,
Fromber and Brown.
agreed.
All right, if you had to
you
go
know what?
for-
3.
You throwing Arrighetti in?
You still
Hater.
Hater.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Knew it.
is
I saw it
Arrighetti the
coming a
last
mile
guy to do
away.
that? For,
If I had to pick a third, I would probably go Arrighetti.
he's going to have the strikeout numbers. I mean, he was a high strikeout guy that second half when he turned it around.
Yeah, for sure. And then Cam Smith, Rookie of the Year. I think we about summed it up, right?
What about DeZenzo?
Rookie of the Year?
It's not going
I'm
to get
just
enough
saying.
at bats.
I'm just saying.
That's cute.
I'm just saying.
Rookie of the Year
Hey.
with 200 at bats.
I mean, I guess
That's
we
what-
could throw one more in. If these moves made actually work out to the Astros' favor across the board, doesn't Dana Brown have to be considered for Executive of the Year?
Yeah, I mean,
I know we're
talking
going off the
individuals,
field
but-
here, but
Yeah, I guess he could. Yeah, I mean, yes, Espada could win Manager of the Year. But yeah, I would give more value to Dana Brown. Like if this team won 95 games and runs away with the AL West, I would give more value to Dana Brown than I would Espada for doing
Agreed.
that because he built a very different roster. So yeah, I think that would be in play for sure.
Yeah, I think think about it. If Tucker's gone, Cam Smith starts on opening day. If he's good, if Paredes is good and replaces Alex Bregman, like if he has a 30 home run season or close to it, and then Walker's good, then yeah, it's. I don't even know who else would be in contention in the American League, honestly. I mean, Seattle is quiet. Like you're not going to give them credit for doing nothing if they have a good year. Same with the Yankees. They lost Juan Soto. They made a
Boston.
couple moves,
Boston.
but like, yeah, Boston, yeah.
Crochet signed Bregman, playing
Yeah.
some of the youngsters.
Devers is your everyday DH.
Sure is. Corey said they're in the winning business, which I kind of respect. I like that.
They
It is the
should be.
winning business.
It's the right thing to do. It's you put your young kid in Campbell at second base, Bregman plays third, and Devers is your DH. Like it's so simple. Like that was always the move that they were going to make. It felt like.
Texter says this team has no swagger.
I mean, I don't know. Fromber wears a lot of chains out to the
We've
mound. I
seen-
think
we've
Fromber's
seen-
got swagger.
We've seen 4 innings of baseball, and this team has no swagger. Yeah, I would say Fromber has some moxie to him. I think Hunter Brown has moxie to him. Like Hunter Brown kind of.
Yeah, you listen to the story he tells about what his tattoos mean. He's got some swagger.
Yeah, some of them are kind of cheesy though.
Yeah, but he's got a little bit of bravado, is all I'm saying.
Like the last one was like, I don't know why I got this.
Yeah, he just told the apparently the tattoo guy, do whatever you want, and the tattoo guy likes birds, and so he put an eagle on him.
I got some blank space here. Do what you want. It's just my arm.
Well, not on his business arm. Not on his business arm.
Yeah, it's true.
The right arm's clean.
The right arm's for business, so he keeps that one clean. No, but Hunter Brown's got some swag. I think Arrighetti's got a little swagger. Like, in fact, I think at times last year, I thought Arrighetti was like had more swagger than he probably should. Not that it bothers me because I like guys to have swagger and confidence, but like his level of swagger was up here and his production was like down here. So I think he has some swagger. Jordan has swagger.
Hater's got a little swagger.
Yeah, he does. Hater does. I think Jordan does. Like Jordan's just kind of like, yeah, man, I'm a bad man. I'm a bad hombre. Like the way he carries himself, you know, like he's just a bad dude. Jordan Alvarez.
Yeah, he just carries himself like, you know, like he's just gonna ruin people's lives.
Yeah.
When he goes up to the plate.
Pena's got
what do you
some
think
swagger.
of yeah, Pena's got some. What do you think Joe Espada's odds are for AL manager of the year?
Plus 600.
Or what do you think he ranks out of 15?
4th.
I was going to go 5th.
14th.
Ooh,
really?
14 out of 15?
Yep, he's plus 2,500 to be AL manager of the year.
I feel like the value on that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think I would bet on that.
I'm
Not
looking
because
at
I
it right
believe
now,
it, but the value's so good.
Like, how do you like that has to like of a team that has a good chance of winning its division, that has to be the lowest odds for a manager. Like that's a better ticket to play than division champs.
Yes.
That's crazy. Wow. Huh. I wonder why he's so low. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Maybe
and I don't
people
think what were you saying?
Maybe people think what you think, Jeremy.
Yeah, but I don't think that great managers matter
cheesy.
that much. Yeah, but you can be cheesy and still win manager of the year. Like if his team's good enough, and even if he's cheesy and not a good manager, they can still easily win 95 games. Managers do not influence the win total that much in baseball. So that's an interest. I don't think Espada's a good manager. Like I think he's kind of middle of the road. But I don't think a middle of the road manager is going to derail his team's chances, and I don't think he's going to stand in the way of a team being good. So if you would think the Astros have a chance to win 95, 97 games, run away with the AL West, don't play the division champion ticket. Play the manager of the year ticket. I can't believe it's that
I
low.
agree. Yeah, I mean, I when I clicked on it, I was stunned to see it there. I mean, Dan Wilson's the favorite, Cora's second. I mean, but then the only manager behind him is Will Venable. Like this almost reads like he's more likely to get fired than win manager of the year.
No, see, I don't think the manager of the year odds reflects you as a manager. I think it reflects what
Your
they
team?
anticipate your team doing.
Yeah, because I actually saw some odds for managers likely to be fired, and they had Joe Espada down in the bottom third at like 66-1. So
that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, it's year 2. He's unless the Astros just fully bottom out, I don't see how he gets fired.
Texture, please stop saying swagger. It's so 2018. We didn't say swagger. I know we said it, but we said it in response to the texture saying swagger. The genesis of swagger on today's program was not from Joe and I. So don't blame us. Kill the messenger. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texture, only thing stopping Jordan from MVP is probably health or time missed. That's probably true. Like if Jordan can log 155 games, like the numbers he'll put up are going to be astronomical.
Oh,
They would
man.
be
Go to break.
astronomical.
That was
Ooh,
corny.
Cam, that's not a very good play and right. Eesh,
Oh,
not
no.
great. A lot of people have some things they want to ask us and talk about. So, yeah, you're the listener. No one's listening to us today. We're kind of doing whatever we want. So we'll answer your questions. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I have heard this song, but I don't remember where. Like, is this a popular one?
Yeah. Well, Paul plays it all the time.
Yeah, we played it 3 times today.
I don't listen to sports radio before one of my radio shows. I've made this very clear.
We know.
But maybe that is where I heard it. Maybe that's where I heard it.
Well, isn't this like the isn't this an Astrodome song or something?
It just says Astros baseball. Who says it's only a game? Is what it's titled as on YouTube.
This song's awesome.
Baseball, who says it's only a game?
Like, who wrote that? Who says it's only a game?
It's so great.
I want the origin story on that thing.
Yeah.
I want to know how that happened. Is what I want to know. I want to know how that came to be. Killer Bees at East River 9. This is your spot for Astro TV viewing, college basketball, all your majors. Masters coming up here pretty soon. They'll do crawfish boils every day, every Saturday and Sunday for a little while now. Then a driving range. Of course, they have their golf course, pickleball courts. Great spot, East River 9. Love coming out there. Fantastic time. Their river house, too. It's like combination clubhouse, combination sports bar, combined with delicious food and cold beverages. It's a great spot. It really is.
Yeah, I went a burger today and fries.
Oh, you're watching the weight.
I don't know. I got a little St. Arnold going, our little art car. We're good to go.
I like a little art car.
Yeah.
I prefer oh my gosh, I can't read that text. I guess I'll read part of the text. That song gives anime vibes. I'll leave out a specific word in front of anime. Leave that up to the imagination. But there was a word before anime. That song gives blank anime vibes. What a texter said. I could see that, actually, texter. I think it's a pretty good call. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I really am. Maybe that's why Paul likes it so much. Sounds like a Saturday morning cartoon. Yeah, it does. It does. Texter says, love to see Bregman go 0 for 3 so far. I didn't realize that was happening. I didn't think there was any baseball today starting before 6:05. I thought every baseball game today started at 6:05.
No, there's a lot going on, Jeremy.
It was just the Astros that started at 6:05?
Yeah, Mike Trout got hit in his first at bat. He's fine, but he got hit in the
hurt?
hand. No, he got hit in the hand. He stayed in the game, but
is he out for the year?
No.
Go ahead.
Tyler O'Neill hit a home run for the 6th straight year on
jacked.
opening day.
He's a bodybuilder that plays baseball.
Yeah, it's unreal.
He's so big. It's like Mr. America. Josh from Seabrook, the Astro song sounds like an intro to an 80s cartoon like He-Man or the Thundercats. Probably. It's probably a play off of that, I bet.
Yep. I can see that.
Probably is. I think it'll be hard for a spotter to win Manager of the Year due to the fact that it usually goes to managers that go above and beyond their team's expectations, and the Astros are going to be who they are. Here's the thing, though. Like, these national pundits and people who are voting on Manager of the Year award, they had the Astros finishing 2nd and 3rd in the AL West. So, like, they don't view the Astros as this world-beating Astro team of past. They view them as the 2nd or 3rd best team in the AL West. So if they cruise in the AL West, win the division, and say have the 2nd best record in the AL, Espada could be AL Manager of the Year.
Yeah, I think a lot of times just like usually your team also has to make a significant jump in the standings. I just feel like it just helps your case so much. And I don't know, no matter what the Astros do this year, I don't think we would call it significant from last year in the regular season, right?
Yeah, I mean, they gave Espada love last year. I think Espada finished top 5 in AL Manager of the Year voting last year.
I think he should have won last year because look at the way they started. Like, you got to give him credit for if you're ever gonna give a manager credit for something, look at how bad the Astros were to start the year and how they finished the year. I mean,
but why wouldn't you just give it to a manager who was good throughout the entire year?
It's not a good story. That's really all I got.
Like, I hear you. I think he did a good job after their start, but I'm not giving my Manager of the Year to the guy who was good for 2/3 of the season.
Yeah,
but
like,
to the guy who was good for the entire season.
Yeah, it's always about the story, though.
Yeah, Espada finished 4th last year behind Vogt, who won it, Matt Quattoro of Kansas City, and then AJ Hinch finished 3rd last year. Espada finished 4th. So there is that. Ryan says, this one's to you, Brian. They mentioned the Astrodome in the song Telephone Road by Rodney Kroll.
Okay.
Someone let B-Mag know.
All right, I'll get it to I'll get it in the rotation.
He says, in the shadow of the Astrodome, with a hurricane coming on strong, we used to hit the streets and go swimming in our birthday suits.
Rodney Kroll?
Yeah, it's spelled Crowell. I guess it could be Crowell. I've never heard of the guy.
That sounds dangerous.
Yeah, you might want to listen to the lyrics first, especially with Ryan. That guy's a wild card. He's a wild card, that Ryan. 713-780 ESPN. Can you see Amin Thompson winning MVP in a few years? Random,
No.
but can you? I can.
Really?
Yeah, not like I'm guaranteeing it. Not like give me even odds and I'll bet you $1,000. Like I would need plus odds to bet it. But yeah, I think Amin can. I call Amin Baby Giannis. Like Amin in his second year in the league is doing things similar to Giannis in his second year in the league. And I think their games are pretty similar. Like they're not good shooters, like anything above the elbows. Like please don't take those shots. But they can attack the rim. They can finish at the rim. They can rebound. They can pass a little bit. They're going to get a bunch of stocks, steals plus blocks. They're just so physically athletic compared to their peers. I think Amin's Baby Giannis. So it wouldn't shock me if at some point in Amin Thompson's career he wins an MVP. Now, am I betting for it to happen? Probably not. But I certainly think it's possible.
Yeah, I struggle to think the offense is ever going to be enough. And I know, and that's why the Giannis comp does make sense. But like people, you fear Giannis when he has the ball in his hands, even if he's just attacking the rim. I don't know if I buy into that. Like I think one of the best defensive players in the NBA, yes. A star, all-star, yes. MVP, I'm not so sure.
Amin's pretty dang good getting downhill now.
I know, but I'm not sure I see MVP with a lack of scoring. It seems hard to buy into that for me.
He would need to pick up the scoring. There's no doubt about that. 14 points a game. But Giannis in his second year in the NBA averaged 12.5 points a game. Like we were saying the same thing about Giannis then that we're saying about Amin now. Like you give him in year 5, year 6. Okay, let's see what that scoring looks like. And I think he has shown the potential too. Like he's had big scoring games. It's just the volume isn't there. Like they don't go to him to score a bunch of points because they have better scoring options. Like Jalen's a better scoring option. Alpe's a better scoring option. In fact, there are times this year where I wish they would use Amin getting downhill more often. I feel like they should go to it more often, especially with the shooting struggling. 713-780 ESPN. How do y'all feel about the upcoming 3 games for the Rockets? Do we win against Luka and LeBron?
Yes.
Do you watch? I actually watched a little bit of their game yesterday, the Lakers. I saw the LeBron tip-in.
I mean, they got smoked by the Bulls. They had to get a tip-in win last night. We'll see how they play against the Bulls tonight. But they just seem to be off. I mean, LeBron, like, people are happy to celebrate LeBron getting to 10 points last night.
Because
he had 3. Yeah, but he had 3 points in the third quarter. Like, what are we doing? Like,
big night for LeBron. He was on McAfee. He was all his tank was empty. He went on McAfee's podcast and emptied the tank with Pat, dropping F-bombs on the McAfee show.
Yeah, that was interesting. Did you watch?
Yeah.
How much of it did you watch?
I think I watched like a 1.5-minute clip that I saw on Twitter that popped up on my For You page. I don't mind that he went on McAfee. Like I saw he was getting criticized for like, oh, you should have went to somebody who has a smaller platform or like the Shannon Sharp's podcast. And I get that logic, but like he was in Indy. Like McAfee shows in Indy. He was looking for a big platform. That's a very LeBron thing to do, which LeBron's probably earned that too. It's not a criticism.
I mean, he got to go on ESPN platform and trash Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
Like that's clearly what he wanted to do. Mm-hmm. That's why I think it's odd. Like this whole beef feels very strange to me. And I don't know. I just don't get it. Like it seems kind of WWE-ish, honestly, like fabricated in a way.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I saw the part where he was going off on Stephen A. Like, oh, he can't be out of his head, and like he's on this Taylor Swift tour with his podcast, which is a great line.
It
like,
was.
LeBron. I'm not a LeBron fan, and like I didn't love every minute and a half of this excerpt I saw, all of that. But he's on a Taylor Swift tour was great. I tip my cap to you, LeBron. Fantastic line. I applaud you. But then he would later on in that, he was like, this wasn't about you being critical of my son. It's about, other stuff. But he never told us what the other stuff was.
Yeah.
Like he
that's
left
why,
it
that's why I don't buy
empty. Yeah. I don't know. I think that the hate between the two is authentic.
Well,
I
it's
think
only going to get
authentic beef.
getting worse. It's going to get worse today. Apparently, Stephen A. Smith on television said that LeBron didn't attend Kobe Bryant's funeral, which was factually incorrect, and he had to walk it back like an hour later, and now he's having to apologize on social media.
He didn't attend whose funeral?
He said LeBron didn't attend Kobe's funeral, which is not true.
Stephen A. said that?
Yeah, Stephen A. said it.
What
yeah.
a weird thing to do.
I know. Like, he tried to, like, make it a thing of, like, oh, he wasn't, like, invited or didn't go to Kobe's funeral. Like,
Why
even if
would
it was,
he even bring that up?
I know, like, even if it's true of, like, he didn't go, what a weird thing to say. It's very
That's a weird thing to bring up.
Yeah, it's very strange. President Smith.
I think I'm Team LeBron here. Like, I thought it was very soft for LeBron to like confront him and like, oh, don't talk about my son. Like, dude, he's a professional. We're going to talk about your son. I thought that was soft, but he's blasting him for not going to Kobe's funeral, and then it's not even true.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's tasteless. I didn't have much respect for Stephen A., but I think it's all gone.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, with the whole like Bronny thing, like I don't know what that's what annoys me about this LeBron stuff is he has no right to talk. Like, this is LeBron's fault. Like how can LeBron be upset with people about people criticizing Bronny? He's in the league. He doesn't deserve to be in the league or didn't deserve to be drafted in the league. And LeBron was the one that tweeted last year or like 2 years ago, I think when Bronny was in high school, that he was better than half the guys in the NBA. Like you put the pressure on this kid, not us.
Yeah.
You said that. Like, it's just I hope the best for Bronny. I wish his dad would have been smart enough to tell him to not get drafted by the Lakers to try to be successful elsewhere.
Well, he wouldn't have been a pro. He wouldn't. Well, not in America. To me, he wouldn't have been a pro in America. I don't think if he was Brian George and some random dude that was not the son of NBA royalty, he wouldn't be playing professionally in America.
No, he'd still be in college where he belongs.
No, I think, and if he did leave college to go pro, he'd be playing overseas.
Yeah.
I don't even think he's a G Leaguer. I know he's had some G League, like a bunch of scoring games, but I don't think he would have been in the G League if he wasn't that guy's son. How do you feel about Hader's first outing? I like Hader. I think he's gonna have a good year. I think he'll be really good, actually. In this texture, how creepy is this? This texture. There's some good rabbits in the courtyard across from the Indianapolis hotel that I'm staying in. J-Bone. He just told me what hotel I'm in and that there's rabbits in the courtyard, which I actually saw those rabbits last night. I can confirm. So I think I have this guy.
Whoa, he in the text said the exact hotel name you're at?
So he said, all right, so I'm going to leave the hotel name out of it.
course.
But there's some good rabbits in that courtyard across from the Indy Hotel. J-Bone. Bon appetit.
So that is creepy.
So
he must just know where the team is staying.
Right,
somehow.
but he also knows that there's rabbits in the courtyard. How would he know that?
Maybe he's there.
Exactly.
Creepy.
That's the point. That's why it's creepy, Joe.
Maybe it's what if it's
stalking
LJ?
Jeremy.
What if it's LJ Cryer? What if he's just like a listener of the show?
Maybe he is.
Probably not.
You think JoJo's listening and talking about the rabbits?
I don't think he listens to sports radio. This was this was a Milwaukee area code. Is this Joel? Is Joel stalking me? Is that why he's been off these last few days?
Wow.
Stalking me?
Taking
All right.
his first PTO's days he's taken in 2 years, and he does it to stalk you in Indianapolis?
I'm going to have to call security. All right, let's get to Bad Take Boulevard. Joe's on the list. Other people on the list, too. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, broadcasting live from East River 9. Mike Hall, a U of H class of 1990, go Cougs, has been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP will work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to nobody. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you and familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service. We use HR&P here at Gal. Anytime I have a question, fire off an email, quick response, easy to understand. Let HR&P take on the demands of your human resources. Eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. You get a little of this off your plate. That way you can spend your time in the areas that you enjoy. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan, work for you. 281-880-6525 or visit them online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. Phillips 68, Brandon, I text in occasionally, but my takes are always good. Can you make something up about me so I can make the list? No, you have to earn your way into this. This is an elite club. Joe has been here a few times. Fromber's pitching well right now. Joe, you remember whenever you wanted Fromber to be traded? We went rogue last year.
Yeah, and then I remember when you guys, I covered you for an hour, and then so you could golf, and then you guys agreed with me.
No, I didn't agree with you. I remember.
No. Yes, you both did.
No, I did not. I said the time you do it's in the off season.
Joel agreed with me then. One of you agreed with me.
I
was not alone on this island. I was not alone on the island.
I did not agree with you at the time. I don't think Joel did either. I'm pretty sure he was. You think about it in the off season. I don't think he agreed with you. I know for a fact I didn't. Thank you for lumping me in there. But the first person who makes the list, ladies first. So we'll go with Jessica Kleinschmidt. But then Joe George gets a proxy as well. You are the company you keep, Joe. Jessica Kleinschmidt and Joe George thought that Tony Finau was throwing out the first pitch today at the Astros game. The only problem with that is He had a 1:15 tee time. 1:15 tee time, and he's throwing out the first pitch ahead of the 6:05 start? Ain't no way. He's actually throwing out the first pitch Friday. So Jessica Kleinschmidt reported it, so she makes the list. And then Joe is he's not a journalist, but Joe should know better to not fact check. So Jessica and Joe, 2 peas in a pod, y'all make the list.
You just made the list.
There you go. How's it feel?
Whatever.
It's great company. You got to earn your right to be here.
It's not the worst. I mean, it's obviously not the worst thing I've been on this list for. So,
what is the worst thing you've been on this list for?
It's great. Probably the Fromber.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We should have a Mount Rushmore of the bad takes that Joe George has landed on Bad Take Boulevard for.
I mean, probably the Bears will win the division in 2023.
That was pretty bad.
And they had the first pick in the draft.
Yeah, that was bad, and it cost you. It cost you too.
Yeah.
Adam Spolane, he makes the list. He said on
you just
March
made the
3rd,
list.
We actually quote tweeted Schwabe. Schwab said if top prospect Cam Smith keeps hitting like this, he's making the opening day roster and he's probably starting. In which Spolane quote tweeted him, there is no chance Cam Smith is on the Astros opening day roster in 2025. None, zero. So Adam Spolane, you make the list because Schwab
you just
right.
made the list.
Schwab quote tweeted him whenever he did make the roster and called him a clown with the clown emoji. But at the same
so
time,
can we put Schwab on the list
I
then?
don't
Because
know,
then,
man. That's not a bad
I mean, there's
take
a reason why Brian McTaggart and Chandler Rome and every credible Astros reporter has blocked him on social media.
Well, it's because
of actions like this.
Well, I don't think it's for actions like this. I think it's because he takes some of their information.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't like the whole calling someone a clown thing.
I mean, I wouldn't.
I did it once, but
I wouldn't call somebody a clown on Twitter and then put a clown emoji. And I really don't do the insult game unless like I do it to your face. But you quote tweet somebody and try to dunk on them, you kind of got it coming.
Yeah,
like if I quote tweeted Schwabe like this show, if I quote tweeted Schwabe who's making a claim, and then I quote tweeted him like, no chance, dude, you're an idiot, basically.
No, that's
and
fair.
I was
that's
wrong.
Fair.
Like, okay, you can call me a clown, I get it. Like, it might not be my thing, but you can do it, and I'm going to wear it because you were right, I was wrong. I tried to embarrass you and show you up. You turned out to be the guy that was right. I would expect a clown in return. Quite frankly,
that's a fair take. That like if you go to the quote tweet game versus just like replying to someone, because a quote tweet, like when you disagree with someone, is kind of like inherently disrespectful in a way it seems on Twitter.
Yeah,
or at least that's the way it comes across. So that's fair. I still don't love it, but calling someone a clown, I learned my lesson. I called
Jeremy Booth.
Yeah, I called him a clown on air. He found out. And then he had to come, and then he came in studio, and then we became friends.
That is funny.
Maybe it's because part of it's when he walked in the studio, I didn't realize he's massive.
Yeah, he's a large
and I thought
man.
I was in a lot of trouble when he walked in. What?
He's a big dude. He's a
large man.
It kind of amazes me that he was a catcher. Like he feels like he's got too big of a frame to be a catcher. You know,
honestly, I didn't realize that. That seems kind of crazy now.
Yeah,
like I assumed he was like a DH or first baseman.
He looks like a corner infielder.
Yeah.
He used to catch. Like that's a big frame to be crouching every single pitch. Crazy. But yeah, what a dumb thing that Adam said, that there's no chance Cam Smith's on the opening day roster in 2025. None. Zero. What an idiot would say something like that. What kind of moron would say that Cam Smith didn't have a chance of making the opening day roster? Which leads us to our next bad take.
When could Cam Smith realistically make the Astros big league roster? I don't think opening day is possible. Hasn't spent much time in the minors, not much time in Double-A. Now, if he crushes the baseball for 3 months and the Astros are struggling in the outfield or they have injuries, I could see Cam Smith realistically making his debut by the summer, but no earlier than June.
That moron who you can follow on TikTok at Jeremy J. Branham makes the list.
You just made the list.
That's the kind of content you can get at Jeremy J. Branham. What a moron.
Congrats on putting yourself on the list. I appreciate that.
Oh, we self-deprecate here a lot.
You have to.
I'm wrong. This is why I laugh at the people who say I don't admit I'm wrong. I make fun of myself when I'm wrong. It just doesn't happen that often. That's the thing. Dan Dockage, he makes the list. February 21st, 2024. Caught a huge break with that Queen kid going to Maryland. How stupid are IU fans moaning over an entitled, overrated prep school player not coming? What the have these clowns ever wanted IU? IU basketball fanboy stupid has no floor. How did IU do? What did they how did they do in the postseason?
Didn't make it?
They didn't make it. Where's Maryland and Derek Queen? They're in the Sweet 16. Dan Dockich, he made the list.
I mean, just made the list. He probably could live on this list, man. He's got brutal takes all the time.
Yeah, he's got some clunkers. This
that might be the game of the tournament there, that Maryland game. That was awesome.
That was a fun game. Yeah, didn't travel. This Missouri fan, Drake would have finished 17th in the SEC. This is the weakest team Missouri has faced since early December. Our 8th guy, Cruz, scored 19 a game in a similar conference. Our 9th man, Warwick, scored 20. I think our bench could win this game. Drake beat Missouri. Missouri guy, you are on the list.
You just made the list.
Glenn, you are next. Glenn Gilbo at Sports Beat tweet. Tweeted during the Maryland game. Maryland just choked it. You shouldn't call a timeout in that situation. Play through and shoot. Now Colorado State can set their defense with just 3.5 seconds left. Lisa Byington called the buzzer beater. Derek Queen hit the game-winning shot. So, Glenn, you made the list.
You just made the list.
This guy Spin on Twitter. Love him on Twitter. But he had a lineup idea for me the other day. He said, hear me out. Jordan or Diaz in the 8th spot instead of just giving up outs.
What?
So Spin does not want to give away outs from his 8th spot. So he wants either Jordan Alvarez or Yainer Diaz to bat in the 8th spot. That way you don't give up outs.
If we have a Hall of Fame, that might be an induction.
Instead, we're just going to give away outs in our 3-hole.
Yeah. Yeah, instead of giving up outs in the 8-hole, after guys who are less likely to get on base, let's give up outs in the 3 or the 4-hole when guys who are getting on base are getting on base.
I don't remember if you guys continued the Bad Take Boulevard bracket that we did my last year producing the show, but you might want to save this one in case it comes back because that might be a 1 seed.
Yeah, I told him on Twitter too. I hit him with the "you just made the list." He said, "Think about it. No one does that. They just give up outs."
He doubled down.
I love that he hit you with the "nobody does that." Sometimes there's a reason.
Think about it. I did think about it. That's the issue. The issue is I did put a little bit of thought into it, and I realized how dumb it was. I guess he just thinks the 8th guy is going to disappear. Like, where are you going to put the 8th guy?
I know.
Like, if you bat one of those guys in the 8th spot, where's the 8th spot going? And if the 8th guy's going to bat in the 9th spot, where's the 9th spot going?
So
I did think about it.
I would just love the idea of flipping Jordan with Jake. That would be
Manny
amazing.
Fresh. Manny Fresh makes the list. Altuve's not playing left field. He said this on January 23rd.
He said it every day for 2 months.
Yeah, I know. Altuve's not playing left field. Stop saying stupid bad word like this. He's playing left field opening day. So, Manny, you made the list.
You just made the list.
Astros fan UK, he was kind of in that same category. He responded to Bob Nightingale. I'll bet you anything you like that we don't see Altuve move to left field at any point of his career. I hope nobody took him up on that bet because Jose Altuve is playing left field opening day today. So, Astro fan UK.
You just made the list.
You just made the list. All right, what's best case, worst case for Cam Smith? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live from East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, broadcasting from East River 9. Crawfish boils at East River 9 every Saturday and Sunday through May. The River House Restaurant, your go-to sports watching destination. For college hoops, Astros baseball, every major golf tournament. Play some golf out at East River 9. Driving range, their 9-hole course, pickleball courts, fantastic food inside of the River House as well. Joe's having a burger, fries, and a cold beer. You put cheese on your burger?
Yes.
Yeah. I think anybody who doesn't put cheese on their burger is a psycho.
Oh, yeah. Well, eventually, yes.
Like, I don't think I've ever, well, I shouldn't say ever, but I very rarely have just a hamburger.
I honestly, I couldn't tell you the last time I've only had a hamburger. I do make them or see them or order them like 3 to 4 times a week right now. I don't know if the Branham boys have ever gone through this, but Jeremy, my son eats hamburgers every day.
Every day?
Almost. That's all he wants. It's so strange. He's a weird kid. Nothing on it. He doesn't even eat the bun.
I hope you season it good.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if we go out, we make it at home, we get Wendy's. He just wants a hamburger, no cheese, no bun. He'll eat it.
So he just eats the patty?
Just the patty.
So he's on keto. He's on a keto diet.
Yeah, he's on a keto diet. Like every day, it seems like.
Yeah, that's that. You need to put a little cheese on that bad boy. Let's raise him right.
He'll freak out. He freaks out.
Yeah, maybe a Juicy Lucy. That way
he says it makes it slimy.
He's funny. Give him a Juicy Lucy. See if we can change his life.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm not sure I've ever had a Juicy Lucy.
I don't think I have either, but I've heard good things.
Yeah, I'm intrigued with the idea. I don't think I've ever tried one. Texture, Apple TV will be starting with their Bull tomorrow. Tomorrow's an Apple TV game, huh?
Yeah.
Is it local at all?
No.
Okay, so it's fully on Apple TV. No,
and then
TK and Blummer, they've been working too hard. They need a day.
They're off Saturday too.
They're on the fireman schedule. 1 day on, 2 days off.
Yeah.
Where do they play Saturday?
They're playing on Fox on Saturday.
Oh, is that a Brzezinski game?
Probably.
I hate Brzezinski. He's my least favorite national baseball personality, and there's a lot of them. He's my least favorite.
Yeah, I mean he holds such good memories in my heart.
Why?
Oh, I was at the Cubs White Sox game when Michael Barrett ran into him, and then Michael Barrett punched him in the face. It was awesome.
He was a White Sox, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So you were a White Sox fan?
No. Michael Barrett was on the Cubs. And,
Barrett punched Brzezinski.
Yeah, Barrett punched Brzezinski. Yeah. It was awesome.
Yeah, I do not like Brzezinski at all. Branham, are dogs allowed at East River 9? Joe, are dogs allowed at East River 9?
Yes, there was a dog here earlier.
Okay.
And it was not a service dog, I don't think. One of our listeners brought his dog.
Yeah. Can you bring? I'm not sure you can bring it into the River House, but you can certainly.
No,
it was in the. It was in. Oh, it was.
He was in the River House. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It is. Yeah. The East River 9 is dog friendly. They're dog friendly. Just hamburgers, no cheese. Ask Josh from Seabrook. That's not keto. That's paleo. I'm pretty sure just hamburger meat can also be keto. Josh from Seabrook.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's just no carbs. Like that's the keto diet. Don't eat carbs. Like 99% sure on that. Josh from Seabrook. I did keto for a while before the wedding. Did keto. Brzezinski or AJ Hawk for a 12-hour plane ride sitting next to you. AJ Hawk. I think AJ Hawk is pretty quiet by nature. Brzezinski's gonna talk my ear off.
He doesn't talk on that show. He's just up there. He's just up there on screen, just like watching it happen. It's
awkwardly.
It's
like looks
so
creepy.
strange.
I would, yeah. Brzezinski. There's no way I'm taking Brzezinski. There's very few people There's very few people that I would pick to not sit next to me on a 12-hour plane ride before Brzezinski. Like he's on that short list. Texture, you're the parent and you allow your kid to eat a burger every day because that's what he wants. SMH.
Why?
Texture saying that you should be the grown-up. You should take control. You should take command.
They're easy to make. We go out to eat. That's what he orders. Whatever. He eats what I make him when I cook him other stuff.
Yeah, he's saying that you need to show little Joseph who's boss. Be like Adrian Peterson, Joe.
Nope, don't want that.
The texter that asked about the dogs headed your way. So we just got somebody to go to East River 9. Brzezinski or Tanya Harding? I'd rather sit next to Tanya Harding than Brzezinski.
I have so many questions for Tanya Harding.
Have you seen the movie, Tanya?
No.
It's pretty good.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is good. I enjoyed it.
I need to watch it. It's been on my list of movies to watch. I'll never forget the did you ever hear the Dan Patrick interview with Tanya?
I don't really have any recollection of it. I'm not sure that I have.
So she's doing the interview with Dan, and they tried the whole like don't ask things before the interview. And Dan starts to ask her about the event and like what happened. And she goes like, I think her like manager's name was like Chris. She goes, here, let me have you talk to Chris. And her manager just like gets on the phone and is like, hey Dan, we told you not to ask about this. We're gonna have to stop the interview live on air.
That's pretty funny. Like how long ago was that?
It was a little bit ago.
I asked Sean Merriman about that girl he allegedly killed.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did it on ESPN 975.
How did that go?
He actually went really well. He answered it like I didn't say it. I didn't phrase it like that. It was whenever Deshaun Watson was having his trouble, and I was like, "Hey, Sean, Deshaun's having this trouble. I remember you had trouble with that girl. What advice would you give to Deshaun?"
Oh my God,
he handled it like a champ, though. He handled it like a cold-blooded killer. Like he was he was very respectful with his answer. Handled it better than any questions I ever gave to Bill O'Brien. Yeah, he handled it like a cold blood killer. Joe's kid still has a more refined palate than Blank. Come on, we're not going to get Blankers cheap shots while he's not on the show today.
No, Blank, man.
713-736. Brzezinski or Aubrey Huff? Ooh. I'll get in trouble if I don't say. I'd rather sit next to Brzezinski than Aubrey Huff. And I'm doing that because I don't want to get canceled. But it's not because I like Brzezinski. I just have to preserve myself here. If the kid is eating a hamburger, what's wrong with that? Shut the listener.
Oh, shout out to this texter.
Hamburger's not bad for you.
Yeah, it's not like it's like he's eating McDonald's every day.
No, I mean you start getting the buns and you start getting the fries, then we have an issue. But you're just eating the actual patty. That's pretty healthy.
No, we'll do like patty and like some like veggies or fruits and stuff. Like it's strange, but like
I don't think it's that strange. For a 4-year-old, that's not strange.
He can eat what he wants.
It's not that strange for a 4-year-old either. Like that's pretty young. Branham admits he's wrong, but then flexes about not being wrong often. It's true. How often am I wrong? Except for Will Levis being trashed. Yeah, I was pretty wrong about that one. Yeah, it's a good point there, Texter.
Yep.
I kind of missed on the Levis thing. Although it was a fun troll. Seeing everybody overreact. Like, Will Levis was hated. He was not liked at all. And it was kind of fun to play that up a little bit.
You think he's in the league next year?
Yes.
As like Shador's backup or whatever, or Cam Ward's backup or somewhere else?
I think he'll be a Titan. I think he'll be the Titan backup. Yeah, why not? I mean, he's cheap. He's cheap. He's a second rounder. He's still in his rookie deal. He's going to be kind of like the Texans version of Davis Mills, I think.
Yeah, I just don't think he's that far away from being Kellen Mond. So
yeah, it depends on how he is in the locker room, right?
Yeah.
Like if he's a good locker room guy, he could be Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
He could be, a guy who was a high draft pick that lasts forever in the NFL. But if he's not a good locker room guy, then he'll be out of the league in 2-3 years. So it depends on that.
Yeah, I think and like how much he can take getting made fun of for the Mayo commercials because that's going to live forever.
Apparently he can handle it though, because like if you film that, it's coming.
Yes,
you have to. And he also dealt with the backlash of like putting mayo in his coffee, so he was probably familiar with it.
I still think the eating the banana with the peel on might have been weirder than putting mayo in the coffee.
I would agree. Like mayo in the coffee is kind of a fatty coffee. Like people do that. Like health like freaks do the what do they call them? They call them the fatty coffees, I think, where they put like butter in the coffee and then like heavy cream. Like people do weird stuff with their coffee. Mayo's pretty dang weird though. But banana peel, I agree.
Yeah, They're not good. Like,
but you know what I did, Joe? Today, I ate a banana, and then with the pill, I wiped it on my face. I felt really good today. I have felt really good today.
Like lotion with
No,
the banana peel?
No, like you eat the banana, and then in the middle of it, you just kind of you have the peel. The inside of the banana peel, I just kind of wiped on my face like this. It's really I don't know what it is, but it made me feel great. And then I had some Saratoga water as well. It was really good. It's a really good way to start your day, I think. You should try it.
I think Cam Smith had some Saratoga water today.
He did. Everybody's doing it now. That guy got evicted apparently from his loft in Miami. The guy who went viral for the Saratoga banana peel deal. Yeah, there's a rumor out on Twitter that he got evicted from his loft, his condo. $17,000 a month.
That's crazy.
I know.
That's crazy.
That's it's almost $200,000 a year just for rent. Just for rent.
I cannot imagine.
$200,000 a year for rent. It's insane. All right, what's best worst case for Cam Smith? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Best case for you having a goal in your driveway is a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. Why? Because they make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. They're the best goals on the planet. Tempered glass backboard, stainless steel hardware. It's rust proof, which is a must-have in Houston, and it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. With their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature, they call it, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Look, this is the season where you want a basketball goal in your driveway. Kids are watching basketball this time of year. They're going to want to go out and play. You're going to want them to go out to play because it gets them out of your hair, and you don't want them on the screens. You don't want them on their tablets, their devices. You want them to go outside, go play. The accessories from Pro Dunk are next level, too. LED light kits for night play. Kids are at school. You're at work during the day. We get it. But get an LED light kit. You can play throughout the night. Backstop nets. You don't want to chase the basketball. We get it. Get backstop nets. Don't have to do it. You can order everything, including professional installation, online. It's always daunting whenever you see a delivery driver pull up to the driveway and just dump a big box with a million pieces on the driveway. You're like, what am I going to do? Well, that's not going to happen with Pro Dunk. The pros at Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't need a ladder. You don't need a level. You don't do a thing. You don't install. The pros at Pro Dunk are going to do that work for you, and it's going to be to perfection. Call 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit them online, produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Song makes me want to have a cold beer. Thank you, Ryan, for the rec.
Yeah.
Ryan put us on this song. Why'd you say yeah?
I like it.
Oh, I
like
thought you were
the
going
song.
somewhere with that.
No.
Joe's having
agreeing
cold
with you.
beer at East
Yep.
River 9. You can too. If you want to watch some Astros, Sweet 16 tournament action, East River 9, place to do it. River House Restaurant, delicious food, go-to sports watching destination, play their 9-hole course, hit some golf balls on the driving range, right into a beautiful scenic backdrop of downtown Houston. Gorgeous. A lot of texters wanting on this food conversation here. It always happens. Teach your kid to mix in some fruits and veggies. Child eating a burger every day is crazy.
I said they eat that. He eats
Yeah,
that.
he wasn't listening.
I know.
Joel would say he's listening with his, what does he say? Always say you're listening with your something instead of your other orifices. I don't know. He's got a lot of lines. Brzezinski or Ali Faro Makanish. I don't know who that is.
I don't either.
You never heard of this guy?
No.
Let me find out who he is. Oh, this is the guy that's the new coach at Colorado State. Is he annoying? I haven't heard that he's annoying. All time. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but yeah, it's the new coach at Colorado State. I didn't know that this guy was annoying. Why is he annoying?
What was the name again?
I don't know how to pronounce it.
Is
It's
it Ali Frukmanish?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
Why
the
is he
guy that
annoying?
hit the buzzer beater against Kansas all those years ago.
That's okay.
I'm just saying who he is.
But why is he annoying? Why would I pick AJ Brzezinski over Coach Ali?
Yeah, I think I got to take this guy I don't know.
Yeah, give me Ali. He's got some basketball stories. He's a coach in college basketball. I'll take that guy over AJ Brzezinski. I don't even know anything about him. Texture Burgers cover all the food groups. Yep. Would Joe ever feed his kid a hamburger that had 2 quesadillas instead of buns? I think that's Ryan.
Yes?
Yeah, sounds great. Blaine says Joe G's fine with that food. Pick your battles. Way better than chicken nuggets or similar every day. Agreed. Good protein, good meat. It's fine. Kellen Mond with a nasty stray from Joe George. He gets the week 1 start for the San Antonio Brahmas. Unreal.
Yep. I was curious if anyone caught that, but yeah.
My buddies on that coaching staff. They have a good wide receiver room. Greg Ward is on that Brahma team. Go Cougs. I think there's 3
really?
Cougars. I think Marquez Stevenson is on that Brahma team. Go Cougs. And I want to say Steven Dunbar. I think Dunbar is the 3rd Cougar. Yeah, they have 3 Cougar receivers playing for the Brahmas. Wade Phillips pushing his weight around.
Yeah, no, it's not a shot at Kellen Mond. It's more me saying Will Levis is probably headed for this XFL, UFL, whatever it's called, at some point, I think.
I think it's the UFL.
And
Daryl
there's
Johnson's the commissioner. Visited us in person. You should know this, Joe. You set it up.
I know, but they've had like 3 different names. It's hard to keep track.
Remember when that one spring league was called the AAFL, and it's like, it's the awful.
Yeah.
What a
And
bad idea.
that's the one Johnny played in, right? Manziel?
Was he? I don't know. I thought he played like in the. Did he? I thought he. What was the one where like the fans could call plays?
Oh, the
Like
I don't
the
know what it's
fan
called,
choice
but
or something. I
yeah,
don't remember.
like T.O. played in it. Yeah, Johnny
think
played
Vic
in that
played
too.
in it too.
Yeah.
I think he did. Texture is going to opening day special. I think it's pretty cool. Like, everybody's been waiting. It's fun. He says the prices are extreme. Yeah, I mean, that's what you're weighing, right? Like, I mean, it's cool. I probably wouldn't pay 300 times, ticket value.
I think it's something that like you want to check off, like a sports kind of checklist, not a bucket list, but like you want to go to opening day at some point. But I don't think I need to go like multiple times in my life.
Yeah.
Like
I
I've
would agree
gone
with that.
at Minute Maid or Daikin, whatever. I've gone at Wrigley. I've gone on the road to see other teams play. But like I don't need to go every year because it's opening day.
Yeah, I went when I was a kid, but I haven't been in a while. And I really don't have any interest either. That is true. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, love the show. Good to hear Joe George. My feeling for Cam Smith, I'm going to throw a name out there. My feeling for Cam Smith is Jermaine Dye.
Oh, okay. Jermaine Dye. Appreciate the call, Keith.
Sounded like he said Jeremy Dye.
I thought he did, but
Okay.
I think he did say that, but he clearly meant Jermaine Dye.
Right, yeah, he means Jermaine Dye.
That's an interesting comp. Is that because he's a corner outfielder and I wonder what he sees in Cam that he sees in Jermaine Dye.
And Dye played a lot of center field too, didn't he?
Yeah, he
played
did.
a little center.
Yeah. He
Remember
moved
that
around though.
That Kansas City outfield was elite.
Yeah.
They had Jermaine Dye, Johnny Damon, and Carlos Beltran early in their careers.
Right.
That would have been so fun. What is your bar? Not really your bar. What is best worst case for Cam Smith in his rookie year?
Oh, his rookie year?
Rookie year.
Worst case, just because I know he made the Tigers opening day roster. When I think about top prospect that can't cut it, right now all I think about is Spencer Torkelson.
That would be bad.
He's been up and down and barely made the roster this year. He's supposed to be one of the best prospects in baseball. He's been a total bust.
Andrew Vaughn also comes to mind. That guy was an uber prospect and did nothing at the plate.
That's harsh. Andrew Vaughn's been much better.
Okay. Maybe I didn't look at his numbers last year, but he certainly didn't deliver on the promise the first few years.
I mean, Vaughn, he's been about a 100 OPS guy. He had a 91 OPS plus his rookie year, 111 his second year, 102 2 years ago, 99 last year. That's a bit harsh. He's been an average big leaguer.
Yeah.
That's a bust, though, compared to the expectation and the prospect type, though.
But he's not Spencer Torkelson.
Okay,
he's not Jordan Walker. Like he's been a big league starter. My fear, or not fear, my worst case scenario is probably Jordan Walker. Like Jordan Walker was very similar to Cam Smith in the sense that here's a really good offensive player, can't miss offensive player. You're kind of trying to figure out where you're going to play him defensively, corner infield, corner outfield type. And he came up to the bigs and actually had some success in his rookie year, 113 OPS plus, but last year was tragic. He had 201 last year with a 619 OPS. So that's worst case scenario. Jordan Walker, I think, is worst case scenario.
What about Joe Adele as a worst case scenario?
Yeah, he's been like a late bloomer.
Yeah, that guy yo-yoed constantly back and forth with the Angels when they first called him up.
Yeah, Adele was like a little bit more center fieldy, right?
He's a center fielder.
So his comp's
he played
a little
in
different,
the
but I can
corners
see that.
first. Yeah.
Well, because of Trout.
Yeah.
I mean, he's never had an OPS plus in any season above 100.
Yeah, he's not.
His best one's 91. That was last year.
Yeah, that's pretty worst case. How about best case?
George Springer?
Yeah. I was thinking Chris Bryant.
Did he have a big rookie year?
Yeah, he had 26 home runs, hit 275. He struck out 200 times. That's the only, so not that part, but
I'll take that season.
Yeah, 275, 26 home runs. I mean, I think the Jeremy Pena comp is if it's 250 and 22 home runs, I'm very happy. It's not superstar, so I guess that's not best case scenario, but I think 275 and near 30 home runs would be awesome.
I also think that he's going to have a very difficult time hitting more than 25 homers as a rookie. I think it's lofty. I think if he gets above 20, it's a major success. Major success. But the best case scenario, I mean, Albert Pujols is the best case scenario. Over a 1,000 OPS, 157 OPS plus, fourth in MVP voting, 37 homers, 130 RBIs. Albert Pujols, best case scenario.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
What is your best case, worst case scenario?
He was 29 that year, probably.
21. He was 21 going on 30.
He was 25 that year at least. I mean, Corey Seager hit 308 with 26 home runs his rookie year. I think best case, he hits above 300 and gets close to or right above 30 home runs.
Oh, man, Brady's being squeezed. My goodness.
Chas McCormick's in right field.
Oh, he's the defensive replacement?
Yep.
For Cam?
Yeah, for Cam.
Interesting. Noodle arm right fielder now, huh? Dang it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your best case? What is your worst case for Cam Smith in his rookie season? Also, Joe Espada and Dana Brown approval ratings. We took the vote of the people. I was blown away with the results. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Joe George in for Blankers, East River 9, River House Restaurant, your go-to sports watching destination for college hoops, Astros baseball, and every major golf tournament all season long. Astros are winning this baseball game. Fromber was good. Abreu, a little stressful for Abreu. But got out of it without giving up a run. So the Astros trying to get an opening day victory. First pitch, 6:05. 713-780 ESPN. Desert Stroh says best case, Cam remains a starter and is productive for the season. That's probably fair. That's probably realistic. The best, Jeremy Pena rookie season. The worst, Kyle Tucker's rookie season. Yeah, Kyle Tucker's rookie season wasn't great.
It was pretty tough.
Bronny, worst case. Best case, Unicorn Ohtani. We'll have to learn how to pitch in order to do that. Astro fans would be lucky if he's Michael Conforto. Michael Conforto's rookie year was pretty dang good. 270, 841 OPS. Didn't play at all the games, though. Only played 56 games. If he was Michael Conforto for his entire career, I don't think I would take that.
No, it'd be a bummer. It wouldn't be the worst player on the roster. Obviously,
Conforto's a legit outfielder.
He's a good
He's
player.
a starting outfielder. The Dodgers paid him $15 million a year. Like he's a starting caliber player. He's just kind of above average. Not
Conforto's
good.
best seasons I would take. He's just been kind of injury and a little bit up and down.
Yep. Yeah, his best seasons are usually the seasons he hasn't played the whole year. So
also 2018 and 19 when there was a bunch of weird stuff going on in baseball.
True.
A lot of weird stuff in baseball or with the baseball?
Yeah, with the baseball.
With baseball, in baseball. Sign stealing.
It was all launch angle. It was all launch angle. 100%. All the home run uptick, the historic home run uptick was 100% launch angle. It wasn't Goldilocks balls. It wasn't sign stealing. It wasn't enhancement. It was all launch angle, like they wanted you to believe. Conforto's rookie year, yes. Career, probably not. Does Cam Smith beat Carlos Lee in a 1 mile run? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Cam Smith's an athlete.
He's a good athlete. Yeah.
He's not a slow guy. He's not slow. And he's in good shape. He's not heavy. He's not fat. Texter Breggy's 0 for 4. Love it. That guy's watching the Red Sox game more he's watching the Astros game. He's spite watching the Red Sox. I'm here for it. Was at the game tonight. Admittedly had to leave early, but best case for Cam Smith is he did what he did tonight, which was electrify the crowd. He electrifies for the crowd, for the millions and millions of the Cam's fans. People were fired up when he came to bed. He said bed. Brendan Rodgers wearing Correa's number 1, I've noticed. Local PD. I don't love that he's wearing number 1. It's kind of weird.
Why?
Because Correa wore number 1. And Correa had legendary moments as a Houston Astro.
Yeah, but so did Springer and Tucker and all the other players that have left. Can't protect all the numbers.
You can't be the Yankees. Retire every number you
I
have.
didn't say retire. Just give me some years of separation. And also caliber of player. Like Cooper Hummel wore number 1. Brendan Rodgers, who might be the second baseman, maybe he shares time at second base, number 1. Like if you're Cam Smith, okay, you can get number 1. Kind of like with the Cowboys with 88. I'm not trying to retire every number, but give me a period of time, and or caliber of player that's wearing the jersey. I'm not retiring it. I don't like retired numbers. I'm anti-retired numbers. But I do think you should be
like for
respectful of heroes.
For everyone?
What do you mean?
Does Altuve get his number retired?
He should.
Well, because the Astros retire numbers. So yes, Astros. He will have his 27 retired in Houston. If I was starting an organization in pro sports, I would not retire any number. I would do Ring of Honor, which what the Texans are doing, what the Cowboys are doing. I would never retire a number if I were running an organization. I would have a Ring of Honor. But the Astros have already started it, so if I took over for Crane, I have to keep it going.
You don't think the Texans will eventually retire in 99?
No. Hannah's like said that she doesn't like retired numbers.
But like no one's worn it since. Right?
I don't know.
I don't think so, at least, but
well, that's what I mean. Like even if they don't retire JJ's 99, which I don't think that they will, they should have a period of time where no one else wears it. Daniil Hunter wore 99 before he came to the Texans, but wore 55 as because he didn't want to mess with Watts wearing 99.
I mean, it seems like the
No one's
Astros
worn it
have
since.
the Astros done a pretty good job of this. Like this says, Pedro Leon was the which like this is tough.
That's not a good job of it.
No, but like it had been 4 years since he wore number 4. Like no one had won it between him and Springer.
But it's Pedro Leon.
Baseball References, no one's worn number 1 for the Astros. In
Didn't
MLB
Cooper Hummel
game.
wear number 1?
Doesn't look like it.
Pretty sure he wore number 1 last year.
He's pretty unfamiliar, so I might be wrong. No offense, Cooper.
Oh, it says 13. Wore 13 last year. Maybe he wore 1 like in the exhibition game or something. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
713-780 ESPN.
I don't know. I'm pro retiring numbers for the elite. I think that you have to, if you're gonna do it, it needs to matter. Just like your Ring of Honor, like there are certain franchises that they have too many. You know, the Yankees, and I know some of these are historic, but like the Yankees, the Bears, the Celtics, they have so many. They're limited on numbers. So like now, like they almost can't retire people. Like there has to be a certain level. Like Altuve, of this core group of players, talk about retiring numbers. He's the only one that deserves it. Like, I guess Verlander will get it, but
I think Verlander deserves it.
I think he deserves it. I mean, I just feel like he only gets it because he for sure gets it because he's Crane's buddy. But
come on now. The dude, he anchored the 2 pitching staffs that won the World Series and is arguably the greatest Astro starting pitcher of all time.
Yes, but so I'll explain more, I guess. So for me, like the jersey retirement number, it should also factor into like how long you're with the team. Like JJ, Altuve, like they are Texans and Astros for life. Verlander coming from a different team. I know.
So
like
Akeem Olajuwon, so if you leave late in your career, you can't get your jersey retired?
No. I'm saying Verlander's gonna have his jersey retired in 2 places, so it means a little bit less to me.
Okay. All right. Justin Verlander, top 5 career ERA with the Astros. Best win percentage of all time with the Astros. Was the ace of 2 World Series winning staffs with the Astros.
Was told not to throw out a first pitch by the Astros.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know.
I mean, Carlos Correa said that, yeah, he didn't want him there.
It was deserved. He wasn't there all year. He should have been there.
He shouldn't have been. No, he shouldn't have been there. It was the COVID year, and he had Tommy John, was recovering.
I know.
He had no business
I know it was the
being
COVID
there.
year.
There was no reason for him to be there. No reason for him to be there. Players are away from their teams whenever they have injuries all the time. And then throw in the COVID caveat. No, you didn't need to be there.
But you didn't need to throw out the first pitch of a baseball game because you weren't there all year.
Verlander does nothing. Verlander does not deserve anything for the Astros. Why are we banging on Verlander?
I'm not trying to bang on Verlander.
Not you, the texter. Like the texter said that he doesn't deserve anything for the Astros. What? He was a hired gun. Yeah, he's the greatest hired gun in Astro history. Like he won 2 World Series titles with the Astros. Altuve literally loves him. Was the ALCS MVP in 2017. I don't get that. I don't understand why we bash Verlander. I really don't. Like it seems like Verlander, the love for Verlander in this city is unproportional to me. It feels like it's down here when it should be up here.
Much higher.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even like I know last year was tough for him. But when you think about this team turning over and just being, no Tucker, no Bregman, it feels like it's the national media that will be bringing up also Justin Verlander's gone.
Yeah.
Like even though he was bad last year, it's like it's still a big change that he's gone again. And maybe it's because we already went through it once, so it almost like it just feels different. But it really feels like people do not care that Justin Verlander is not an Astro.
Yeah, my buddy Guy, he says not to be a hater, but what are the odds he gets through the 9th unscathed? Which grade the joke, not to be a hater, haha. What do you think unscathed means in baseball? Is unscathed a run, or is it like a base runner for you?
Well, he has a base runner on, so
right. But he said this before the inning.
I would say I think it's no runs for a closer.
I think it's no runs. Like unscathed.
You can't ask for a guy to be perfect.
You put up a goose egg.
Yeah,
I think
which he was great at last year.
Hader?
Yeah, in the ninth.
Great.
In the ninth inning when there was
I mean, Joe, that was one of the criticisms. He'd get the 3-run lead, but still give up one. Like, I mean, it was a minor, obviously, criticism because you still get the save. But you look at his ERA; it was obviously ballooned from the year before. So there were definitely some runs given up in save situations.
He was still really good last year. Like,
I'm not saying he wasn't good, but
yeah.
there were more than a handful of occasions where 3-run lead gives up one.
I don't know if 3.80 ERA from your $18 million closer is good.
Well, I didn't pay him that much money, but
you say he was good last year. Is 3.80 ERA good for a reliever?
It's not that different than a lot of closers in baseball. Like, there are not that many guys that are the elite guys anymore.
I don't think 3.80 ERA for a reliever, period.
Wasn't he sub-2 the year before?
Good. Yeah, he was 128.
Yeah, I mean, he went up more than 2 full runs.
His career ERA is 270. Like, I think he's better than his ERA last year, but I don't think that he was good.
Yeah, but it was good. His worst outings were always when he was in non-traditional save situations.
That is true.
That's why I guess that's what I mean. Like, unscathed, that's no one's on when the inning starts. You come in, even if you give up a base runner, he was really good last year. But when he would come in to get 6 outs, when he would come in with runners on base after a lead had already been given up, it was terrible. Like, there's no denying that. But as there's now 2 runners on base.
It looks like the old Josh Hader has returned.
Yeah. He's going to make me look. He's going to put me on Bad Take Boulevard in one segment.
He might. Texter, Verlander can go back to Detroit with his model wife and his Ford. Why do we hate Verlander in Houston? This is so weird to me. Astros do not win the World Series without Verlander. Facts. Man, I don't understand. I don't get the Verlander. Joe George does not know ball, says a texter. Dang. Hader is hatering.
I've heard that before.
Verlander's struggles last year will overshadow all of the good he did for us for the casuals. Maybe that is it. Maybe his struggles last year, recency bias, last taste in our mouths when it comes to JV. Maybe that is.
He did leave. I think him leaving, even though obviously the Astros were not going to pay him what the Mets did. I think it does hurt the fan perspective that he didn't take less money to stay and they did trade for him again. But
Correa seems to get a pass.
Yeah, I think it's because Verlander came back. I think it's
worse.
I think it makes it more
he
awkward.
waived his no trade clause to return to the team, and it made it worse.
No, I think it's because he wasn't I think Springer and Correa get a pass because they are your guy. They came up. You drafted them. They came up through the systems. Fans were hearing about him for years before they even came up. Verlander came from somewhere he was established for 13 years before he got here. Yeah. I think that might be, plus you add on to that leaving for the Mets, obviously. I think I'm not justifying it. I don't agree with it, but I think that's it.
I think the homegrown thing is real. I think you're onto something with the homegrown thing.
Well, yeah, and also we all know that the Astros never gave a real offer to George Springer, and we know that they gave a lower offer to Correa, just like they did to Bregman. So it's
I think a lower offer to Verlander.
Yes, but because they're homegrown, they ignore that a little bit more. Because they agree that the players were disrespected. Right?
I think I'm learning that people are pitcherists. Pitchers don't get the same love as hitters, I'm learning from the city of Houston. All of you pitcherists that are out there.
Anti-pitch tight?
Yeah, I can't believe it. That's what they are. All of you that are hating on Verlander, you need to reevaluate life and start respecting pitchers as much as you respect hitters. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Thanks to East River 9 for hosting ESPN 97.5 today. Astros opening day, still in progress, but Astros any day this weekend. Sweet 16 tournament action at East River 9. River House Restaurants, your go-to sports watching destination for college hoops, Astros baseball, every major golf tournament all season long. And if you're looking for some crawfish, you have a hankering for some crawfish, which I do all the time. East River 9, every Saturday and Sunday through May. They'll have a crawfish boil. Can't beat that. Great golf, whether you're playing, whether you're practicing, pickleball, all of it. Good food, good drink. And thanks to them for hosting us today at East River 9. All right, car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. What you got, Joe George?
Well, even if it doesn't end in the worst way possible, let's just give it back to Josh Hader real quick. I'd like to retract everything I just said in the last
Wouldn't the car
segment.
wreck be you then?
Both. It's all of the above. It's all encompassing here, B-Mac.
Okay.
I know there is now one out with the bases loaded in the bottom or in the top of the ninth, but Jesus, Abreu and Hader, bases loaded. Come on.
Yeah, we got a
26
couple of
pitches
texts
already.
Couple of texts saying Hader for car wreck of the day. Dre said Jose Altuve calling off Jake Myers is his car wreck of the day.
Good call.
That's
He
that's
caught
good
it.
call.
Nothing
Yeah,
bad
but
happened.
left fielder doesn't take precedence over the center fielder. Dre knows ball. He knows what's up.
Altuve takes precedence over Jake, I think is what Jose's saying, though.
Yeah, he definitely did. Jose Altuve pulled I'm the greatest Astro of all time, even though you're the center fielder.
I think
you're not the
Jose just
greatest
yelled
Astro
out,
of
"Do you
all
know
time."
who I am?" as he ran up to catch the ball.
Did he do it in English or Spanish to Jake Myers?
I don't know.
Jake might probably would have understood either one.
And I'm Mexican.
No, Altuve's not Mexican.
I know. I just want to play the drop.
It's racist.
Okay.
All brown guys are Mexican to you?
It's from Canelo Alvarez post-fight.
Okay.
Yeah, Canelo Alvarez said that. I love that drop so much. It's my favorite. Can you play it again for laughs?
And I'm Mexican.
Oh, it's so good. Thank you, Canelo.
That's like the greatest car wreck I've ever been to. Was when they opened the roof at Minute Maid Park during Canelo's fight in like 2015.
Yeah, I was at that fight. It started raining.
It was raining.
It was raining.
Dude.
The wind was blowing hard. It was crazy.
Yes. It was raining as they opened the roof, and then they had to stop it and close it. And it was like, why'd you open it?
Well, thankfully, at least that fight only lasted like two rounds in a minute. He got James Kirkland out there quick.
King of Twitch nominates me for being scared of the creep who's stalking me in Indy. I wasn't scared. I just pointed it out. That's all I did. Someone nominates you, Joe. There's no elite relievers in baseball anymore. Tell me you don't know ball without telling me you don't know ball. Haters on you, Stressley, Josh Hader, J-Dog, Josh Hader, car wreck of the day. I'm going to nominate for my car wreck of the day this beef between Stephen A. and LeBron James. When the biggest storyline in basketball for the entire year is a feud between one of the all-time greats and some dude who opines about basketball, kind of shows you the state of the sport a little bit. So I nominate that feud between LeBron and Stephen A. Brian, what's your car wreck?
I'm going to nominate all the people that fell for your 6:05 first pitch to start the show.
Great call. That's the winner. That's the winner.
You're saying that so we don't pick you.
There's a little bit of that in there, I think.
No, there's not. They didn't get it when we were at noon. They didn't get it. Now you guys are at 3.
They're never going to get it.
They're the losers. Or car wrecks.
Yeah, car wrecks of the day. All right, yeah, don't call the Hive losers. This is the second time you've insulted our audience, Joe. Second time you've insulted our. Don't do that. Don't do that. You don't insult the Hive. You do not insult the Hive.
Who's a fat guy in his
That's the
underwear,
Twitch.
living
That's
in
not
his
the
mother's
Hive.
basement.
Brian, you all both get it. Y'all are the car wrecks of the day. Brian and Joe, car wrecks of the day for insulting the Hive. Y'all win car wreck of the day. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. Joe for filling in. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Good night.